Okosunu baby subamia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is. There it is. Here I am. There you are. And here we go. So there it is. There you are. Here I am. And here we go. Apologies, I couldn't come on yesterday. I did think to come up to stream, but then I had a second thought. I thought sleep. So I decided to go with that second option instead. So I just decided to go to sleep. So I did that instead. So apologies, but there it is. Man does not live by bread alone and all that. But here it is, back, refreshed, and ready to go again. I hope you are refreshed and ready to go. So yes, I hope you are refreshed and ready to go as we happen upon yet another weekend. What better way to spend your weekend than with your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow? So here I am, and here we go. So here we go at the usual protocol. And in this instance, I would implore that you adhere to the plea. Click on the like button. If you haven't done that, just do it. I mean, it's getting almost to ridiculous levels now. You spend every day here, and just the misery, just a miserable click on the like button is something that has to be canvassed and pleaded for. I mean, what, you know, because anytime I'm saying that, I just look at the screen, or anytime in the course of the session, look at the screen, look at the viewership, and then look at the like button. It never anywhere even threatens to be near, and that cannot be right. So if you feel that's not right, you make the correction at your individual level by clicking on like. And if you're not already subscribed, then of course correct that as well. So do both immediately and right now. Click on like and click on subscribe. That's the barest minimum at no cost, by the way. It's not a charge on your wallet. Don't worry. I will attack your wallet in the course of the session, but this one now, I'm not attacking your wallet. So click on like and subscribe. And then that hyperlink that says StreamYard, as you ever know, that's your open ticket. That's your ticket to ride. That's your ticket to board the funky train. That is the one man went to more platform. So your ticket to board that funky train is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, and especially click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all three immediately and right now. So do all three immediately and right now. But what are we contending with is the thing. So what are we contending with? We are contending with this. We've all thought it, but it's been given expression to now. But does the content of this mirror the headline? Does the content mirror? All right. Well, yes. Somebody's sending in headlines as we speak. So if you ever see me pause and look down, that's a stream of Instagram messages coming in. If you ever wonder where we get the storylines that we discuss on this platform from, we entirely get it from you. In the course of the day, people send me endless streams of articles and interesting things that they come across, and I just curate it and present the ones that I think I will engage you. So this certainly, I suspect, will engage you. So this headline, as I was saying, hopefully it mirrors the content of it, because this headline, it expresses the thoughts of all of us. This headline expresses the thoughts of all of us. Goodluck Jonathan regime was last to stabilize our economy. So this is Wale Edun speaking, the now newly appointed and approved by the Senate Minister of Finance. So the person now in charge of the finances of the nation have now invited us to cancel out the last 8 years that nothing happened. So he's hacking back to the administration that preceded the last one that just went. Goodluck Jonathan regime was last to stabilize our economy. Headline attributed to Wale Edun, the Minister for Finance. But what is he talking about? You have to hang around to find out. But where is that economy headed, and who is going to pilot the economy? So the economy of Nigeria usually has two co-pilots, but the senior pilot is usually the person that sits atop the money. We're talking about the CBN governor, but who is he going to be? If it was this name, would you reject it? Tony Elumelu or Elumelu. People know I struggle with names. Tony Elumelu or Elumelu speak on emerging CBN governor after crucial meeting with President Tinubu. So the rumors is completely, the rumors rather has completely subsumed the Nigerian financial space with a lot of speculation that the next CBN governor is going to be Tony Elumelu or Elumelu. I'll just call him Elumelu. So if you want to correct me, then come on screen. It's going to be Tony. Let's call him Tony. So the rumors is just rife in the financial cycles that Tony Elumelu is going to be the next CBN governor. So that still remains in the realms of speculation, but they are flagging it up as a possibility. So let's reflect on it. How would you react to Tony Elumelu speaks on emerging CBN governor after crucial meeting with President Tinubu? So riddle me that and consider that. Let me know what your thoughts are on that. So consider that. Let me know what your thoughts are on that. But consider the audacity of this next headline. Coups. Macron says without France, there will be no Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. So now, this is a narrative of a feeding bottle. So that headline, it takes you to the narrative of a feeding bottle. But who is the feeder and who is being fed? This is really what it is. Macron says without France, there will be no Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. So quite a controversial headline. But what underpins that comment or what underpins that headline? So you have to hang around to find out. You have to hang around to find out this as well. The last session we touched on this space. So now let's now expand on it. Because we were not really able to get to it as a conversational piece, but I feel it is quite important. It is the echoes. It is echoes from the future. Just to have one into the present. Tinubu Yorubanizing Nigeria with appointment of only Lagosians in key area. So this is this commands attention. Only really because it's coming from the Arewa group. If it was coming from like an obedient Southeastern space, you would have just dismissed it as the expectations of that space. But then, of course, Tinubu, he rode into the Aso Rock seat on the straddles of these people, and now there are murmurings of disquiet in the northern quarters. Murmurings of disquiet in the northern quarters. Tinubu Yorubanizing Nigeria with appointment of only Lagosians in key positions, Arewa group. So what are they saying, and is it justified is the question. So what are they saying, and is it justified is the question. So what are they saying, and is it justified is the question. But this next headline, it would need a lot of unraveling, and it would need a lot of unpicking, and the person at the center of it will need to do a lot of explaining, unraveling, unpicking, and explaining. Petroleum consumption falls by 30%. NNPC, GMD, Mele, Kyari. So there it is. So now, what is responsible for this is the question. And because when you're talking, you remember under Buhari's administration, they were telling us that we were consuming 100 million liters per day, and it ratcheted up even to 150 million barrels per day. But how has that now fallen to the level now that we've suddenly lost 30% consumption within a period of less than 3 months? So that would need a lot of unraveling. That would need a lot of unpicking, and that certainly would need a lot of explaining. So unravel, unpick, and explain. Petroleum consumption falls by 30%. NNPC GMD, Mele, Kyari. So we find out exactly what's in play there. We find out exactly what is in play there. But for crime, you suspect that there should be punishment. But often instances in Nigeria, there's always crime without punishment. And that's, of course, that narrative of impunity. So that is why Nigerians speak a lot about impunity, because often instances, and almost certainly always, for crime, there is never punishment within the Nigerian space. So impunity, but is that about to come to an end? Anxiety grips CBN directors as DSS arrests CBN Deputy Governor Obiora. So Obiora arrested. So now it is now that narrative of the endless lootings. It is now that narrative of the endless lootings that took place under the especially Emefiele space. So usually when things like that happen, there'll be a bit of rumblings and a bit of feather flapping, and very quickly it will die away because another headline will overcome it. And very quickly they'll say this guy is being treated shabbily, and it will do. How many instances? How many of them? Even Soludo, that is the governor of Anambra State now, countless billions he looted. The billions that Lamido Sanusi looted is enough to power the economy of 5 West African states put together. Just the amount of money that Lamido Sanusi looted. What happened to him? He was rewarded with an emirship. Soludo rewarded with a governorship. So you have the same expectation that for that crime of Emefiele, there will be no punishment. Or are we about to pivot into a law and order country? Are we about to pivot into a law and order country? Anxiety grips CBN governors as DSS arrests CBN deputy governor. Our anxiety rather grips CBN directors as DSS arrests CBN deputy governor Obiora. So there it is. Obiora presently cooling his heels with CBN. But what does this mean? So we speak to that. We speak to that only then to land on this now final headline. So now this now final headline speaks to contemporaneous issues sweeping across the West African sub-region. We're talking about coup plottings, of course, and anxieties in every state house. You've already heard the shaking up of security structures in Rwanda and in Cameroon, but then, of course, the anxiety is not limited to the Francophone spaces. Army chief to troops, you must remain loyal to Tinubu. So army chief to troops, you must remain loyal to Tinubu. So that is now the narrative that speaks now to the goings on within the West African sub-region. There are people that will give away their firstborn just for Tinubu to be removed as the president of Nigeria. And they are praying, and they're even having like a dry fasting, no food, or white fasting even, for the demise of Tinubu's administration. The whole of the obedience space, of course, subsumed by endless prayers for a coup. I don't quite know what, the thing, nobody can convince me otherwise, but this obedience thing against this Tinubu is entirely tribal. That's just it. It's entirely tribal. They cannot abide that a Yoruba man is their president. That is really it. They don't really care for Peter Obi. They know he lost an election. They don't care about it. They cannot abide that a Yoruba man is their president. And that is really what, that is really whatever it is. That's what is really rankling them. That is what is pinching at their behinds. So pinching at their behinds, army chief to troops, you must remain loyal to Tinubu. So that is not something that you that ordinarily will come to the headlines unless, of course, there are reasons for it. But what are those reasons? We'll explore that as well. So lean back, kick back. And by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. If anybody wants to come join, you know how it goes. We do the presentation, and then hopefully a conversation takes place. And if it doesn't, then we'll reconvene for another day. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join, and still there. So hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Please continue to ignore that as you always do. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee pinned on the comment section. All those first to the kega.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So we go to the readout, but first to acknowledge Ayo super chat. So thank you, Ayo. So it's quite a spectacle that only really Ayo seems to super chat to this platform. And it really struck me when I was watching Kaizo stream earlier on. He only has about a couple of thousand subscribers, and the whole of his stream was lit up like a Christmas tree. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe my followers are poverty-stricken, but you do have that. But certainly, you're not poverty-stricken. So thank you, Ayo, for that. You've carried the can for the rest of the impoverished followership. So let's go on to the readouts immediately. Army chief to troops, you must remain loyal to Tinubu. So now, here it is. Mohammed Usman, the general officer commanding GOC of the Nigerian Army's 81st Division Lagos, has urged troops to remain loyal to President Bola Tinubu. Usman spoke on Friday during his maiden visit to the headquarters of the 37th Artillery Brigade in Alamala Barracks, Abeokuta, Ogun State. The Army chief also urged troopers to always uphold the rule of law. Let's take that again. Mohammed Usman, the general officer commanding GOC of the Nigerian Army's 81st Division Lagos, has urged troops to remain loyal to President Tinubu. Usman spoke on Friday during his maiden visit to the headquarters of the 37th Artillery Brigade in Alamala Barracks, Abeokuta, Ogun State. The army chief also urged troopers to always uphold the rule of law as a show of professionalism in the discharge of their constitutional duties. The DOG's admonition is coming after Wednesday's military takeover in Gabon, which is the 8th in Africa since 2020. During the visit, Usman was received by Mohammed Aminu. So it's quite striking, actually, because the whole of the Nigerian states seems still, at least the whole of the Nigerian security structures still seems to be in the vice grip of the North. So this guy now, Mohammed Usman, he goes to a formation in Abeokuta, only then to be received by the commander of that formation, Mohammed Aminu. So where is the Okechukwu in the Nigerian army? Where is the Gbadebo in the Nigerian army? So if the coup is going to take place, it's certainly going to be the Abokis, of course. Mohammed Usman, the General Officer Commanding GOC of the Nigerian 81st Army Division, Lagos, has urged troops to remain loyal to President Bola Tinubu. Usman spoke on Friday during his maiden visit to the headquarters of the 35th Artillery Brigade in Alamala Barracks, Abeokuta, Ogun State. The Army Chief also urged troopers to always uphold the rule of law as a show of professionalism in the discharge of their constitutional duties. The GOC's admonition is coming after Wednesday's military takeover in Gabon, which is the 8th in Africa since 2020. During the visit, Usman was received by Mohammed Aminu, the commander of the 31st Artillery Brigade, who briefed him on the administrative and operational activities of the brigades. The GOC commissioned a newly constructed quarter guard and also inspected ongoing projects in the barracks. Usman also visited Dapo Abiodun, governor of Ogun State, and Michael Aremu Badebo, the Alake of Egbaland in Abeokuta. The GOC also extended the familiarization visits to the 192 Battalion, Owode, B. Bala, a rear major. So B. Bala, of course, another name from the north. B. Bala, a rear major, and the commanding officer briefed the GOC on the activities and operational engagement of the battalion. The GOC also addressed the women in the barracks, toured the barracks facilities, presented plaques, and signed visitors' books, amongst others. So there's two things striking here. The first thing that strikes, of course, is the military admonition itself to remain loyal to to a civilian administration. So that strikes. And that strikes especially off the wave of all of these coups that is taking place within the African space. So the coups that have been taking place within at least since 2020 till date, is been largely, if not 100%, Francophone. So, but which first Anglophone country is going to break ranks? And we thought that we had consigned, of course, military administrations to the past in Africa. But now, this new round of our military incursions, what it really is the reading of it, to the point then that the Nigerian army is feeling the need to admonish. The Nigerian army admonishes, but the French flap their wings. The Nigerian army admonishes, but the French flap their wings. Coups. Macron says without France, there will be no Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. So now let's find out exactly what underpins this. Without France's military operations in the Sahel, there would probably no longer be a Mali, Burkina Faso, and I am not sure there will still be a Niger. French President Emmanuel Macron told French publication La Ponte. Mr. Macron was referring to the former colonial masters' interventions in the mid-2000s Operation Savelle and Bakin. French troops were moved from Mali to Niger after Malian military leaders cut ties with the former colonial power. Mr. Macron said the intervention were done at the request of the African states and were successful, as his policy faces scrutiny in the face of losing allyship of the last remaining ally Niger and increasing negative sentiments from Africans. He went on to explain that whilst those operations, and by the way, I'm not quite sure if Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso necessarily remaining a country is any rescue, because they were never a country till they were told that they were in Berlin. So if they want to break up and form a new formation, then that's entirely. So I'm not quite sure what favor he's claiming has been done yet. Excuse me. He went on to explain that whilst these operations reflect France's honor and responsibility, France could no longer remain involved when there is a coup d'etat, and the priority of the new regimes is not to fight terrorism, even though this is tragic for the states concerned. In the interview, Mr. Macron defended his administration's policy in the Sahel as the partnership rather than focus as a partnership rather than focusing on security. France has refused to acknowledge coup leader General Cheney's announcement that all military deals between Niger and France were terminated, and more than 1,000 French troops have remained stationed at the military base there. So more than 1,000 French troops remain stationed at the military base there. So now that's quite interesting, because that challenges, of course, the sovereignty of that state. But then you see, it's an invitation to do something about it if you can. Is that invitation? But what can the Nigerians do? Because the Nigerians, they've invited France to remove their troops, and France has said no. They've invited the French ambassador to leave, and he has said no. So now France says no. So now the ball now passed back to the Nigerians. So, but what do they do next? Because then, if they refuse to leave, then they have to forcefully remove them. But how can the Nigerian government forcefully remove France? That's the next protocol. And if they attempt to forcefully remove France, and they end up killing at least one Frenchman, and that's the end of them. So that's the game of high brinksmanship that is being played by the French and those rascally Tuaregs. The French and the rascally Tuaregs to the wayward goings on within the Nigerian state. Goodluck Jonathan regime was last to stabilize our economy. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun. Olawale Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, has asserted that Nigeria's economy last appeared stable about a decade ago during former President Goodluck Jonathan's tenure. At his first press conference as the Finance Minister on Friday in Abuja, Mr. Edun stated that the foreign exchange FX rate was constant, as were rates between 2013 and 2014. According to him, the country had enough foreign exchange at the time, so when people came in to invest and needed to import raw materials or machineries, the government could supply the funds. If we think back to the last time when the economy was stable, when it was growing, when inflation was low and the interest rate was affordable, that period was about a decade ago. Our growth was about 6% in 2013 and 2014, Mr. Edun said. He also stated that at the time, Nigeria earned over $8 billion per annum in its coffers, compared to the figure now of around $25 billion. Nigeria earned and the government earned in Nigeria earned and the government earned into its coffers about $8 billion per annum, compared to the figure now of around $25 billion. So you can see the difference. Mr. Edun also outlined President Tinubu's economic vision, agenda, and strategy, and noted that the economy has developed slowly, scarcely faster than the population. He said, I think, as we all know, we're not where we should be. The economy is barely growing above the rate of population growth. You don't have to be an economist to already see the embedded danger in that. If you're let's nuclearize this. Let's narrow it down. If your income is lower than how much you can how much is needed to sustain your family. Let's say, for instance, you have a family of 5 and your income only supports a family of 3. Then you see you have a problem. So this is exactly what Wale Edun is saying. Edun also outlined President Tinubu's economic vision, agenda, and strategy, and noted that the economy has developed slowly, scarcely faster than the population. He said, I think, as we all know, we're not where we should be. The economy is barely growing above the rate of population growth, but it was not always so. And I think in trying to look at the way forward, if we now have a situation of slow growth, double digital inflation, weak/depreciating exchange rates, as well as security concerns that are resulting in an economy that is not growing and not taking Nigeria out of poverty. So he's fleshing out the problems, of course, as we are all familiar with. So he's fleshing out the problems as we are all familiar with in order to really manage the expectations. Because a lot of people say, oh, they're talking about the problems, they're not talking about the problems. They are really talking about the problems to manage the expectations. So don't expect anything magical just any moment yet. But from that to this, Tony Elumelu speaks on emerging CBN governor after crucial meeting with President Tinubu. Chairman of UBA Group and Heirs Holding, Tony Elumelu, has dismissed report alleging that President Tinubu is considering him as the substantive governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. This is coming after a supporter of former President Muhammadu Buhari, Imran Mohammed, via a post on the micro-blogging platform Twitter, said President Tinubu is also considering Tony O. Elumelu as a CBN governor. Reacting to the post on Friday, Elumelu said it was fake news. He replied, laugh out loud, no, please, this is fake news. So laugh out loud, no, please, this is fake news. It's being coy. That's just a coy response. That is to tell you that it's in the works. The billionaire banker debunked reports of being appointed CBN governor days after visiting Tinubu at Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. And by the way, Tinubu is on his way to New Delhi, India. And amongst the group of people that is taking with him is Elumelu and or Elumelu, or however his name is pronounced, and a stream of other top functionaries in business and enterprise. So he's certainly on that list. All right. So I just so Tony Africa. All right, just be mindful of the comments, because I think the tolerance level is starting to wane on some of your wild comments. So no wild comments, or otherwise you'll just be removed. The billionaire banker debunked reports of being appointed CBN governor days after visiting Tinubu at Aso Rock Villa Abuja. Speaking on the purpose of his visit, Elumelu said his discussion with Tinubu was private. He, however, declared that leaders in the private sector are encouraged by the government's policies. He said, the private sector is encouraged by the bold decisions of President Bola Tinubu, and we hope that in the fullness of time, Nigerians will benefit. So yes, it's just really, Tinubu is essentially resetting the country from ground zero. This is what we're seeing. So he's just, and by the way, let me, just off the back of that, let me just give you the, I wasn't even going to go to this, but let me go to this. So Tinubu is resetting the country from ground zero. Because Buhari, of course, yeah, I don't have to tell anybody about Buhari. Now, he's just a brainless buffoon. Tinubu's government, so this is really to that narrative that Tinubu is resetting the country, is building the country from ground zero, completely no country. So it's essentially building a country that doesn't exist. Tinubu government inherited an economy like a dead horse, but standing. This is somebody that would know about economy. The former governor of the CBN, Soludo. The governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, has said President Bola Tinubu inherited an economy that could be compared to a dead horse, but standing. Soludo disclosed this while speaking on Channels Television on Friday, September the 1st. When asked to respond to Tinubu's stance against spending 90% of the country's revenue on external debt service, the governor, who is also a former governor of the CBN, said the government inherited from a macroeconomic standpoint, I would say the economy was like a dead horse but standing. In macroeconomic terms and modeling through this, over the coming months, we will have bumpy rides, no question about that. The All Progressive Grand Alliance governor added that his position was in empathy and commiseration for Tinubu's economic team. He said, but I am glad that at least the first salvos by the president, by his courageous steps to remove the obnoxious scam that has festered over the years called petrol subsidy, and then dealing with the exchange rate. So this is Soludo. So people who know what is going on, they know that Tinubu is in a tankless task position, and they acknowledge the effort that he is making. A tankless task position and the effort. So the tanklessness, no less thanks to this new headline coming up. Petrol consumption fall by 30%. NNPC GMD Mele Kyari. So now let's go to it. The Group Managing Director GMD of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, has disclosed that petroleum consumption has declined by 30% following the removal of petrol subsidy by President Bola Tinubu. So now, so now, it's quite interesting because if you think 30%, even in percentile terms, that is quite significant. But in quantities terms, we're talking about tens and tens of millions of liters of petrol per day that the country is now no longer buying or using. So what's happened then to that 30%? Has the consumption changed to the point that that 30% is no longer needed for use? Or you know, there's a lot of questions to be asked there. So as the buying habits change, the buying habits would have changed, but is it to this 30% percentile? So all of what underpins this 30% has to be explained by Mele Kyari. The Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, has disclosed that petrol consumption has declined by 30% following the removal of petrol subsidy by President Bola Tinubu. Speaking at a media briefing by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, in Abuja this afternoon, Kyari said the reduction in fuel demand from the 66.7 million liters daily before the removal of the subsidy to 46 million currently also meant a 30% reduction in NNPCL's demand for foreign exchange to import fuel. He also revealed that oil production ramped up to 1.6 million barrels by Wednesday, August the 30th, from a very poor position of less than a million some months ago. So, rather than Emefiele being in DSS custody, or maybe even as well as Emefiele being in DSS custody, certainly Mele Kyari should be in DSS custody too. Look at those figures. So it's telling us that the petrol consumption has dropped by 30%. So what's happened? Yes, we know there's a price hike, but is that price hike sufficient enough to account for that 30%? So, and what's the quantity of that? So that 30%, we actually know the quantity of it because previously he told us we were consuming 66.7 million liters per day, but now 2 months later we're consuming 46 million. So that's what? That's a 20 million liters per day sudden drop within 2 months. So what accounts for that? So that's one. So he's now telling us also that within 2 months, the Nigerian the oil production has ramped up to 1.6 million barrels per day. So 1.6 million barrels per day. But what was it just a couple of months ago before Tinubu took over? 1 million per day. So there's a 600,000 differentials in barrels of petrol unaccounted for. And if you cascade this then over an 8-year period, 600,000 barrels of petrol per day. They did say that there's a Fulani account within the NNPC. So that's how much they were funneling into the Fulani account within the NNPC per day. So Mele Kyari should be next to Emefiele, of course, in DSS custody. No question about that. No question about that. All right, let me give you one more readout and then we'll see who is in the room. So still matters corruption. Let me bring you this. Anxiety grips CBN directors as DSS arrests CBN Deputy Governor Obiora. Directors and top management of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, are currently under palpable fear following the arrest and detention on Friday of the Deputy Governor of the Economic Policy Directorate of the bank, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, by officials of the Department of State Services, DSS. A source who confirmed the arrest also states that Obiora was not the only top management with the DSS. Correspondents gathered that Jim Obazi-led special investigation panel set up by President Bola Tinubu to investigate the tenure of the suspended governor of the CBN, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, is allegedly mounting pressure on Obiora to stand as witness against Emefiele. Whilst authorities have been questioning other senior officials of the bank, Obiora is not accused of fraud or theft. However, sources suggest that the panel is insisting he knows more than he's sharing regarding Emefiele's tenure, though he has apparently been highly cooperative despite their frustrating efforts. Obiora was a policy chief at the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and advised former Finance Minister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Godwin Emefiele until March the 2nd, 2020, when he was confirmed to his current position as one of CBN's 5 deputy directors. So there it is now. Hopefully he sings like a canary. Hopefully he sings like a canary. But we see how the session goes. We're not. We only have a handful of panelists. Although we do have our co-host Thomas. Good to see you, Thomas. We have Desmond. Good to see you, Desmond. Ajanle Koko, of course, here. Thanks for being here, Ajanle Koko. So we kick it off from there. Who wants to go first?
Can I go first?
All right, you come in first, then Ajanle Koko, and then let's kick it off. Let's kick it off from this headline. Macron says without France there will be no Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. So he's speaking to the efforts that France has made to hold these countries together as an entity. So what are you there making of the headline from the French president?
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think it's the other way around. What it's doing is just trying to make a good public image of France against what people have been saying, that France has been making these people for a long time. France have been taking their resources for almost for free. So the statement is to push back and package the image of France that they are the one that are even helping those nations. You see, Africans must stand up against the shenanigans of this Western world, particularly some of them that are very, very greedy. France is a very greedy country. British are very smart. They didn't run their Anglophone country the way France was involved. Was almost like France is holding their back, tying their back. Their hand back, and laying their head down and putting his foot on their neck and getting everything from those countries almost for free. So look at Niger. With all the resources that Niger have, and they've been taking uranium there, taking it to France. Niger is supplying about maybe 30% of their uranium use, and out of the total, how do you get it, revenue coming out from there, they are giving Niger like 2% of it. How do you want to describe that if not extreme greed? And then he's saying that they are the one feeding. Look, he's just talking all those nonsense just to.
I think he was speaking to a French audience, so that probably goes some way to explain that. He was speaking to the La Pont, which is one of their main newspapers.
Oh, okay, yeah, they can continue to lie to themselves, but the fact remains that for all these countries that they have military rule, like Mali, Gogadugu, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, all of them that.
All right, I think we've lost Ajane Koko. So, but Ajane Koko, can anyone still hear me?
It's just to give their people, the French, that a way of carrying out propaganda against the African country, and make their people look good, that we are the one been feeding them and stuff like that. That is why he's making that kind of comment. But we know that without those countries, France will not be what they are today. If France really want to do it, they should surrender all the financial reserve of those countries to them, and let's see if they can stand on their own or not. So surrender the financial reserve that you kept in the French central bank. Let it surrender it to those countries and let them go. You control their economy. You control everything in their country. The defense authority of their country, the military authority of their country, you are controlling it. The economy.
You know, Ajale Koko, there's a wider thing going on with all of these coups that we're seeing. Traditionally, the rest of the world, I have to say, the rest of the world, they relied on Africa being in the state that it is, in order that they can continue to harvest our resources at little to nothing, so that they can sustain a lifestyle. So now, if Africa is starting to demand a fair pay for those resources, a lot of those Western countries will cave over. I think it was President Mitterrand or Jacques Chirac or somebody that says that if you remove France from Africa, Africa from France, France will be a third world country. So it is not in the interest of any Western space for Africa to untangle themselves from the shackles that they used to hold them down. I think France will still find a way to hold these people.
That is the source of, the sources of raw material are from all this country. If they don't get all the the mineral resources that they convert into, productive use that give them a lot of wealth and money, what would they have? What would they have turned to? They would have been nothing. They would have been like third world country. So imagine the uranium in Niger, they are taking it, they are looting it. The gold in Mali and the diamond there, they are looting it, and the same thing in the gold and copper in what do you call it, in Burkina Faso, they are looting those ones, and the oil in Gabon, they are taking it for almost for free. Everywhere they have all their colonies, they are looting all the resources for their own to better their own economy and better the life of their people. And now you are saying that, oh, you are the one that giving them that a breeze and let them live. It's all lie. So sometimes we Africa have to stand up against the shenanigans of this Western world. Unfortunately, there's no, if we cannot do it through democratic means, then the military, if the military are sincere to take our country back for us, what is wrong in it?
No, forget the military taking our country back for us. You see the problem.
Why do you say so?
Let me explain. You see the problem is these Western spaces, especially the French, they have perfected the way of mastering that space. So these military men that are sweeping through all of these francophone countries, they will whip up an anti-France fervor, but the whole of the structures of their country is based on a French template. So when they give them a few weeks, a couple of months to calm down, a lot of them will end up going to France. They'll be compromised with money and whatever, and then they'll just go back to their puppet state. You know, because of course they know that for them to hold on to that seat, whichever presidential seat, they have to have the backing of France, and ultimately they will be compromised. So it will just be a different set of puppets replacing a different set of puppets. Because I don't think these people have it within them to push through an ideological change. And I don't think France will allow it.
Yeah, quick interjection, man. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, before you come in, by the way, what do you make of our experimentation with Kaizo and his troop? Is this something you approve of?
Oh, actually, yeah, it was quite interesting. Actually, the first time I got in there, I logged in. I thought you set a trap for me, because when I got there, I saw names like Fire for Fire, something like that, and we no go agree and all this kind of thing. I like this is not for me. I don't want to abuse me like Angelica and 2 nights. Just I ran away, but today was good.
Yes, I was in the background just making sure they keep it 100. You know,
Yeah.
they're a clever bunch, but they're a Gen Z from the East Africa. So we're going to polish them up a little bit and then see how it goes. But to the conversation, yeah.
Yeah, to your earlier submission, I do agree. These people, they're not revolutionaries. They're not. They're just opportunists.
Yeah, they want the money too. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and they maybe the likes of Thomas Sankara was much different, because that was just fresh off the colonial rule. So maybe they had a different idea and they had the more idealistic. But these guys, from day one, I said it before, they look like milk toast military people. They have no teeth. It looked like they just want to take advantage of the situation, what is going on in West Africa. I don't believe in these leaders. And just like I said, there was a couple of days ago, the military can be a force for good if they actually come in there. There's no way, my daughter used the word, this is a conundrum. When it comes to Gabon, for example, I don't support what was the name? The president and the son. I don't.
Bongo.
Yeah, Omar Bongo and Ali Bongo. I don't support them. Yeah. I don't support them for 56 years. And why would I support them? But at the same time, I'm not in support of the military. So it is a conundrum in that regards. But I want if the military came in and get rid of them and actually, in an expedited manner, introduce a civilian rule in a couple of years, I'm down for that. Okay. But to mention, I think from your reading earlier, if I didn't hear you wrongly, that the Nigerians told the French ambassador and the military to vacate Niger, and they said no. Is that right? Was that what the reading said?
No, that is correct. The French troops, 1,000 man deep, they are still in Niger, because the French position is that the military administration has no legitimacy, therefore they have no authority to ask them to leave. So they are really inviting them to come and attack so that they can launch against them.
Yeah, see, just like and I've expressed, I'm not in support of the military coup in Niger. But at this point in time, if the military or civilian tells you to get the hell out of there, you should go. The ambassador and the military should go right now. If they should obey the Nigerians, the military, that is, they should obey them. That's what I think, because it's not their country, it's not their land. They say France and the francophone countries, they're inseparable, because the French think they own them actually, and they believe that in their heart of hearts that they own these people. These people they're non-persons, they're non-people. They don't deserve anything. No matter what you tell us, we're not going to do it. See, that's the problem. Okay, now the military gave an order for them to vacate Niger. Now,
Prince Daddy, how are you? Good evening. Is Niger people gonna repay the France all the fortunes the France has invested in their country?
What happened,
Are,
please?
are you joking?
Is that a trick question?
Devils
Is that a trick
advocate
The
question?
now.
other way around. Will France repay them? Is more the question. And all the
One
things.
for one man. We have to
Yeah.
pay devil's advocate now. We have to balance it.
You know that
Continue.
75% of the uranium that powers up, you know that France gets its electricity from nuclear. And a good, I think 70%, they said, of the uranium that powers up France comes from Niger. You know, Niger can switch off the lights in France if they want to.
Yeah, continue, my brother. Just joking. Yeah, continue.
Okay. Yeah, so that's it. But now the Nigerian military, do they have the force or the weaponry to dispel the French troop? Well, I would like to see that actually. To me, that'd be quite interesting.
You know their weaponry and their military. They got those because it's embedded. If you listen to some Zimbabwean woman, she was explaining the sort of independence deal that the francophone countries got. That they would all of their foreign reserves will be at the French central bank. Every contract that comes out of any francophone country, France has the first right of refusal. France will train their army. It will supply their armaments. So everything that is Niger army is French. You know, so
Of course.
yeah, it's unbelievable. This is 2023, by the way, 2023. My God.
They say the African leaders, by the way, they're not really different from other leaders in the sense that they're human beings, and of course they can be incentivized. But it gets to a point whereby in some of these countries they reject and they sacrifice. African leaders, we don't sacrifice unless I mean it's the French countries, the francophone countries, they have no leverage unless I'm mistaken. Unless another superpower comes in and swoops in and give them that aid that they need. They have the French. They are at the behest of the French government people. In complete terms, they have no leverage, and it's shown right now that they have nothing. They have no force. The currency, the military, just like you mentioned, the economy, even everything they perhaps import comes from France. But there you go. But I would like to see them actually use force and dispel the French military. Then I would say, okay, these people mean business.
You know, the only way for those countries is actually to form an alliance with a country like Nigeria. You know, only Nigeria can rescue them from France, but then we are not even powered up militarily enough yet to rescue anybody. But countries like Benin, Togo, we can rescue those easily for them to form an alliance if they peg their economy to the Naira, and that would be a starting point. Adanleko, go back to you.
Okay. You see, those countries, those French, well, to what you said earlier, that those military guys are not reliable, not this, well, they just want, they are just an opportunist. After some times, after some months, they will go back to France, go and double to France, and get back to normal business as usual with France. Look, Thomas Sankara did not do that.
And what happened to Sankara?
They kill him. The
But
French
they say,
okay, so what I'm saying, they kill him because he's a Pan-Africanist. He was a Pan-Africanist. He was really committed to the sovereignty of their country. He wasn't ready to surrender his country to France manipulation. He changed his country from what he used to know Asopa Volta to Burkina Faso today. He uplifted the position of women in the society.
But he was removed. Is the ultimate thing, isn't he?
So what I'm saying,
and he was only there for a moment. He didn't toe the line of the powers that be, and they removed him.
He didn't toe to their line. So what I'm saying, these young guys that are taking over, another young guy that took over from France dominance in Burkina Faso is towing the same line. As a matter of fact, it's not taking salary.
Yes, only to land. What do you mean it's not taking salary? He has control of it. No, forget all that now.
Hold on.
What do you mean he's not taking salary? Buhari was not taking salary. Now was Buhari taking salary?
Buhari was taking salary. This guy was not even taking salary. Do you know what he did to Niger recently? That small country. They sent up over 300 trucks of food, medicine, other materials to that country because of this sanction that other criminally minded leaders of ECOWAS against that country. So you can see the Pan-Africanism.
Ajane Koko, please, I'm sorry. I saw what you I think you are happy with this military because this comment you just made now, ECOWAS was doing what is right to say the military should go back to civilian. You shouldn't call them criminal. Am I right?
Well, that's the way you see it. I don't see it that way. I want African free. So if we can have leaders that can take our country back from colonial masters domination, I don't care the form that is going to take.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. You should care. No, you should care.
Hold on.
Excuse me. No. You should care.
Let me land now.
You can't tell me. No. You cannot be. Excuse me. You cannot be that desperate.
Let me land.
That is unacceptable.
Let me land.
Come on now. You can't do that.
Let me land. Freedom. The way you take to get freedom does not matter. What really matters is to take the freedom, to achieve your freedom. How do we achieve your freedom? Can you achieve your freedom through this corrupt civilian administration that we have all over the places? You cannot. If you have a benevolent leader, military leader that can give your country back to you, that can restructure your country in such a way that they can.
Has that ever happened under a military?
Yeah, give what that's really what we want.
We know the benevolent leader. We know the narrative, but has that ever happened under a military?
Gaddafi. What about Gaddafi?
The African continent.
What about
Gaddafi? Gaddafi became the richest man in the world.
One man, because it sounds very desperate for change.
Was Libya not a good country?
That is not a good.
When was Libya ever? Do you want me to go and bring the documentaries of Gaddafi? He was the richest man in the world for a couple of decades.
Why is people not richer than every other citizen in Africa?
All right, let's not go to. I wanted to get to Gomez, but we lost him now. But
they were the only country in the world without debt. In the world.
Look, let us.
What do you mean,
guys?
Where are you getting this?
When you guys are brainwashed,
let's leave Gaddafi alone. But this is my point. Your desperation for freedom.
You cannot leave him alone because he was a former military leader.
No. Okay, that is one of men. Okay, give us. Okay, how was Abacha that in your own country?
He has his own bad story. He has his own bad story.
How was Murtala in your country? I was Buhari in the first time. How did that work out? They claim no. He came in for office like, oh, I'm coming for change in your country. Why is like then in the day before? How did that work out for your country?
Okay, hold on. Do you want to tell me that we are better off under this civilian administration than when we were governed by the military?
Just say you want.
Hold on.
Just say you want military.
Hold on.
Just say
hold on.
No. Excuse me.
Hold on.
Behind the need for freedom. Just say you
hold
want
on. Hold on.
Just say that.
Hold on. I'm gonna mention. Are we better off under the civilian administration now today than when we were under the military? Going by the economy of the country, the security of the country, the quality of life, and in other aspects of life that you want to mention it, are we better off today than when we were under them?
You know, until about 5-6 years ago, Sani Abacha he held for a very long time the person that has most corruptly enriched himself on the planet, only to be replaced by Bernard Madoff. Is it Bernie Madoff or something? Just a few years ago. So
one man, listen.
Madoff.
No,
yes.
I get you, but this is what I'm saying. If he's saying that you need the military to come in to change things around, so what he's saying is that just leave them permanently, just leave them there, then just forget democracy entirely. Then, if the military is what is going to change your country and give you the so-called confidence you're looking for, then just go for military and let's forget democracy entirely. But if you really want democracy, you cannot go the route of military invasion, all because you want freedom. That is not sustainable. You know how we get with these guys. When within 10 or 15 years, they will turn on the people. They will become what? They will abandon the principle of democracy. They will even be worse than what you abandoned. We've seen that before so many times on the African continent. So you cannot justify the need for democracy because you're desperate for that, then be calling for military invasion of country. That is unacceptable. And you're wrong for that.
You know, let's go to this Gaddafi that they keep on mentioning. You know, Gaddafi's wealth was estimated as between $70 to $200 billion. $70 to $200 billion.
Can you estimate how much has been looted out of Nigeria since we started democracy 24 years ago?
No.
Hold on.
Okay. Can we tackle it one topic?
Looting is looting.
I don't think $200 billion has been stolen from Nigeria, but
you say you don't think what?
One man.
You say you don't think what?
300.
All right.
You say what?
370 billion.
Let's just get it back on track. Hold on.
300 trillion. 300.
All right.
2015, 300-something billion have been stolen away from Nigeria.
I don't know where you are getting those figures from. But
when your prime minister,
can you hold on? Let me at least make one point. You cited Gaddafi as an example, and I can bring you figures now that is, in fact, reported universally that between 70 to 200 billion was his estimated fortune. So that is to tell you then that he wasn't this benevolent dictator. So that's just the point. I'm not saying they didn't steal from Nigeria.
Okay. Angelica, allow me real quick if you don't mind. I was going to say.
All right.
Thank you. I agree with Angelica when it comes to Gaddafi. See, it didn't matter how much Gaddafi stole. In fact, quite frankly, I'm not really too concerned about how long somebody serves or be a leader in the country, rule the country. But I did do right by the people. Gaddafi did right by his people. Before Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton ruined Libya, Gaddafi had the highest per capita for its citizens in Africa. Its citizenship wealth rivaled that of some European countries, especially the East European country. So Gaddafi was good for Libya and was very good for Africa.
So Prince, you see that in some cases democracy is not needed in these countries?
Well,
one
can make an argument.
Just say that. Just say it.
No. Gaddafi transition. See.
Right. Transition to what? Himself. Yeah. Right.
No, they transitioned eventually. From that military mindset to that of a civilian rule. It did actually.
So Prince Daddy, in your own mind, when he left the khaki down to put on Agbada, it was not militaristic. You think that it was actually democracy that was practicing in Libya, according to you?
No. I didn't say. I'm not even talking about that form of government. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying.
So I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you. So you think that military government in Africa, based on what Eric was saying earlier, for stability and for freedom from the West, is better for Africa than democracy? Is that what you're saying?
No, maybe that's Angelico. That's not me. We're just specifically talking about Gaddafi.
Why are you bringing up Gaddafi for? Because you're justifying the very need for him.
No, because one man was talking about just the numbers. No, one man was just mentioning the numbers, but missing the narrative behind it. It's just beyond the numbers. I didn't care they had that much money. But was Libya as a country better off? And the answer is yes. It's well documented by Western nations and Africans.
But relative to what though is the question, Prince? Because Libya was better off less the 200 billion that they could have been even more.
You know how much money Libya had? Yes, one man. What are you talking? Listen, this is the funny part of it. During the war in Libya, actually, when this Western liberal nation with their propaganda, they were showing Libya. When they showed African countries, they showed the rough and the bad part of it. They were showing Libya, and guess what? I couldn't see any shanty town or bad places in Libya.
Let me ask you, if you remember, what do you think Abacha was planning to do in 1998 before he died? He wanted to hold an election so that it can be a democratically elected government. I hope you remember that. In that country. I hope you remember.
Yes, but let me ask you. Do you believe in exception to things like American exceptionalism? My point is that
I agree with you on that one.
Okay.
Like I said, Libya is just an exception to the rule.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
I wouldn't even concede that Libya is an exception to the rule.
You cannot use Libya as an example of this so-called military.
Babati, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you again. Libya is an exception to the rule.
Exactly, but that's not a good example to use to justify.
Oh no, I'm not using an example, but we're just stating facts. We're just stating facts about Libya. Not an example. I don't support the military rule. I didn't support Gaddafi, but in terms of the real numbers, we have to talk about it, and it is the fact. Regardless, that he was a military person.
Let's talk about the real numbers. Would Libya have been even more better off if that 200 billion that Gaddafi stole was actually passed on to the people?
We don't know, Omar. We don't know.
No, I'll say no to that. Actually, I'll say no. Flat out no.
It would have been better off if the 200 billion was spent on the people.
Allow me. What is the population? Allow me quickly. 1 second. What is the population? Hold on. What is the population of Libya? And number two, I was listening to this Nigerian analyst on Rise Television talking about how the French siphon. Is it up to 75% or more of Gabon's wealth? But Gabon is a nation of 2.5 million people. Even when they are stolen wealth from France, guess what? Their people can still live a much better life than many European, not African, but European countries with all the stolen wealth from France. 2.5 million people. That's the population of Mushin and Oshodi together. What are we talking about here? And Gabon is, I couldn't believe the stats. Is that Gabon is actually produces more oil than Nigeria with 2.5 million people. They're the 5th largest producer of crude oil, I believe. That's what the guy says. If that is true, imagine 2.5 million people with that much wealth. Who cares about, even if Omar Bongo and his family stole $500 billion, I could care less about that. But the lives of 2.5 million Gabonese can be much, much better, rival that of the American people and the Western Europeans. It didn't matter.
Prince Daddy, please, let me say this quickly. Let me give the space. First of all, Gaddafi never stole any money. And we always like to get information from the Western media that is plenty, call it a dog, a bad, give a dog a bad name. Yes.
He only
hold on one
collected
man.
his salary.
No, he never collected any salary. First of all, what was Libya state? Libya state was form of a dictatorship state. That everything was settled on Gaddafi. Gaddafi was heavily sanctioned. Gaddafi was the only signatory to the account of Libya wealth overseas in Africa. So the money that was said that was Libya Gaddafi money was Libya's money in foreign accounts. Even in America, more than 60 billion. Hold on.
Like Abacha, we had that.
No, hold on. America, London, the money was there ever since. They didn't seize it. But when the war started, they said, oh, it's Gaddafi's name. Was it Gaddafi's name? It was Libya's money, signatory directly to Gaddafi. Only authorized person is Gaddafi. That was how Gaddafi ruled Libya. We all know that. So if you study this narrative, it's still $200 billion. So $200 billion, Libya was still the way it is. And it was in America having casinos under Libya's name. The casinos in America they seized, they were all built on Libya government's name, not Gaddafi's name. So we should stop this narrative. Now go to let me quickly talk to Babati. So I'm not calling for your personality, but the way you are so fixated on, oh, we need democracy. We need democracy. I don't know where you were born, but I was born during the military era. I grew up my secondary school, my university through the military era. It's never this worst since I've been alive. It's never this worst. In the military regime, Abacha did not go after civilians. People Abacha went for was the corrupt politicians. Tell me one single civilian Abacha was killing. Rather, we are complaining about this same politicians we are praising now, we are complaining about now. Those were people Abacha was going for. Corrupt politicians. So I don't know what people are talking about. In Abacha regime, hold on, please. Hold on, please. In Abacha regime, I wasn't saying it was perfect. Abacha regime was highly sanctioned. But Abacha never borrowed money from the World Bank. You didn't know that? What he had, he managed it to manage the country. Now the democracy we have everything.
Abacha never stole too, Abi. Abacha never stole.
Okay, let's go to that place. It's conspiracy. Abacha was heavily sanctioned. Even that's how I was trying to crack. Hold on now, one man. Hold on.
Don't take us on a long journey because I want Solid to come in as well. But
I'm not going to the long journey. All this Matawale and the Matawale they are holding to return money back. Have you really, and this guy next case, the guy that own next case, have you really the script? What really went down? Then if you read it, you know that CIA or FBI.
Yeah, forget CIA or FBI. All the Abacha loot that they've been recovering since Obasanjo, even under Buhari, they were recovering Abacha loot.
Yes, so Abacha loot never finished. Yes, Abacha loot never finished. So anytime Nigeria is broke, Abacha loot will just come out from nowhere. 60 million will come out from nowhere. Let me tell you one man. Let me answer you. Let me make the point I want to make before you want to throw anything on my throat. Because Abacha is a bad man and you have to kill him. When Abacha was when Nigeria was highly on sanction, Abacha had to come up with a way to develop, to get money. Every country does it. That was when they created the light of the Ibori. They started doing bunkering on Nigeria so that Nigeria can. That was what Russia is doing right now. It's called ship to ship, STS. They have to start finding a different way to move their crude to sell on individual level. It's just you see that in Matawali they have money. That's one that was saved was Nigerian money. That was Nigeria. Abacha was using to sell the ship of Nigeria because Nigeria was highly sanctioned. So from all this loot you're talking about.
All right, Abacha never stole. All right, sorry.
Let me
let's sorry come in. Okay,
he called my name. I have the right to reply. You called my name out, so let me respond to the man, please, if you don't mind. So like you two, I was born during the military era, so I'm well versed. So in case you don't know, I got to America because the government of Abacha was looking for my family. So you have no idea about me. So if you don't know anything, please. Hold on. Say
that again. I can't hear you. The government was looking for.
Yeah, my family was one of the reasons I got to America was because the government was after my father, because my dad was writing some articles about his friend in government that was doing the coup that they had earlier. But that is a family stuff itself. So if you don't know about him hunting down
guy, if Abacha was looking for your father,
no, let him speak. He lets you speak.
Can I finish my point for God's sake?
Yes. Sorry, carry on, BT.
So don't speak on what you don't know. It was actually hunting down civilians. Okay, so I have a personal experience of that because we were having to hide from city to city Okay, so I know that as a family issue. I know that. That's how I got to America. So please, when you don't know, but back to the actual topic, I just want to say about this need for doing the military was not this bad. I'm saying to you this: even if it's bad under civilian rule, your job as a citizen or as a people is to fix the problem in that democratic system, not to resort back to campaigning or advocating for military rule. Military rule was not as amazing the way you guys want to make it, the way you want to paint that.
It's a real setback, isn't it?
It was not amazing. It was not wonderful for the people. It was oppressive government. People starved. People suffered. I'm saying fix your democratic system. That makes more sense. But this idea that this quest for freedom will make you so desperate for you to go back to the military, to me, it's foolish. I'm sorry to say. It's just it's a foolish opinion to have on a platform like this. I'm sorry to say. It does not make any sense at all. Fix your system. But they're going to be freedom from the West. So let them get military. You've had military government for 30 plus years in your country. How did that work out in your country? You have enough sample size. It does not work for you, particularly as a Nigerian. Fix your system first. Democracy is still the way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Babati. I'm not sure that it's ever worked for any African space, certainly not for the West African sub-region. It's just replete with harrowing stories of misrule and abuse. But before we get back to Ajale Koko, let's hear from Solly, who came in specifically for that space. Solly.
Yeah, I'm here. What space are we talking about again?
You said you wanted to speak on the France.
Yeah. In terms of the Gabon coup, you see that Macron is a typical Frenchman. Always think they are smart. Always think they know it all. You know, that guy doesn't know anything. That coup in Gabon seems so fake. It seems so predictable. It's like most of this coup, these people are not doing it out of their own initiative alone. When these coups are happening, if you see the sense at which it's taking out the reasons that I explained, you should be able to tell who is speaking. Just if you know a Russian person, you know, okay, this is how Russian people do their things. If you know a French person, you know that, okay, this is how these French people do their things. You remove someone from power that you know the people don't like, you know, it's not hidden. Everybody knows that. And then you put his family member there. But we all know that the family got rich. Or are you saying that's the only family member that didn't get rich? You know, so the French people, they used to, let me not say the French people, the Macron, you know, trying to act smart, but never really fully cleaning the job. Reminds me of, you know, that's Napoleon's downfall too. But they all have the same issue, you know, overthinking themselves, thinking that they are smart and nobody can tell what they are doing because they are smarter than everybody. So that Gabon coup is just an insult in terms of what is happening in this whole coup region. So I don't even consider them. Now, you keep on saying that, oh, this coup is the normal kind of coup and it will go back after a few months, people will get tired and they will get back to bribery and corruption and all this thing. That was before, when these military people could not find any strong country to back them up. If Russia was as strong as they are now, and China was as strong as they are now, back then when Libya was having its issues, Libya would have not gone down. They would never have gone down. But Russia was not strong enough to help them. China, they didn't have that much relation. China and Russia are fully in Africa now. Nobody is seeing how strong China is in Africa. Chinese people, they have time. They have their history. They've had banks thousands of years ago before Westerners started pretending like they invented banks. They've had banks. They've had bank notes thousands of years ago. These people are ready to wait. They are ready to outwait.
The paper was invented by the Chinese. Yeah.
You know, so these people already had modern society thousands of years ago, while the English and the French were still fighting each other in the bush. So they are playing the long game. China has interest in Rwanda, I don't know about Gabon, but this Burkina Faso, this Mali, this Niger is Russian. They wanted to act like it's Wagner, but we all know it's Russian backed. So when you are seeing them play their strategy, it's not the old coup of back in the day when the Africans were just going on their own, on what they knew that time and going on their own wisdom. People have internet now. People can communicate. All these people, even in Nigerian army now, we have Nigerian army officials trained in Russia for years. And we all know how coup used to happen in Nigeria. Obviously, it was US and British that taught them how to do coup, put their sleeper agents and initiated them when they were ready for it. That's how the coup in Nigeria was going on. Nigerian army and military didn't know about coup before. They didn't just wake up one day and just say, "Oh, let me do it."
What are you even talking? Anyway, carry on.
So what I'm saying is that when you're expecting a move from these African countries that just did their recent coup, don't expect it to be the normal one that you experienced in your lifetime. These people are discussing. You see, that guy went to Russia with his military uniform. They are discussing. They are having discussions. Okay, what should I do in this situation? What should I do? Putin knows these people very well. There's nobody that knows how to play these Westerners more than Putin, from what I've seen. More than Putin. He knows them. They are so predictable. They think they are smarter than everybody, so they don't cross-check their work. They think no other race can be as smart as them. That's their typical mindset. So they just do their things without even checking if it works or not, because they think they are the smartest. So it's very easy to trick them based on that kind of reasoning. That's why Germany is in trouble. US is literally holding Europe by their neck. These people cannot do anything. They are so scared of America. You know? So they even gave Burkina Faso military aid. That guy rejected it. Is that not a form of bribery? Why would he reject it? Because even with all the sanctions and everything, Russia has already, you see that whole belt of Africa, there is already a line. They may not get as much in terms of what they need, but they will get enough to survive. They will get enough to stand off. They will get enough to be able to be there for a long time. And if you remember what these Niger people said, they didn't say they want to stay there for years. They didn't say they want to become a dictator. They said give them 2 to 3 years and they'll put it back in military rule, which in my opinion, I've always been saying this is the kind of government Africa needs. We need somebody to police these politicians. We need a mixture of military and democratic rule. That's the only thing that can work in Nigeria. Because if you leave these politicians for too long, this is where we end up. You know, and the only thing that can stop them is military rule.
The coup in Gabon, I think everybody sort of they're of the thought that that's just a soft coup by the French. You know, just a preemptive strike.
Yeah.
So
people will not clamor for it.
No, it's not that even people will, no, it's not that people will not clamor for it. They don't want either the organic Gabonese or foreign powers to get to that coup space before them. So they've done the coup, and just to hold on to that country as they see that wave of coups taking place in the Francophone countries. But that Niger coup, you know, that one is a self-interest coup more than anything else. It's not checkmating anything because Niger just transited from one president to another, which is to tell you that democracy was taking hold in some form in that country. So there was no real window for that coup except self-interest or puppet masters. So that's not checkmating the politicians. That's just self-interest.
Please,
no. Please, that last part when I spoke about we need a mixture of so somebody checkmates them. That's my own personal opinion. I didn't say it was part of their strategy. It's just my own personal opinion on the kind of government.
Please, before we advocate for military good in Nigeria, please let all of us go back home so that we can face the military together. See, we Nigeria, we are just Chevys and greedy. Do you think we
don't
have
mind them,
military?
Gary, my brother. Don't mind them, Gary.
Do you think we will have military rule in Nigeria? We will have this freedom of all of us. We benefit democracy out of the country, but we are promoting military rule over there. Why are we so service? We have family over there now.
I said a mixture. We need
this is greediness. All of us, we benefit from this democracy we are condemning. Tell me any one of us on this platform that's not benefiting from this democracy.
Okay, you know why?
Because all of us we are not in Nigeria. Do you think our people that we have freedom of speech when the military could come over? I beg, let us know what we are talking. I beg, please.
What is your own definition of freedom of speech? Because I've been to many
freedom of speech. Okay, let me give you one person as example. Okay, let me give you Rufai. Do you think Rufai will have a freedom of speech when the military take over? The way he's already yelling on TV, national TV.
I don't care to hear Rufai's words.
Oh, you don't care. You don't care. Let's go back home now. Let's go. Let's go before we promote. Let's go to Nigeria.
Solly, I beg, borrow me 1 minute for your time. Solly, I beg, borrow 1 minute for your time.
I don't care to hear for Rufai's voice or his opinion.
This is a greedy. Let all of us go back to Nigeria. Military take over.
Solly, I beg, borrow me 1 minute of your time. During military regime, that I know Ganifa. During military regime, that I know Palana. During military regime, I knew about a lot of activists. During the regime, they carried out the biggest protest. 2 million march against Abacha.
Okay, what's the achievement?
Hold on now. Let me hold on. You're talking. I didn't interject you. Let me just make my assertion. Now, during the military regime, we say it wasn't this good. Yeah, but we didn't travel as much we are traveling now. People die in Libya just trying to get out of democracy. Hunger strike everywhere.
Let us go back home. Carry on your children.
Hold on, please, hold on. During military regime, the healthcare was still working. Not as a perfect, but it was still working. I go to pharmacy about paracetamol. It works. This day you go to pharmacy about paracetamol, you are buying chalk. During military regime, things were okay. I didn't say it was perfect. But now, you are in democracy. Things are degraded every day, and nobody to checkmate them. Every day. And we are here shouting that during military regime, we should go to Nigeria during military regime. We want to take over Nigeria, we should go to Nigeria with our family. We were in Nigeria with our family. I was with my uncle, my dad, everybody. I didn't
No. Family is different. Hold on.
Listen, please, hold on. Let me land. During military regime, all my big brothers were coming to Nigeria with their kids. Even now, I can't even go to Nigeria with my kids. My brothers stop coming go to Nigeria with their kids. During military regime, the country was still have little good water. Some area was still having water. Water was still running in some area in Lagos. In Benin, water was still running. During military regime, post office was still working. So certain things that we have are still working in good shape. I'm not saying military is the best, but let me tell you, one thing we are shouting for. The democracy we are shouting for, the kind of democracy we are passing in Nigeria is worse than military regime. This is not the kind of democracy Nigeria wants or Africa wants. But we keep shouting, no, we need democracy. Like somebody ask you, what do you define by freedom of speech or democracy? You think the kind of democracy they're passing in France, they're passing in America? Why can't they just let us pass the kind of democracy we want? Dubai democracy is like military regime. Thailand, Japan, their democracy is like military regime. But we people keep shouting. No, this is. And quickly to that gentleman that just spoke. Let me tell you, my late uncle, his father is one of the founding father of Pirate, Paul Levy. My uncles, there are so many. My elder brother is one of the first students that initiated in Pirate. They were all Nadeco. I didn't care any of them. So if your father was hiding during the Nadeco era, he had allegiance to one of the corrupt person Abacha was looking for. Yes, Abacha was looking for Nadeco and corrupt politicians, but Abacha didn't kill all corrupt politicians. And most people left ran to London. Most Nadeco from the south never left. They were at home. And then he was at home. He never traveled. So many people have never traveled. My uncle was the head of NTA, former Resapai Kanka. He was in Nigeria and Nadeco pushing for democracy. They didn't shooting in his house. People start saying things you guys don't know. Like, you only one that have information about Nadeco. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, back to Ajan Lekoko.
Let me just finish up my statement. And what I'm saying about my opinion about military rule and democratic rule is, if the politicians, this is how I would see it work. If the politicians are doing too much, they don't have any pressure on them, they will not perform well. And if they don't perform well, the government could be ousted for a short period of time in which they could run another democratic election again. If you look at this current administration, it looks like majority of what they want to focus on is foreign investment, and the foreign investment.
Well, what if that doesn't? What if that doesn't work? What if the government is ousted, and then they bring in another democracy and that doesn't work? So the military is that? Are we going to be circling in perpetuity?
This is the type of government that I'm talking about. It will continue. They will continue to be pulled out, and they will suffer for their crimes because it's military that pulled them out. And the next one will have pressure on him till we get the right person. So we don't waste our time for 8 years, another military rule, another 16 years, another 32 years. If we do this for 8 years straight, at least during 8 years of this kind of problem, we could have found the right person and we'll continue on long like that. And if you look at this current administration, like I was trying to direct, they are taking their foreign investment and mostly fixing it on infrastructure.
And who will keep the military in check?
Everybody will have something in check. But let me just finish this explanation.
No, don't finish it. Who will keep this?
Why are they focusing on this kind of?
No. Or who will keep the military administration? The military administration you are advocating. Who will keep them in check?
Yes, they will have maybe the constitution will be amended to allow them to.
The constitution is suspended. The constitution is suspended under the military rule by decree. When a military administration takes over, the constitution is suspended.
Okay. What if there is an organization different, just like how DSS is different, police is different, that will be able to checkmate what these politicians are doing and order a military takeover under the constitution? No, and they cannot amend the constitution.
Well, you're getting to some.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that to us now it's so bad in Nigeria that we want the military back. This is what we're doing on this platform. Am I?
But let me finish.
No. Sorry. Are we okay? No. Sorry. Are we okay on this platform? I'm serious. Are we okay? Seriously? Really?
My point is that if the country is working good, there's no military that wants
the thing is, people like Solid, he has no concept of what a military administration is. He's saying the constitution will keep the military in check. So that tells you all you need to know. Let's hear from you, Baba.
Thank you, one man. I salute you all, brothers. Please like, share, and subscribe to this platform as soon as you can. But by all means, please like. I think people don't realize what a military regime is like, even those who witness it. It is the most evil regime anybody can wish on a nation, on himself. We are free here today, talking, debating, shouting, quarreling. If the cyberspace in Nigeria is shut down, which is what any military government will do, nothing will happen. Buhari shut down Twitter for how many months? What happened? Nothing. How many people died during Abacha? Even let's leave it. Paul Oguma was central bank's governor during Abacha's regime. He was bring aircraft to Lagos, take pickup straight to central bank with notes on toilet roll. I just use that as an absurdity to cut away money and the flight. Mohamed Abacha was at Credit Suisse in luggage with $32 million. Check it out. across the counter. $32 million. Mohamed Abacha, I think he was barely, I think, under 30 then. Which civilian president can do that? It's not possible. Those who are wishing for military takeover are just like they have death wish.
Baba, sorry. During Abacha time, what was our GDP and what was our dollar exchange rate, foreign reserve, and our exchange rate? What was the equivalent?
With every economic cycle comes its own time and difficulty. There was a time in this country.
He's answered. Hold on, Baba. He's answered. You know, it's a non sequitur, that sort of argument. That let Baba carry on.
In 1974, a dollar is 52 kobo. 52 kobo in 1974.
Those were simpler times. Now you are saying
no. I'm just telling him to know that every time it's a cycle.
I'm telling him as well.
Wait, no, Mama, don't tell me. I was there.
Just let Baba carry on. You are going to take us to just a funny place.
Mama, you're shutting me down. I don't like it.
Okay.
During Abacha, I know. During Abacha time, people always say the good part that suits you. I don't like Abacha. I'm surprised, but during Abacha time, we were heavily sanctioned. You are saying his son took money. I'm not defending that. Is it not Tinubu's son that bought a house of £10 million in London? Who does that? Why you police want to compare apples with oranges? What is all God?
Look, listen. Have you heard of Strasser, Sergeant Doe, Mobutu Sese Seko, Mengistu Miriam? Have you heard of Bokassa? Can I go on? You know what they did to Africa?
Mention civilian president in Africa that have made life better or make their country better than when military were there. Okay. Don't mention the names of civilian African leaders that turned this around for the better for their people.
Okay. Let me start by.
You are mentioning the dictator.
You
Hold
ask
on.
Question. Let me answer, please.
Because you are mentioning dictators.
You asked me a question.
Because you are mentioning dictators that were imposed.
And I want to answer you, Ajanle Kuku.
Oh, you mentioned now.
Okay, let's start from Sékou of Guinea. Let's start from Léopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal. Let's take it to Houphouët-Boigny, Ivory Coast.
Mandela.
Ghana Nkrumah. Benin and what's the guy's name in Benin now?
Don't forget South Africa.
So let's go to Uganda. Let's talk Obote, Milton Obote. Let's go to Tanzania, Mwalimu Nyerere. Let's go to Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda. These are giants.
This country you're calling, are they better than Dubai? This country you're calling, are they better than Dubai?
Okay,
why are you comparing your range?
Can I answer? You are not even allowing me to answer your question.
What does that mean?
Can I mention the military? Can I mention a military leader that built Nigeria as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Okay.
General Gowon.
Okay. Can I answer that?
Do you want to tell me that Gowon did not do good as a military leader in Nigeria?
I'm not going to say it did not do well.
Okay.
Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me finish. I didn't say it didn't do well, but did it end well? At the end of the day, today, look, I don't know how many oil wells.
Do you want to tell me that all those leaders, hold on. Do you want to tell me that all those leaders, Milton Obote and all the rest that you mentioned, do you want to tell me they outperformed Gowon when Gowon ruled Nigeria? Did they outperform Gowon in the management of their country?
Yeah, I think some of them.
Mention the one that outperformed Gowon.
I will mention.
We're deviating into a different.
Exactly.
Because
exactly.
Can I interject?
We never had.
Hold on, Solly. We're already trying to guide it.
We never had military leaders that have done well for their country.
Wait.
And I'm using the instance.
Can I answer your question? You are not giving me.
This is a man that built Nigeria. And we saw all that he did. A lot of it we are still enjoying it today.
And why was he overthrown?
That is another topic entirely.
Oh, it's another topic entirely. But I will tell you, listen, let me give you another topic you don't understand.
We don't want to
today, I don't know how many oil wells we have in the country, but all the preponderance of the oil well we have today are owned by military men, except Buhari. But Buhari, wife, brother.
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko, you have to let him speak. Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Buhari's brother-in-law owns an oil well, even though if everybody is saying Buhari doesn't own an oil well. But the people who own the well, who own the waters, they are suffering today. Those who own it up north, they don't even know what an oil well looks like. That is part of the corruption they brought into the system. And they beat down our heads to own those things. Who gave it to them? How were they qualified about it?
I don't have on the record that Gowon own one oil well.
I don't have on record too. Okay. I don't have on record too. But why was he overthrown? You said that's a topic for another day. True, that's a topic for another day.
Yes, we can discuss that. That's a different topic.
But he was wasteful. But he was very wasteful, and he was sleeping on duty. That much I know. He was sleeping on duty, and a lot of go and read the current book by Edwin Clark. Go and read the current book by, I think it was Brutally Frank or something like that. I've ordered it, but I've read an overview of it, I think on Vanguard, because he was a federal commissioner under Gowon. So we should put these things in their perspective. What I'm saying is that it is odious to talk about military regime at this material point in time in our history. We should be careful what we wish for, because we may have.
You say, Baba, what people, it's very easy to romanticize, but the military, they rule with absolute fiat. And you have no more than a handful of about 5 to 7 people making decisions for a
revolutionary
whole
council.
Yes, making decisions for a whole nation state. And those decisions are not subjected to any constitutionality one, because the first thing they do is to suspend the constitution.
Why did Fela go to jail?
And then it's not subjected to
any, and all the rest.
Hold on. And then it's not subjected to any forms of checks and balances. So you are entirely reliant on their benevolence, on the goodness of their heart, for them to run. So because there's nothing that checkmates them, and that is a military administration.
One man, please, to be honest with you, are you not shocked by the response that this pro-military platform? Are you not shocked by this response from people?
In short memories,
nobody is pro-military.
Yes, you are. You are. Just say it.
Nobody is pro-military. But what we are saying is that freedom, you cannot.
Just say it. Just say it.
Okay, hold on.
Let him talk now. He can't have his own opinion.
Okay, you want to put your look. Except you want to continue to deceive yourself, you cannot have good governance in that country called Nigeria. And the reason is that everything is based on fraud. The political party is a fraudulent political party. Your constitution to run your democracy is based on fraud. So when you don't have the foundation to good governance is political party. And you don't have political party that is disciplined in terms of management, in terms of
what's the
the
alternative?
operation of the
What's the alternative? What's the alternative?
What's the alternative?
Yes.
All right. Since they fit for no purpose, since they have destroyed the country, so what's the alternative do we have? To take them out of power by electioneering means is not possible.
Who told you that? 2027
hold on, Baba.
Tell me, I will tell you.
Yeah,
I
so
will
what's
tell
the
you why
alternative?
it's not possible.
No, don't tell us where it's not. What's the alternative? Answer that question.
Hold on. I will go there.
Yeah.
I will go there. Let me tell you why it's not possible. Because you have the agency of government that control the election, that conduct the election, rather, is unpicked by the president, and they'll be loyal to the president. You understand what I'm saying? So, and everything is manipulated. Politicians will never. You see the way Baba was saying that, oh, during the military, they kill a lot of people. Yes. Were people not killed under the civilian administration?
So what's the alternative?
For fighting. Let me land one man.
Yeah.
Let me land.
I think
you guys cannot say all this and you don't want people to push back.
You're avoiding the question.
Oh, I will get there. But let me respond to all this talk that you guys have been saying, particularly about they killed so many people under the military. Were people not killed under the civil administration?
Oh, hold on.
During the election time, were people not killed?
Can I ask one question?
Hold on.
You are mixing things up here, Janle.
I'm not missing
talking of people.
Were people not killed? Killing of people is killing of people.
Oma, please, can I ask him one question? Just one.
Under this civilian administration, people were killed.
Janle Koko, pause for a moment. Take Ogbene's interjection. Take Ogbene's interjection, but my question still is hanging. You've not addressed it. What's the alternative? But take Ogbene's interjection and then carry on.
Baba Jale Koko, you just mentioned now that there's no way they can change government democratically because the INEC or whoever is the head of the electoral body would always answer to the tune of the government of the day. Now the question I want to ask you is,
Omar, let me come down for K to come up, okay?
I'm coming. I want to ask a question. Okay. I'm asking Baba Jale Koko a question. Flowing from that assertion that Baba Jale Koko just made, the question I have is this: Professor Atahiru Jega was appointed by Jonathan. Did that man answer Jonathan's tune? Was there any major change of government in Nigeria in 2015? If yes, then why do you still make this assertion that is against the reality in Nigeria, at least as of 2015? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Because Jonathan failed to act. If we are to be Buhari or some other politician, cruel politician, you think Jonathan will be defeated? Jonathan would have taken him out in the first place. Jonathan will have installed his own man. All right? What did Buhari do to the... what is the name of this Supreme Court judge? What did they do to him? With that flimsy and crooked lie against that man, they took him out because of the reason that this man, when election matter get to him, they might fail. So let us quickly get this man out of the way and put our own man there. And we saw what their own man did. Look, you don't have democracy because you have people that totally disrespect the law. You have people that totally disrespect the law in charge of power.
people that would not ever allow your institution to work effectively in accordance to the law, accordance to the law. So is that the way democracy works? Can't you see the way democracy works in America? The former president being slammed with charges and charges upon charges and indictment here, indictment there. That is the way democracy works.
But it's
Can
the
it work in your country like
first
that?
time out of about 250 years.
Don't
God
say
bless
first
you,
time.
Baba. God bless you,
Don't
Baba.
say
I was
first
going to say
time.
the same thing. It's the
Don't
first
say
time.
first time. Don't say
It's on
first time. Because
Ajande
you see,
Koko. Ajande
because you
Koko, calm
see,
down.
let
Ajande
me down.
Koko.
Hold
It
on.
is
Let me land.
wait,
Let me land.
5 seconds. It is an unprecedented move. And if you follow what's happening in the same United States, when you see what the Supreme Court judges are doing, in the hands of billionaires, then you know our democracy, Nigerian democracy, we are highly underrated. For U.S. democracy that's over 200 years old, for the very first time, they're taking one
You guys
president to
just stop
account.
all this
We're giving you
excuses.
facts.
All these excuses. Oh, 200 years old. Oh, 200 is this you? Don't you have law in place? Are you telling me that Trump has not done anything in contravention of the law? What do you mean
I
by
don't know.
200 years old?
The law
What is
is
200 years old?
working on it.
What the 200 years old got to do with the supremacy of the law?
It took over 200 years old to finally take a single president to account. I don't want to make this about America. Let's not make it about America. Let's make it about factual stuff. The Nigerian democracy is in its nascent stage, and we've gotten so far. We've gotten here so far, and so you've been romanticizing
your democracy. You have democracy that already bankrupt your nation. Your nation is bankrupt.
Democracy did not bankrupt the nation. The nation has gone through many economic cycles before, especially when commodity. You keep saying this thing and it is wrong. When commodities price go down, our economy goes down. Our economy is very simple. Anytime oil crashes, our economy crashes. It's not democracy.
Can you stop this shenanigan? Who told
you? It's not shenanigans. It's facts.
Oil is the only thing we have in that country.
Are you telling me that the economy? Are you telling me that the economy is well managed? Are you telling me that your economy is well managed?
Was it well managed under the military?
Better. They manage it better than the way they manage it now.
When did we get our biggest economic expansion? Outside of the Civil War period. Wasn't it under a democratic Obasanjo?
It was Obasanjo.
Okay. So what are you
talking about?
Hold on. What do you have today?
I mean, the fact what we have today is
Okay.
Let me explain what we have. If you let me land.
Hold on.
Are you going to let me land?
What do you have today? This present moment now.
This present moment.
I think it's about to address that. Yeah.
This present moment, we have an economy that is trying to rid itself on the reliance of oil, and that's exactly what we're going through. That's why oil is now 6% of our GDP, and non-oil is over, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to generate more exports. That is not oil. That's what we have today.
What we have now is it military that is doing it?
Let Kulata land. We have to have one.
He has landed.
When you interjected, I just kept quiet so it doesn't get rowdy.
Yeah, go on.
So I mean, we are going through a period of growth. I mean, when I say growth, not expansion or anything, but trying to reinvent ourselves, because military or civilian, we've relied on a single product. It was under the same military that you've been glamorizing for weeks now, because I've not been able to join, that they destroyed the refinery and destroyed everything, that they made people billionaires overnight just on I mean, with no checks, no balances, no zero. At least under a civilian government, there's some semblance of checks and balances. It's not perfect. It's not close to perfect. But like I said, it's a nascent democracy. So let's stop bad-mouthing what we have. We need to be a bit more appreciative rather than just be damning every single thing every time.
I like the point you made. Under the military, they destroyed the refinery. Who built the refinery? Military. And then you
because it was a convenient time. We just found oil. It was in the 60s. So that was just natural.
Hold on. under the
hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me just say this. Are you saying that if a civilian administration was in situation when oil was discovered, they would not have built the refinery? Is that what you're suggesting?
They wouldn't have built it. But because for 23 years, tell me what they have built.
Yes.
Tell me what they have built for 23 years.
How will you say they will not have built it?
Tell me what they have built.
They built Abuja.
Who built Abuja?
Who built Abuja?
What are you talking
about? The military conceptualize it.
No, the military built
Abuja, Baba.
The military built Abuja.
The civilians actually built it. The military conceptualize it.
Look, Babangida that built Abuja.
Babangida did not finish it.
Hold on.
What are you saying now?
Babangida built Abuja. The Aso Rock today, Babangida occupied it before
what
he left.
What are you saying?
I was Abuja when Babangida left Aso Rock.
Babangida built.
Hold on. Let's have one voice at a time. So Ajale Koko land that, and then Ogbeni come in, and then Kulata takes it back. Yeah.
Babangida occupied Aso Rock before he left. The National Assembly, Babangida put it in place. Hold on now.
Sorry, let's do it in the order that I said, because if you keep cascading voices, then it'll turn rowdy. Carry on.
Babangida built this Aso Rock, the National Assembly, because we had SDP and NRC there. They function, the National Assembly function in Abuja, in that National Assembly. So Abuja was built by the military. Everything you want to point your hand to as a nation in terms of economic activity or many things that you want to point your hand to in terms of road construction, majorly and everything were built by the military. So you cannot tell me that, for 23 years,
you made it. All right, let Ogbeni come in.
Obviously, Babajale Koko never stayed in Abuja. You know, it's easy for people to just make some assertions, and I laugh when I listen to them that Babangida built Abuja. Where in Abuja? Do you think Abuja is just Aso Villa, or you think Abuja is just that National Assembly? When you talked about Abuja, you can't pinpoint only one person as the person who built Abuja. Babangida moved them to Abuja. And Babangida started the foundation, 91. By 93-4, he left the scene. So you are telling me it took Babangida only 3 years to build Abuja, and it's only 3 years they built Abuja. Please, let's stop that. Now, when Babangida built the few he can build in Abuja, Abacha continued. Abacha built Gwarimpa. As at the time Abacha built Gwarimpa, that Gwarimpa was the largest estate in Africa. Largest estate. Go and check. In Africa, he did his own bit and left. Obasanjo did so many things in Abuja. Go and check. The national stadium you have today that they call MK Abiola, who did you think that built that national stadium? Obasanjo built it. Gaines Village. Obasanjo built all those asses. All those, what do you call it?
Ogbeni, I bought my
sorry.
Hold on.
Let's follow the order that I said. Carry on, Ogbeni. Let's have
all
some
those.
order.
See, all those asses. Obasanjo opened them. All those Kubwa asses down to that Buhari asses. Obasanjo opened them. The what do you call it? Down to that law school side. Obasanjo opened them. When you now come back to the Pape, the Maitama extension, Obasanjo built all those areas. Down to the Kusampe, the Pape side, down now, straight down to Nasarawa, you see other side. Obasanjo built all those areas. So sometimes when people just come and talk and say, oh, which Babangida built Abuja?
Hold on.
In most of those houses, I'm still telling you now.
Hold on, let him land.
Ogbeni, you are right.
He lets you land now. Please let him land. Ogbeni land.
In fact, I've even landed because Babajale.
Please, let me
Hold on,
What
please,
Peace,
please.
I will yield to you. What Peace? Give me 1 minute. It is true. What you said are completely true. Babangida started the building of Abuja, and he built it with, as at the time he was leaving, every structure of government have been put in place. Every structure that can drive governance were in place. So others came after him and expanded on it. No problem. But he took the initiative that, look, we are wasting too much time. Let us go. We've been, since Second Republic, we have been talking about this. Okay, I am going this time. After the coup, Okaku, he moved and he started the building. And we saw what it did. The structure for government, secretariat, and everything that can make, and it compelled the diplomatic visions of other nations to move to Abuja as well. So that was how he started the building of Abuja. So I'm not saying that he built everything that we have there today. No, but he started it and he left it for others to continue. So government is continuous. It's a continuum. So no problem.
Ajalokoko, let me ask Ogbeni a quick question. Ogbeni, since you know Abuja very well, and you talk about Game Village, that I have it. Me, I have very serious proof. Which year was Game Village built, and which year was it sold?
It was the year they did Koja. Try and check the year they did Koja.
Hold on now. Hold on. No, that's not a question. You're a lawyer, and it's not that. Which year was Abuja?
I can't tell you specifically now.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. No, let's leave that. Which year was it sold?
Nigeria. I'm coming. Let me quickly give you Koja, Nigeria. You see, 2003. That's when they
hold on. So you just put the building on 2003 and you say 2003 at that size of that building. And which year was it sold?
What do you mean by sold?
Koja is already sold. You know that Game Village. All the buildings are buildings.
Koja or
Game Village? Where are you taking us to? What place? Where are you taking us?
Hold on, Mama. The Game Village was Koja. Koja is just a name for a festival that happened. It's called Game Village. They have buildings
Koja
inside.
Was the game that happened.
Yeah, okay. When was it built?
Hold on now. Koja.
No, you keep saying
hold on.
When was it built according to you? Yeah.
Koja was built by like Jessica said, was built by Babangida Abacha. Abacha only just finished it to do Game Village. As 204, I bought the building in Koja, 5 million, and I still have my receipt. That was my first building I bought in Nigeria. I bought to my uncle. That was
no estate called Koja. Don't make a mistake.
No, I didn't say Koja. I said Game Village. Koja is just the name of the. Hold on now.
Let me explain to you. I'm not sure where exactly in Abuja you're talking about. Now, when Koja, Obasanjo fought for it. Koja was Commonwealth Games. Obasanjo fought for it. He ensured that they brought it to Nigeria. In preparation to bring it to Nigeria, Obasanjo started building. He started with the stadium. He built that stadium you see today. After that, they built that, apart from the stadium, there is this part they do all those, their game, apart from soccer, all those games, he built it. Then after that, beside it, you have your computer village, your game village. He built those game village. Then after that, they spread it down to the place they call, what do you call this place? I've forgotten that place now. Down to all those lines. Obasanjo open all those lines. Until today, if you get to that main road, you see they name it Olusegun Obasanjo Road. Till now, go there, you will see it there. So, but my point is simple. My point is that don't say a single man built Abuja is not possible.
Hold on, I got your point.
That you see today, Obasanjo built it. So how can
wait
you say
now, wait, Ogbeni, Ogbeni, I got your point. Listen, I got your point. This is my point. Like what Ajeko was saying. Just building you were saying about build. Fine, he finished it. Most structure was already on ground, but Julius Berger already had 20 years contract with Babangida to build Abuja. Regardless, Babangida lived there, Abacha lived there. Abuja was in since today, just better still working in Abuja in some areas, the project they have
Yes,
on ground.
I'm not
Okay, hold on
excluding.
now, hold on,
I've never
hold on now. Let me
excluded
land,
Abacha. So
hold on
don't
now,
think I'm
hold on,
arguing
please.
against your point.
Hold on, please, hold on. Well, let me land. So all these business we're talking about, Eagle Square talking about, they're already on ground. But Apostle only finished them. Yes, Koja, like I said, and like you said, Koja is just the name of a game festival. I'm saying the game festival have a game village. So when you say Koja in Abuja, anybody who lives in Abuja, you say go for Koja. Everybody points, hold on now, one man, don't cut me. If you want to leave your platform, let me
We
leave.
are
Let me
not
land now.
arguing now. So
Oh,
why
all right,
Let me make my point.
the point, but we weren't really talking about Koja. We were talking about
So
who actually
you
built
gave him more
Abuja
time.
or
You gave
not.
him more. You gave him more time to talk, and now I'm countering your time.
All right, carry
Why
on.
are you doing this? Koja, if you go to Abuja, ask anybody about Koja, where they'll point to you. I'm gonna, it's that game village. Hold on now, please, hold on.
You are
That
not
game
making
village,
any
they'll point.
contrary argument. Why don't you move
Hold
on?
on now, just hold on. You
Yeah,
just
that's
hold on.
what
Let
I'm
me
saying. He's not making
let
a
me make my
contrary
point. Let
argument.
me make my point. The Koja is saying that Ambassador built. He was not Ambassador built it. He was already on ground. He only finished it, and that building was sold the next year. I bought from me.
Okay, so
The property is
whether he
there.
finished it or he started it,
It's
Obasanjo
ministry
did
that built it,
something to
not
uproot that building.
so don't stop all this argument people are making here. Beautiful argument.
All right,
It's the
back to
same
you,
thing. We
Kulata.
are still saying the same thing. We are only saying
You're not even saying the same thing. No, if you're
only
saying that,
one man didn't build Abuja.
hold on, Ogweni. If you're saying Obasanjo built the stadium, he built the games village, he built all the estates around it, and he built all of that, then that tells you that he built it.
He didn't build it. He didn't build it. He finished it just like Abacha. He didn't build it.
All right, you're right. Let's get back to Kulata. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't care about who built Abuja or whatever. All this infrastructure argument is kind of like a lame argument, in my opinion, because it's a matter of history and time. We had military from 1967 with a short break of 2.5 years, all the way to 1999. Though, of course, what did you expect? They started when we got oil, so all the initial oil they will have used it to build refinery. They built it, they wrecked it, they built a few roads, a few bridges. It's just a matter of timing. And whenever economy tanked, when oil price went down, the military went down with the oil price. So I don't even know what exactly we're talking about. It was under the military that they divided this country, and it's still owned by the ex-soldier boys. So a lot of it is context-free arguments, picking one random argument over the other. We're not getting anywhere. The bottom line is that
I cannot believe that people are actually romanticizing about military administration. It's unbelievable.
It's insane. We had military administrators. You do this, do that, do this. You get shot here, you get shot there. Abacha says this. Come on. I mean, do you want me to be recalling all those Abacha years when we were in university? That was a terrible time. So I can't even imagine. Even ownership of the country, take a straight line. You go get it all the way to those military people. They're dying now, but all of them, they distributed it. I do remember one time when some person died in Germany. I think that person died in Germany from surgery or something. And that person was holding billions of dollars for Babangida. I just can't remember that person's name. This was early 90s.
It was a Sokoto prince.
It was
Buhari.
It was late 80s or no, not Buhari. No, not Buhari.
I remember his name now.
This is Babangida, not Buhari. And
Yeah,
that IBB that they flew someone to Germany just to try and make sure that guy signs off. You know how much billions of dollars we lost
to get the numbers.
To get the numbers. I've totally forgot. There's some memories you want to forget. There was one time like this when we were in university that some petrol got imported to the country. It was foul smelling, and we had to be sucking that thing. We had to be sucking that thing. You know, that time you buy petrol to use your car.
But it happened a few months ago too, when they brought back fuel.
Not this kind of petrol. That petrol, the smell of it. You can't even breathe. So there's nothing to glamorize about Nigerian military, because essentially they stopped our growth. If not for the Nigerian military, if we are continuing on the trajectory of 1966, Nigeria will be nowhere near where we are now. If we are continuing with that structure, because it's that stupid military that let us have a civil war. It wasn't the military interference that begat Biafra in the first place. We will have had a regional government. All this lamentation, frustration, Ajali will come here to do. You don't see that the source of it goes back to 1966 from the military. This same military that you're glamorizing, and I'm supposed to be happy that they had some few infrastructure here and there. But how much did they pocket? Not just pocket then, pocketed for the future. So what are we talking about? A lot of oil blocks, a lot of oil blocks today is owned by the military.
They did not steal money. All your civilian administration have not stolen money.
That's not the argument. Argument is not a zero. It's not a zero-sum game. Ajali Koko. It's not binary. It's not this one steal, this one doesn't.
The military have built their country.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. We're not having a zero-sum argument here.
The country better than your civilian.
That is incorrect. If we had continued on the 1966 trajectory, if we had continued on the 1966 trajectory. If we are continuing on 1960s,
and they manage the economy of that country better.
No, that's not factually correct too. That's not correct, and I have the data to show you.
Which data? What data do you want to tell us?
GDP data. I have the GDP data handy. If you want me to go through it, a lot of it were double-digit decline, especially under IBB. So I don't know what you're talking about. The only time we had
Buhari came in. And
for 1 year,
performed well.
Just for 1 year, I have the data, and I can share it to one man.
15% negative. It brought it to 10%.
It did not bring it to 10%. Ajali Koko, that's incorrect.
No, 15%.
That is incorrect.
5%. To 5%.
It's 5.91%.
Yes,
and it was
15% negative to 5%.
No, it wasn't 15% negative. It was minus 1% negative. And in 1983, it was minus 10% negative. It turned it to minus 1% negative, and then 5.9% negative. Then you now went to 0%, then 3%. So the data is right here in my fingertips.
That just stop all these things as if the military administration.
I'm using facts to
we know that on human rights they are bad, they are wrong, but to say that you don't want to acknowledge what they build, how they build,
you are not going to filibuster me here.
Yes, don't filibuster. It's presenting you facts. So if you have
you're just glamorizing. The only thing to glamorize.
Forget about this.
I'm not going to hold on if I've not landed a point. I'll land my point first.
You cannot completely.
I will land my point. Ajali Koko.
How they build.
I don't think Ajali Koko will allow you to land that point.
I will land it. Anyway, I'm going to land my point. The only time Nigerian economy bubbled well under military was 1969 to 1971. And guess what? Oil, crude oil. And then shortly we had the energy crash of the late 70s.
That was the Yom Kippur War time.
Yes, we had the energy crisis of the late 70s and our economy tanked. When initially, early 70s, we were bubbling. What did Gawon do with the money? He squandered it, did nothing. And then they built refinery, they ruined the refinery again. It's the same military that built refinery in Kaduna that's supposed to process heavy oil. Does Nigeria even generate heavy oil? We have sweet crude. They went to build stupid Kaduna refinery to process heavy oil. How is that ever supposed to work? Isn't it all that? I mean, look, we can be picking and choosing, but from a timeline perspective, they changed the direction of the country fundamentally in an irreversible way. We will have had a regional government, each region competing with each other. We will have had a cocoa in the southwest. We'll have been processing all sorts of things. Our whole allowance policy will have been very, very embedded in us. Guess what? Military came, they scrapped everything, gave you oil, and then we are relying on one product that goes up and down, and that determines our fate. And what else did they do? They pocketed the country. Danjuma till today. It's the same stupid Danjuma that took Nigeria to court with this shady, stupid contract, the PID deal or whatever. Isn't that Danjuma? Isn't that one of the access that he's got in his legacy access? Is it true, Babangida, that funded this guy? What's the name of this guy? That Ondo guy that squandered all the property. and even Adenugatu, a lot of it is Babangida's money. What are we talking about? One with glorifying military because they stayed for 29 years. It's not rocket science. It's common sense that if you spend longer, you can attribute this road, that road, this road, that road. Even the entire country, even for the entire country, count those roads.
So the state of the economy today.
Ajale, I am going to land my point. If you want to go to economy, I can go on economy.
Today, are you better off today than
listen, Ajale Koko. Listen. Since 1999 that we switched back to civilian government, the worst GDP growth we had was 2020, and that was under COVID, and it was minus 1.79. Apart from that, it's been positive. Under the military, we constantly had minus 13 in 90. I mean, we had minus 2, minus 1, minus 5, minus 5. Compared to civilian minus 1, and especially since 1999, it's going to take us a long time to get back to where we were headed in 1966. And I don't know about you, I will never ever forgive the military for giving us Biafra War and for taking us out of the military of the what's it called, regional government. Isn't that all of us here? What do we clamor for? Isn't that what we clamor for? And we come here and now start nitpicking. Oh, they build this way, they build that bridge. Therefore, no builder.
Even
after 29 years, therefore, no builder.
Even this dispensation that we are running since 1999, the man who's redeemed, Honda who's redeemed, managed the economy, managed every resources of their country well. Is Obasanjo, and he's a military man.
It was in the civilian government.
He's a military man.
It was in the civilian government.
When your civilian came,
it was in the civilian government. It was in the civilian government. That's just
civilian government with military.
Was it a military government?
With a military mentality.
Was it a
military mentality to govern?
Was it a civilian government? Were we ruled by decree?
Military mentality.
Were we ruled by decree?
This is what you
picking and choosing what favors your argument.
Sorry,
you can't. That's not the way to argue.
Kulata, you'll be making your hold on, please. Kulata, you'll be making your point since that's not the point of the argument. What we are saying here, listen to what. Just listen carefully now. What we are saying, we've never had this bad. And it's so bad. We will have any of the for 23 years. None of the assembly we can compare growth with. Rather, we have to go to military regime to compare growth.
I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old you are, but for you to say we've never had this bad, that's not true.
Hold on. Listen carefully. Since 1999, we have 10 assembly now. There's none of the assembly we used to compare the order. Rather, we have to go back to the military regime. I'm not saying one. We have to go back to from Buhari down to Abacha. Let's see if we can compare. This is how bad it is. That's the point we are saying. Nobody's looking for military to come. So, and if you compare, hold on. If you compare both of them, the military is far better than the democracy we have right now.
I disagree.
You can disagree. I'm not imposing on you. But you
have to have factual basis. Like
you went to university. I like
in the mid 80s, that I fully remember, it got to a point that Nigerians were no longer eating rice. They switched. They were eating something called egbo. I think that was shelled corn, substitute for rice. And then they brought something. They brought something called bread. Wait.
One voice now.
One piece now. They brought one fruit called breadfruit to substitute for yam. I don't know if you guys remember in the mid 80s. That was when people that used to buy provisions in dozens in cartons, all that disappeared. That was when all the Indian and Oyinbo people that you guys went to school with, all of a sudden they disappeared. So don't tell us that we've had it. This is the worst time we had it. We've had cycles of bad times, and this is not the worst of those cycles. We've had it in the past. Abacha stove. People are using sawdust. I mean, come on, man.
Even the president acknowledged.
Hold on, let us come in. Let me
make this point that we yield over. Even the president, I don't know the defense that you people are saying. Even the president acknowledges in the recent statement, and even the vice president And you heard what Soludo said as well today. The president said that everything is empty, nothing. That was what he said 3 days
It
ago.
was empty in 99 too.
Hold on,
This is not the
hold
first time
on.
it is empty. Stop
Hold
making all
on.
these arguments.
Hold
It was
on.
empty in 99 when Obasanjo took over. Do you think we
Yes.
don't remember?
Yes,
Ajanle Koko.
1999.
Ajanle
What
Abdul
on,
Salam
when
spent
has
1
it,
year.
hold on,
We have
let me
to vary the
make this
voices.
point.
I want when Ajanle Koko lands, let Ogbeni come in. Yeah.
Why is it every time that the civilian govern the country that they have to run the country down? The same thing happened in 83, from 1979 to 83. They run the country down. And the same thing this time around too.
Oil prices crashed.
Let me
Oil
land
prices
it.
crashed.
Let
It's
me
not that they
land
ran the
it.
country down. It's
Let
very
me
simple.
land
Go and check. Early
Let
80s,
me
go and
land
check the energy crisis of the
Let me
70s.
land
Look at
it.
how it
Let me
affected
land
the world economy. Let's not
Let me
stop all
land
this context-free
Let me
discussions.
land it. You don't need to defend it defensive. With your
There's no
president
defense. Oil price crashed. People that know.
Don't defend what you don't have to defend. You don't chop OG no owó pẹ̀lú wọn tá a bá sọ pé òwò náà jí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe
But you make him acknowledge reality. You make him acknowledge reality.
We're not sure about that though,
kí ni
because
ẹ̀wù
Atlanta is under several
tó fẹ́ gbé wọ̀ bí ìpẹ́ ẹni tó fẹ́ lọ jagun.
No, Ogenegbe mo wà Ajanle Koko. Ìjẹ̀ṣà ni mí. Ogenegbe gbóngbóró.
So what I'm saying is that, look, why is it that when the civilian administration run the country, that they have to run it down?
So
They are expected. We voted them to work and make things work for us in that country, not to run the country down. The military are not responsible to us. They took the government by force and they are not accountable to anybody. So on their own side, you can say, well, these people are not accountable to anybody. But these civilian criminals are accountable to us. But why must they have to run the country down for us to suffer?
All right, let Ogbeni come in. Ogbeni come in.
Thank you, woman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
You see, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to listen to Nigerians at this point, romancing military intervention because of, let me say, the expectation is very high and they couldn't get on time what we are craving to get. And like I always say, it is still born out of what I call Indomie mentality. You see, they find themselves in the Western society, so many of the one in diaspora, they have seen the glittering streets, you've seen the glamorous walls, they see the massive infrastructures, but they did not take their time to read how the Western world was made, where they were, and how they've, got to where they are. They hardly read about it. They just find themselves in it. It's just like when you have ants and termites entering into your compound and find themselves maybe inside your soup. They don't know how the soup was made. Many Nigerians don't really know. Many Nigerians that crave for military intervention now don't really know that society evolved. We are evolving. But when you want to cut short of the phases through which you will evolve, you will eventually crash. And that is the issue I'm having here. I wonder why people will say, what exactly is it that the civilian has ever given to Nigeria? Like what Kulata has said today, which I know nobody, even including Babajale, cannot dispute. This military that they are all romancing now brought us into where we are today. As our 1960s, don't forget that the Pan-Africanist nationalists that led us into independence, the Albert Macaulay, who died later, the Awolowo, the Nnamdi Azikiwe, Anthony Enahoro, and all those 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s sets that were the first set of civilians. They stabilized our political, there was political stability in their own time. And they were able to give us, to put us, they were trying to put us on a good footing, on a good foundation, when these military guys that some people are romanticizing now, came intervened and disrupted our system fundamentally. They shared the country with each other, and I agree with what Kulata said, which was a point I wanted to make before. Till today, there's no corruption you will trace in Nigeria, and you won't still trace to those military men. Till date, I'm telling you. Till date. And particularly with the civilians that work with them back then. Even the same thing we were talking about was a very, very close guy to these military guys. Atiku, very close guy, all those David Mark and others, they were the military boys. Today we are still talking about Atiku, Bagudo and others. Okay, Obasanjo came back, a military guy. Yaradua, another brother of a military guy who took benefit of his own brother military loot. Who else again? Except Jonathan, who was just an accidental president. Who came again? Buhari, the same military guy. You have Tinubu now, who's a product of military. So who else are you talking about? So sometimes when people talk about military, and you now glorify military in Nigeria so much, I wonder if they cannot just picture back into 60s. Obadale will talk about 80s. We all know the history of 80s, so don't tell us this history. Obasanjo just simply put his puppets there. And they didn't even allow the government to function. They didn't. They were still standing behind the government. They never allowed that government to perform. The same military guy killed that government. And the Babangida and others who were just standing by took over the government again. So what else do you expect from such a government? But let's take it back to 60s, when the military were properly in the barrack and the civilians were doing their things. Look at what Awolowo alone did within a short time that guy was in the western region. Have we forgotten his free education, free primary education policy? Have you just forgotten? You've forgotten his infrastructural development, the cocoa production and marketing? I don't know. Industrialization, the agricultural production, the healthcare services that guy did. He established University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University. His urban development and town planning, even his transportation system. So sometimes, and even financial stability within Western region, and the regional integration that guy did before he left for House of Representatives in Lagos. But you don't get all these things during the military era. And I wonder why people, today still crave. I know some roads till today in Ekiti, at least in my state, that when you get to the road, they will tell you it's Awolowo that built this road. Till date, as I'm speaking, they will tell you Awolowo built this road. But some military guys came, Pramizego and others, they took over the government. From there, we started moving from military to military and to military to military. They didn't give us anything special. Awolowo, what you call NTA today, Awolowo started there as Western Nigerian Television, WNTV. You converted it to NTA. Is that what military did and Babajako is talking about? So what exactly do you say they did? Do you know about Lagos Ilorin Expressway? I was reading it recently that thing was constructed by the Awolowo Ibadan Ilorin Expressway. Go and ask. The same thing with Ibadan Lagos Expressway. Awolowo started that thing. So what exactly are we talking about here when we talk about the military did it? And let me tell you, if we can have a little retrospect, I know Kulata has said a lot about this. Why do we crave for a government where you can't even, what we are doing today, we can't even do it under military government? There's suppression of free press under military government.
Are we allowed to ask Ogbeni a question? Or we just sit down and let him speak?
Let me land.
Let him speak. The audience are starting to say the voices are cascading too much. Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing military government do, if we can just refresh our memory and remind ourselves, is this: the moment they step into government, they come usually with this terror and this horrific atmosphere. They will suspend your constitution. Don't forget that all this freedom you have today, they are contained in that constitution. They suspend the section 1, subsection 1, that says that there is supremacy of the constitution, whereby everybody should be able to draw its freedom. They will suspend it. And the entire governance in your country becomes a one-man discretion. Then they will now establish what they call either Supreme Military Council. And it is that few men that will be determined. Even in the Supreme Military Council, it's the head of state that determines everything. And there's a suppression of contrary view. You can't criticize military government. You dare not. If you come out and you are criticizing military government, it's either you are criticizing from diaspora And you must not criticize it where they are in the allies country. You must go somewhere else in one bush to go and be criticizing them.
That's not true. Ganifa never left Nigeria. He was criticizing Fernando never left Nigeria. Hold on. Fernando never left Nigeria. Hold on. All those people never left Nigeria, and so stop this. As if we never as if judiciary never functioned. There are several times that the judiciary rule against the military in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Itaoko,
even your
let me land. I have little time.
I just want to counter you a little bit.
Let me land.
It did not even happen under the military.
Okay, let me land. Now, under military, when you criticize military government, they pick you. Go and read. I don't know how much book you read about Gani. Yes, we're both alive when Gani was alive, but people wrote about Gani. He wrote his own book too. Gani was picked up by Abacha more than 20-something times. Even as at the time Gani was dying, Gani said it, that the reason for his death, the reason for his short life, was because of his incarceration by the military. Is that what you are happy about when you are saying Gani criticized?
So was kidnapped.
Don't forget Beko and some Kuti.
So was kidnapped and slammed in jail in DSS office under this civilian administration. What are you talking about? What's the difference? What difference does it make?
Let me tell you the difference.
Can I share a personal example?
I mean, we want to talk as if everything is okay under the
This is not fair. I wanted to interject just now. One man shut me down, and now everybody is talking now like I'm forgotten here. Now, if I bust out now and talk, yourself, what piece I started again. This is not fair. One people cannot just speak because they have the monopoly about to speak.
All right, call me what piece. It's just I just want to manage the interjection so that
manage it the right way. This is corruption talking about Nigeria. They will say corruption started in what peacetime. Me, I started from Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, I want to ask you this question. You said
why do you now say corruption starts from me?
No, it's not a joke now.
That's not fair.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I know.
Anyway, see, you quickly supported Kulata that corruption started from military time. Okay, let's hold it there. I want to ask you a question. Please answer me yes or no.
I didn't say so.
You supported it. I didn't say you said so. You supported it.
Okay. I did not say it started under military too either. War peace.
You said it's linked to all military.
I said a lot of corruption.
Okay, hold on.
I didn't say it started.
Okay, now I'm taking it further. Corruption started in 1960, before 60. Now, just give me a yes or no answer. Was the First Republic corruption? Hold on. Was the First Republic corruption free?
No, now I can't be corruption.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, thank you. What was Agolo jailed for?
What was
sedition?
It was not jailed for corruption.
I know, but hold on. There are so many lists. Corruption was there. Yes, hold on. Just treason was there. Corruption was there. Each party was the most corrupt, but they couldn't nail about on corruption directly. But each party member were nailed because it was parliamentary style of government. He was able to ease the head, so he took the fault. Hold on. Let me land. I'm kind of fast because I know it. Hold on, please.
No.
Hold on, please. Isaac was the most corrupt politician. AC was the most corrupt. Isaac was the most, inter three of them. Isaac was the most corrupt politician. AC Action Group was the most corrupt party with wastage, exorbitant contract, how they call it, bogus contract and the rest. That's why they couldn't name Awolowo. They couldn't name directly on corruption. Now, from that time to today, corruption has been in Nigeria. Hold on, Patrick, hold on.
Where is the
all these people, hold on, the fact is there. Corruption has been in Nigeria. Hold on, let me land. I let Ogbeni land. Let me land.
Okay, land.
Let me land. All this military. All this military that was there. See, since 1960, corruption has been in Nigeria. So if you want to trace corruption back, don't trace it to Abacha and Babangida regime. Trace it to the 60s, and let's from there start it back and come back to the future. So that's my question. That's my own assumption.
Is it because Peter Obi lost election that every one of you wanted military now?
Why is everybody tagging everybody to Peter Obi? No. This is Mama.
Hold on, my guy. God Almighty, what's going on? Let's have a structured conversation like we traditionally do. Let's just have structure.
Woman, if one have this thing, hold on, no, Albany, please. This is not the body we're talking about. But Albany, one man and the super brain in this place. You please caution your Batify that anybody that is speaking against the government, they're still tagging as obedient. It is wrong. Same if you're in Lagos, you don't speak Yoruba, you say you are Igbo people, Igbo person. It's wrong. Hold on, let me land, please. Let me land. Sorry. If this a coup was taking place 2015, all of you here will be clamoring for it. If this coup was taking place during Buhari time, all of you here sure will be clamoring for it. Why people are thinking that this coup that is taking place because it's Tinubu that is there, that people are against the Yorubas? Why people always think like that? Travel by half thinking. It's sickening. I use the floor.
All right. No. We have to have Ogbeni. Just let Ogbeni take the floor. But Ogbeni, go back to where you were before the interjection and carry on.
Ogbeni, just let me remind you 5 seconds. Abdul Salam spent only 1 year. And you know the bill he presented to Nigeria himself and Higbe for that 1 year for the election they organized, $3 billion. Anybody can correct me. Thank you.
You are right. And so let me pick it even from there, which still connects to what I'm saying. Same Absalam Abaka in less than a year killed Abiola, the winner of the most credible election in Nigeria. They won't talk about that. They won't tell you. But they will tell you that, oh, it's fine, as long as there's infrastructure. So even if you kill a man, it's not really a problem. You see, the issue is this. Somebody just talk about Awolowo now. So Awolowo is corrupt. Yeah. No society is corrupt free. Where I stay in the United Kingdom, there's corruption. And I always tell people, I have a book. They call it Corruption Perceptive or something like that in United Kingdom. I subscribe to it. They deliver it every year. You will see their own corruption index, and you see where, even within judiciary, you see them talking about corruption, and you see them talking about how they are trying to tackle it. So no society is corrupt free, and that's why I keep saying people that are clamoring for military intervention in Nigeria because there's an issue they're having. It's still Indomie mentality, and I will keep saying it. It's Indomie mentality. In other space, they are not clamoring for military. They are looking at how to tackle their issue. We were applying for military. Somebody talked about Awolowo. Yes, there were corruption during their own time. But let me tell you my point. Let me just tell you a little data I have about Awolowo. As of 1945, under Richard Constitution, which Awolowo participated massively in the entire Western region. Don't forget, when they say Western region, it extended to Edo. So what people should get that it extended to that all those as he said, Edo everywhere, bended down. There were 1,200 primary schools. As of 1952, Awolowo has increased those primary schools to 3,550. As of 1958, primary schools in the Western region has increased to 6,670. That is massive. So don't tell me when you bring it up, it's corrupt, and I tell people, what was his policy? Infrastructural development, developmental governance. Once you have that, what's my business with you? You are corrupt. Because there's corruption everywhere. So why do you want me to be bothering? Do you know how many teachers' colleges that man established? Do you know how many teachers he trained? And they posted them to schools. And till today, you won't pick the product of the 60s. My mom happened to be those products of the 60s. When they write letters, when they write books, you will understand that the quality of education they had then is different from what we have now. But what happened? The military came out and bastardized the entire system, and bastardized our educational system. And the same military, some people are still romanticizing today. And I keep asking, what about the human rights abuses and brutality? Have we just easily forgotten Ogoni 9, the Kensaro we were? I wonder sometimes, it baffles me sometimes when Babajale Koko is, with all his, Babajale Koko is somebody like I say, as all these pro-human rights people, you suddenly forget movement for survival of the Ogoni people. Kensaro and his 8 guys, they were killed by Abacha. Justice Auta convicted them today, and they didn't give them right of appeal. And Abacha killed them even before United Nations spoke.
I remember Soyinka pleaded for his life, or was it even Vasta? And both of them.
What about the people by Obasanjo?
Did we
massacre?
Obasanjo never killed people like Ogoni? Obasanjo never.
That's another outfit of military now.
You see, you are
the
getting
massacre.
it
That's
wrong.
another.
You are getting it wrong.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko, I had to step two people down just to give Ogbeni the chance to land. So
I will land. Sorry, I will land. We've certainly forgotten Kudirat Abiola, kid under military, Muslim Kokorifa, Alfred Uweni, that prominent pro-democratic activist. That guy was assassinated in 1996. Even MKO himself, Absalam came and killed that guy. Until today, nobody has asked that guy. Shehu Musa Yar'Adua was key. Franco Kori was key. Pa Michael Imodu. And so why do people, even Pa Anthony Enahoro, which everybody supposed in Nigeria to be hailing and be the way we should be treating that guy, like the way they treated Mandela till he died. See what Abacha did to that guy, arrested him and detained Pa Anthony Enahoro. And how many names if I keep mentioning? And it's the same system we are clamoring for. Why? Because we believe that our society is not evolving. Have you ever tried to just take your time and look at the society, picture back to the 1999 and see where we are today? We may not be where we should be. But my point is this: craving for the military is a no-no. And I wonder how people are craving for it. When you have military government, apart from the fact that they will suspend constitution, another thing I noticed about them is they will concentrate development to one place. All this one you're talking, Obasanjo, Abacha build this, Babangida build this, until we had civilian government in 1999 in Ekiti, my state, we never witnessed federal government presence at all. You will never see one single federal government presence in Ekiti state. But when we have civilian and the entire thing, they decentralize at least to an extent, then we started having feelings of governance at that level. You want us to go back to that place where they will only develop Abuja and Lagos for you people, and we in our rural area, we shouldn't enjoy government again? Haba. Another thing I noticed again about them is the most tribalistic government I've ever seen in Nigeria. They will favor, the head will favor his tribe. Look at Kano compared to Lagos. See what Abacha did in Kano. You see how many local government that guy created in Kano? See Lagos State. Lagos that should have highest number of local government in Nigeria. See what Lagos have. See what Kano have. See Niger that produced 2 presidents. See what they have in that state. And people are craving to go back to that kind of life. You know how many opposition that Abacha and all those guys send on ESA. And the kind of restriction they had on civil society. I don't know. And sometimes when you now mention, where are they now economically? I'm not too good in this economic thing. But what I know, and I read from, Obasanjo wrote a book, they call it, I think, My Year in Service or something like that. It's a 2-volume.
Was it not my watch? Was it my watch?
No. Before my watch, immediately he left governance. He chronicled.
There is my watch, 3 volumes.
No, not my watch. Before my watch, immediately he left government. He chronicled all his achievements.
It was I think it was my command or something.
No,
that
my
was
command was my command was work. This one, I'll look for it. He chronicled all his achievements. All what
the one he wrote during the Jonathan administration, right? When Jonathan was there.
No, my watch. This one.
Yeah, not my watch. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember the guy.
Volume 1 and 2. I read those 2 books, and I remember vividly now that Obasanjo told us that he met $28 billion debt, which military put Nigeria into, and Obasanjo negotiated his way out of that thing, and that he reduced. I can't remember that one. I think that one was like 3.55 trillion or something from 1999 to 2 something from all those datas. He brought it out. Nobody has disclaimed those datas to tell us that military actually make a serious dent on our economic development as at the time he got there. And he was able to do the one he could do. Yes, along the way, we had a lot of indices, a lot of Some people came, like Jonathan came, and a lot of rubbish. Buhari came and bastardized the whole thing. But does that mean that the civilian government is still not the best for us? Then finally, which should be my final point, is this. Look, when you keep saying that, oh, it is very hard, the only way we could have a change in government is military. I've made a point here tonight, which I made it through the question I asked Babajale Koko. In 2015, people voted. Professor Atahiru Jega stood his ground. We changed the government in Nigeria. We changed a sitting president in Nigeria. It happened during the civilian era, not military era. So if everybody believe that, if we all believe that, we've been able to maintain our political stability, at least with that singular heart, we've been able to maintain our political stability to an extent in Nigeria. There is no reason at all for us to be craving for military government, except if we don't think deep about what military will bring to us. And I'll rest my case at that.
Hello, sir. Benny, please, can I interject for a brief second, please? Please.
Go ahead. I've landed.
Go ahead, madam.
Hello, everyone. Greetings to you. Happy weekend. Yeah. Ogeni has been going on and on and on, really praising all these civilians. Ogeni, what explanation can you give to the Lekki massacre? Is it a military government or a civilian government? What explanation can you give to Sunday Igboho that they went in there and did all that? Is it a military government or a civilian government? Thank you.
And Nnamdi Kanu, what explanation?
Yes, right. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
So let me tell you the difference between, let me start with Nnamdi Kanu, and let me tell you the difference between Nnamdi Kanu and the Ogoni 9, for instance. Now, under military, if Nnamdi Kanu were to be under military, they would have killed him by now. He won't be alive. But he's still alive now. It's before a government, it's before the judicial arm of government, because they're existing. And also, they've kept him in a correctional center, right? Where his case is pending trial. That's the difference between him. Let me tell you again about the Ogoni 9. If you
Please, sir, before you go away from Nnamdi Kanu, what happened to Nnamdi Kanu's family before he was taken into custody?
Nnamdi Kanu family is in the United Kingdom.
No, when they went to get him, when they get him at first, were people not killed in that during that period?
When?
No, that's according to the accounts of the obedience. We don't know the
Okay, so when
we don't
they
know
picked him
that. That's
up
not
before he
documented.
escaped. Okay, so
Nnamdi Kanu don't bail. See, you see, some people have this narrative of the fact that he escaped.
No, I mean
the government,
before he escaped.
Yes,
I thought
the
they said they went to his house to jack
the
him up.
government never reported any deaths, but the Ipobians did, so we don't have it factually.
They have case in respect of that at the court. 28 people got killed in his house.
Babajale Koko, you see,
it's factual.
If I have to,
and then Sunday Igboho too.
And then Sunday.
No, let me land. We've not landed this point. I like to make my conversation tidy. We've not landed this. Now, I've told you the major difference between Nnamdi Kanu and this. If Nnamdi Kanu were to be under Abacha, it would have been gone by now. Because what Nnamdi Kanu did was not, when you compare to what Sarowiwa did, right? Sarowiwa called for a peaceful protest. Sarowiwa didn't call for a violent protest. But Abacha felt it was disturbing the foreign investment into Nigeria, and he picked him. And Honorable Justice Alta tried him, and they sentenced them. And before you say Jack Robinson, the federal government killed them, even within the time they have to appeal. They have their time to appeal, but the federal government didn't wait for the time to appeal to lapse, and they killed them. Now, flip it into Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, they took him to court, right? And Nnamdi Kanu has been going on and on. And Nnamdi Kanu exercised his right.
Please, sir, remember Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. So you think they can kill him easily like that?
So you think
why not? Why not?
Let me tell you, Kudirat Abiola has dual citizenship. I hope you know. But she was killed in Nigeria. You see, sometimes we think British under military era, you think they really cared that much? Who really cared? MK Abiola was like Dangote.
Ogwene, let me ask you a question. Did the military report any deaths when they went to effect the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in 2017? Because all the deaths that we're hearing from is from the Ipobian space. But I'm not aware that the military reported any deaths. So I'm not sure. Is it a made-up story even?
No, there are two versions to it. You know, the general thing in Nigeria and anywhere else too. The Ipobian have their own version and the government have their own version. What happened was this. Nnamdi Kanu was on bail, right? It was to have his bail condition restricted him to a particular space. The federal government said he wanted to jump bail. In fact, they said they had jumped bail because don't forget, one of his conditions is that he should not gather people. So over time, they realized that he has been gathering people. He has been addressing gatherings of people. So they said they went to his house because he has breached the condition of his bail. And at the end of the day, they said he jumped bail. Now, their story was that some of his guys and go engage them, okay, with arms and others. And they had to engage them. But they never recorded that anybody died. That is on their own part. And they said he escaped and he jumped bail. They started looking for him until they got him from Kenya and brought him back. Now, on the side of the Ipobians, they said he was just in his house peacefully doing his own thing. And they came. And because they've alerted him on time, that they came to kill him. But that because they alerted him on time, then he had to escape. But that they kill his father, they kill his people, they kill people and all sorts of. So you have two stories. And in order to validate that, they went to court. In order to prove that, they went to court, and they are still in court to prove that, to enforce fundamental right to life of those ones that they said the soldiers killed. But you know, who do you want to believe? For me personally, I won't believe soldiers. I don't think soldiers will go there and say you are engaging people and they won't keep people there. We remember what happened at Lekki, which still today they are telling us mysteries of did people die, did people not die? Oh, we saw people and all that. So who do you want to believe? But my point is very simple. My point is that Nnamdi Kanu won't be alive today if it happened to be under Abacha. You won't confront Abacha and you'll be alive that way. And you, particularly when you pick arms, you use Gani as an example. Gani never picked arms against the government. Gani was a lawyer. Gani was doing his own. But do you know they eventually killed Gani? They killed that man. He said it. He said it was because of the incarceration and everything that killed me. They killed the guy. So that is the difference from the question she asked me. Now let me move to Lekki. Lekki happened during the military, during Buhari time. That was when Lekki happened. And what happened was Buhari military mentality. And that's why I'm saying don't bring us back to that military. Do you know that if not because Buhari was already a civilian, Lekki would have been worse than that? Because Buhari wouldn't have even cared. What was his business with some people would go and set up one tribunal later to be investigating how many people they killed in Lekki? What was the business with that? Let me tell you, during this same Buhari guy, there was a decree, was it Decree 3? The decree that said that decree, he made the decree today and said the decree should start running from years back.
Decree 2.
Decree 2, that everybody that has offended or committed that offense years back, the decree should run to them. And on basis on that decree, they pick people that have committed when the crime was not even in existence. Do you see that? That is not happening now. So why do we want to go back to that kind of life?
Please, sir, what about Ogoni people, OD people that was massacred? So
OD was still under the same military mentality of Obasanjo.
But
and
this
that's
was
why I
a
keep saying
civilian government. It wasn't
It's a
military
civilian government. What of
I
the
know.
Shiite? What of Shiite? About 300. Hold on. What
Shiite
of
is still under
500 Shiite
Buhari.
that were killed in Kaduna?
Shiite is still under Buhari.
But that's military administration still.
No, this Shiite under Buhari here.
Is military mentality.
What do you mean by military mentality? So when I was saying that, when you are giving all the attributes to what do you call it?
Obasanjo.
Obasanjo, for the development he brought and the way he managed the economy well. And I was saying he's the same military man that was in operation then. You people said no.
I didn't
No,
agree with you.
that was a civilian administration, but the killing of the massacre that Princess is referencing, that was a military mindset. So it's a different.
Hold on. Is it not under civilian administration?
One man, please, excuse me. Did you say
You can't have it both ways?
Oh, the people massacre was under civilian government but military mindset?
No, it was a military mindset, but the development was a civilian administration.
So what this one man?
You can't have it both ways. One man, man.
What happened?
You have to choose one.
Okay, one man. Sorry, can I chip something? Can I chip in something? Sorry.
The killing of Shiite under this Buhari administration, civilian,
the same agreements apply now. The same agreements apply.
One man.
Can I have 1 minute to intervene?
But you told us that.
Mentality.
Can I target for 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Patrick.
Yeah, Ogbeni mentioned something that we have just lost over. He said that the military administration, the development is centered at one place. Why? Because the governors under military administration are not as empowered as civilian governments. And we should try to look at that. So it becomes the military administration is a one-man show. In short, the council in Abuja is called Supreme Military Council. How can you concentrate so much more in the collection of people? The Supreme. Every other thing, they are just putting them there as figurehead. If you have judiciary, it's just for figurehead. When there are issues between people, let them settle among themselves. Take it to court to settle for them. That's the essence of having judiciary on that page. You understand? The council is supreme. You have no respect for local authority.
Is this under military government or civilian government?
Under a military government. That's what I'm trying to differentiate for people to understand.
Okay.
They have no respect for constitution. They have no respect for international community. Pope John Paul came to Nigeria, but I just looked at him and shook him, waving bye-bye. No respect for highest level of diplomacy. The Pope was here, Arafat was here, people, big men, representation of international community were here. The guy didn't even move an inch. That's what the military government does. We cannot do that. We have fought for it. That's why they say the labor of our hero past shall not be in vain. If we allow it to happen, we are making that to happen.
Patoski, thank you.
Yeah.
But let me conclude.
All right. Conclude, and then we'll go to Baba.
Yes, let me conclude, particularly with what Madam Princess asked me. You remember that OD thing you're talking about? Let me tell you another difference about OD, and if OD had happened strictly under military government, what would have happened? See, do you know? Don't forget what led to OD, because most times many people don't look at what led to OD. People were killed, right? If you remember what led to OD, about 12 members of the Nigerian police force were murdered.
Soldiers too were killed. Military.
Was it soldier or I think police?
I think it's military.
Oh, and military too. I can't even remember. Okay, I think I remember 12 police and maybe some few military guys. They were ambushed somewhere in OD and they were killed. They killed them. They massacred their body and put them outside. What happened? Obasanjo, as the CNC, the commander-in-chief, right, came out and said, you that killed the military and the paramilitary guys, the community must produce those people that killed them. They refused. He gave them ultimatum. They refused. And he told them he would level that place. Everybody should vacate that place. Yeah, which is the military mentality. I agree with you. And then enter the place and they kill people. But after they kill people, guess what happened? Some people went to court. Under military, you won't find that. Now, when they went to court, do you know that the Federal High Court, Justice, what's this man's name? Can't remember. When I remember, I'll tell you. Federal High Court granted 37 or 40 billion compensation to the people of OD community, right? The date, they still keep they are still asking for execution of that judgment, and they are still asking for their money from the federal government. Now, that is the kind of justice you will get. And I remember under Goodluck Jonathan paid, I think he paid about half of that money, about 15 billion to them, right? He paid it out of court to settle them, about 15 billion under Jonathan. Go and fact check all these things I'm telling you. Jonathan paid. See, if it had happened under military, nothing would have happened. You won't get any compensation for any damn thing. And no government will come and say they want to pay you because it happened. And let me refresh what happened in Kano. I know it wasn't as the magnitude of what happened in Hodi. Some people, some religious fundamentalists in Kano, they were 7 in number. They killed somebody. They cut his head, they beheaded the person and hung his head in front of, I think, a mosque.
Was Lamido Sanusi not fingered in that narrative?
It was fingered there. It was clearly fingered. And do you know what Abacha did? Abacha just said that you find all the 7, you kill them without any fair trial. He wanted them without any fair trial. And that order from CNC was carried out, except one person that they couldn't get. And they said that person was the prince from the Kano Palace. And they finger Lamido Sanusi there. So when you compare, and nobody, they no born you, you go to court to go and do what? The commander-in-chief has spoken. That's the Supreme Military Council leader. So you see the difference. So I'm just trying to draw a line so that you understand. Jonathan paid OD people 15 billion. And till today, they are still saying they wanted more because Obasanjo leveled their place. But that's what they call restorative justice in injustice delivery. Yes, you can't get your life back, but you've had something to compensation. But in military, you don't get that.
You don't want to consider you don't want to factor the sentiment that Jonathan is from there. That's why he make that payment.
Yes, it's an Ijoma.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to factor that in.
Yeah,
do you know how many people that do you know how many people that have taken judgment against civilian administration that have not been paid today?
And do you know how many one they have
since
paid?
Obasanjo time that they've not been paid? Yeah, so let us balance it. Don't just say, oh, this cannot happen. If we are to be under military, it cannot happen and this.
Babajale Koko, you didn't get my point. My point is restorative justice. Under civilian, you still get there's this sign of justice, this perception you still get. You can, court is there, you can still go to court against the government. You can't, under military, you hardly do all these things. They did it
under the military.
All right. Let's bring Baba into the conversation. Yeah.
Please, one more question for our senior advocate, Ogbeni. Please, I'm still kind of confused about this. There are so many infrastructures that was built in Nigeria, like the National Stadium, the National Theater, the trade, and all these things, the trade fair. All these major infrastructures in Nigeria, was it done during, and some of the universities, like University of Ife, Great Ife, and other schools, was it under the military or under the civilian regime that these major infrastructures were developed? Thank you.
Now, when you say major infrastructure, I think Kulata has even answered that. When you say major infrastructure, civilian did their own. Every infrastructure you see in Nigeria till 1966, the civilian government did them. Ife that you just mentioned, University of Ife, say civilian government built Ife. University of Ibadan, a civilian government built it. University of Lagos, a civilian government built it. UNN, a civilian government built it. Ahmadu Bello University, civilian government built it. All those universities, civilian government built it.
What about the National Stadium?
So the National Stadium, which one? The one in Abuja?
No, the new one, the first one in Lagos.
The one in Lagos.
Stadium, yes.
A military building.
All right, we have to move on from Ogbeni to bring other voices in. But Ogbeni,
okay,
a couple
so
more
in
words,
conclusion, I will use a question to conclude. And in conclusion, you see, civilian government did their part in prior to 60s. Military came, they truncated it. Prior to 60, there was no oil Don't forget. So they did their part. During the military guys, there was oil. So they used oil to build the one they could build. And since 1999 also, we've moved from there. There are a lot of infrastructure that have been built since 1999. All our rail system and everything, they've been revamping them and more airports. Buhari built more airports. Jonathan built so many airports. And I remember so many airports I can fly. Gombe, all those airports. Jonathan built those airports. Asaba, all those airports. I used to fly all those airports. So Jonathan did his own, you know. Buhari did his own also. He built some airport. And now you have Tinubu. He also do his own. So
Sorry,
you can't say.
quick point of correction. National Stadium was built in 1961 under a civilian government.
Oh, so I don't even know that. So
no, the stadium
that's
is this one there is an upgrade of the old one. Kulata is correct.
They upgraded it in 1972 or something, but the original one,
all African games.
Yes.
So who built Murtala Mohammed Airport?
Loco. We should not be spreading lie here. I'm sorry, I'm not saying lie. That stadium as 1961 it is not as the way it is now. Was like
it got upgraded in 72.
It's a one kind of place. Yesterday I see we don't know how the place look like. It's not look, it's a place that
it was
you can't
not an
even
international standard, right, Baba?
It's never it doesn't meet any international standard, it doesn't meet any standard.
But it was there.
Even the one that Awolowo built in Ibadan was far better, 100 times better.
I wanted to say that Liberty Stadium is there now, built by a civilian.
So what I'm saying is that when you are talking of the rebuilding of stadium by Gowon in 1972 in preparation of all African
games.
Yes, that was when we built stadium. That one was just a place where people they go.
You don't understand that, Jack. He upgraded what he met on the ground.
Look at UCH now. Adayoko, look at UCH. Look at UCH. That place is more than 100 stadiums put together. Infrastructure and everything.
Infrastructure, yes.
UCH at a point was about the best hospital in West Africa.
Batoski. One man.
Yeah.
You see, I just quickly want to remind Babajale Koko that as at that 1961, Nigerian population was less than 45 million. So you should remember when he says it's not world standard.
You know, it's an important point that you make there, because when people harken back to the past, it's just you don't want to take on the conversation, but it was a different economic space, a simpler time. Not even a quarter of the population then that you had to cater for. All of the contentions that you have to contend with now, they were not even something that were anywhere near the horizon. So when you rose-tinted glasses look into the past, that it was better then. It was simpler times, manageable, but round it off and then we'll have Baba come on.
No, I'm okay. I've made my point.
All right, brilliant. Excellent delivery. You can tell that it's a trained mind. When you listen to Ogbeni, you probably just want to listen to him for the whole of the session. So that is the excellent Ogbeni. A man of
one man, we just kept quiet for him to talk. Not like everything was saying about you. He has monopoly over it. We all have the information. But just allow him to talk. For the fact we allow him to talk doesn't mean we accept what he's saying. Hold on. For the fact he's speaking, that's the mature mind. For the fact he's speaking, does not mean I accept it, but I have to give him that grace, that respect for him to talk. That's the meaning of conversation. Just like the rest people here want to force their own opinion on other people's throats. It's a conversation, not a monologue. That's how it's supposed to be.
And let me support you. And it's painting a picture as if those of us that are saying that, look, under the military, we were able to build a lot of infrastructure in Nigeria that we are enjoying it today. Is painting a picture as if, we are supporting or we are calling for military to come back. No,
I'm ready to come back.
Hold on. Yes. Ajale Koko, do you remember what Kulata said when you said that? Kulata was just saying that the military had administered the Nigerian state for longer than anybody else. So the likelihood of most infrastructures being built under that space is more likely than anything else.
That's not even true. That's not even true. The civilian has governed.
All right, but I want to get quickly to Baba, but I'll make that point, then we get to Baba.
Yeah. So what we are saying here is that when we are talking about the history of our country, you cannot wish away the role that military play in the development of the country as well. As you are looking at what your civilian administration have done good, you should also acknowledge what the military have done good. And if you are mentioning what the military has done bad for the country, you should mention what your civilian people have done bad as well. Don't rubbish the military in totality as if they have not done anything good for that country. Most of the leaders you have today, the military educated them. Military give them everything to succeed to be human being. What are they giving to your country today? For the past, do you know how many children that are out there that are not educated, out of school children in this modern world? In this modern world, you have over 20 million children in Nigeria that are out of school under the civilian administration. But you people will say, oh, yes, we are developing, we are doing this thing. Do you know how many people under the civilian administration that are live internally displaced people? It never happened under the military.
I don't know if we captured the data under the military. Not like it never happened.
No,
we did not capture the data.
When we are talking,
not like it did not happen.
Under the military, the way they handle the security of the country, these goddamn people that spend so much money never done anything right in terms of security to make the life better, the country better for everybody. So as you are blaming the military in some aspect, you should always look at where you're going to pay your politician. Don't rubbish them in totality as if they've never contributed anything. Most of these people, they make them what they are today. The military make them what they are today. They gave them everything to succeed.
Hold on, Agjale Koko. When they check the private chat and respond. Yes, sir.
The military gave them everything to succeed. The nation was functioning well. They were given free education. They were given all sorts of scholarship. They were given all sorts of. There was a time Nigeria have to come to abroad here. They give them free. They pay for their school and everything. Nigeria march in abroad here with pride. That yes,
all right. Everybody hold.
My examination, I'm going back to my country.
Everybody hold. A very special announcement. So everybody hold. So now, as you know, Ogbeni is the senior advocate of this platform. Everybody knows that, the SAN of this platform. So where are you, Ogbeni? So Ogbeni is the senior advocate of this platform. Let me remove that. So as you know, sorry, let me just do this. So let me remove that. So Ogbeni is the senior advocate of this platform, as you all know, by virtue of him being a senior lawyer. But now we are going to robe Ogbeni even more now. So now, Ogbeni now having now completed his PhD and defended his thesis. So now we put on the garb and then we'll. So now you must never remove this. So it's now Dr. Ogbeni. So there it is. So there he is. So that's Dr. Ogbeni. Well done, Ogbeni.
The doctor of law. The doctor of law.
Yeah, hold on, everybody. So Ogbeni has completed his PhD. He has defended his thesis. So now, is it DPhil or what's the official title now?
It's PhD. It's PhD in law.
PhD in law. So there it is now. So now we have a really potent weapon to whip anybody into shape. So there it is. Well done, Ogbeni.
So can we ask you, Ogbeni, what did you write your paper on?
It's on jurisprudence.
Okay, so you cannot go and start committing crimes now. So everybody go and commit a crime. Every single person now can go and commit a crime. We have Ogbeni now.
My lawyer brother, congratulations. So all that time while they call you, say you did class. I'm not saying you did right exam. Sorry, and congratulations. You know.
Now, Ogbeni, congratulations. I have some people I want to take to court, so maybe I will contact you. One man is the first, Peter Obi, second,
yes, Kulata is my first
third.
one for being too much of a smarter leg. Can you sue somebody for being too much of a smarter leg, Ogbeni? Because I want to sue Kulata.
I want to sue Ajanle Koko for forcing socialism and military on all of us.
I want to be managing your accounts now. Don't worry, Ogbeni. Let me be your account manager.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone.
God bless you. God bless you. All your endeavor will be excelling every day. God bless you. Yeah, you shall get
congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Well done, Ogbeni. I'll phone you tomorrow, and then we'll have a long chat. So that's Ogbeni. So well done, Ogbeni. Really chuffed. Really chuffed. So now to you, Baba. I wanted to pick it up from this space. It was only really the question that Princess was putting to Ogbeni, and then she was citing Nnamdi Kanu as an example. But then there were no reports of any killings in that space. The only report of killings in that space at 2017 at Abia Python Dance. The only report of killings in that space was reports by the IPOB space. So are we on the strength of IPOB to conclude that anybody actually got killed when the authorities went to effect the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu? So you can come in from there or whichever entry point you'd like. Baba, let's hear from you.
Thank you, one man. Ogbeni, well, Okurire no. Èyí tó ṣe yìí àsùn ìṣòwò àsùn ìṣọlá àsùn ìṣọmọ agbára Jésù. Yeah, one man. The Nnamdi Kanu escape. Let me put it that way. Escape. The military has a different mindset. They are beastly, and when they send them on a task, they want to accomplish it. And we all will remember very well the confrontational attitude of Nnamdi Kanu during that period. The ESN was operational fully. Same thing, the IPOB as a government. Let me put it in inverted comma. And we all knew what would happen, definitely. But so far, so good. Is there a government report? I can't remember reading one or seeing one. All we have as on record is a report of the IPOB and the general space in the East. Are they lying? I don't know. Are they saying the truth? I don't know. So I will leave it at that, woman.
All right. And to this military administration now that surprisingly, even Ajanle Koko is romanticizing about, is this where we are now? Is this testament to the state of the nation that people now so desperate are starting to luster after a military administration? So that seems to have taken over the conversation. Your thoughts?
Yeah, what is happening right now is seditious. And I think they are lucky because we have the cases in court. There is no denying the fact that we all know the space where that call is coming from. Definitely. And my take is, why are you doing this? Because you lost? The beauty of democracy is the ability for the citizenry to change their government at appointed time. You all have your voter's card. You say you are rigged away, Well, no perfect election anywhere. With every cycle, you improve. The election before this one, we're not talking of IREV, we're not talking of what's this thing now, the electronic machine. We didn't talk about that. It was introduced. For one reason or the other, for a certain election, it didn't work or they shut it down. Definitely in 2027, we all know what to demand. The authorities know how to improve on it. So that will be an improvement on and on and on until we get it right. At least up to 90%, because it cannot be 100%. Because those that have been at it, the countries that have been at it, even UK, the Brexit, even till today, people are still suspicious that it was somehow rigged. But these people are so vast that they won't call it rigged. It's only Africa we use that kind of heavy language. But we all know what happened. Now we talk about the 2020 election in US and other places. So any system that is operated by human, any institution that is operated by a human being, have its own shortcomings. So we have to live with that. We have to accommodate it. We have to make adjustment for it. That is life generally. So this coup thing they are talking about, I like it that some people are very heavy on human rights on this platform. And that is the first thing the military will take away once they take over. So you can let them breathe. They suspend the constitution, they dispatch the lawmaking organ, the executive, and everything goes with it. Then they constitute their own little cabal and seize the country's institutions, and they rule by decree. If the man wakes up not very happy as an head of state, he does anything he wants. And that is law. You can't question. You can't go to court. Even if they kill your mother by your side. I mean, we've all had experiences during the military regime, which I wouldn't want to say here. But I want to tell you how heavy it is. Even if your mother is by your side, even in your car, a lance corporal will slap her and there's nothing you can do. And you say you're a man, they emasculate you as a man. They control everything. So why would somebody in the year of our Lord 2023...
Do you think it's essentially an obedient narrative, this language of coup that we're hearing certainly in Nigeria? Is it
Well, I will not shy away from that one, man. I will not shy. I read Nigerian newspapers every day here. And I listen to Arise channel. It's AIT I don't listen to, but Arise and channel, I follow them. And I know what I hear. I read newspaper up to Leadership, Sun Nigeria, and all the rest. Vanguard, This Day, I read all of them. And I can't deny that it's not coming principally from the obedient space. And do you know what happened 2 days ago? 100 civil service organization, or what do they call them? Civil rights organization or whatever. They wrote a petition again to the Chief Justice, copying the president of the PEP, that's the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, asking that you must do justice, follow what the EU are saying, go and read their report, go and do this, don't go. I mean,
you know, Baba, it's a curiosity when these people are saying that the justice must be done. So justice being done is really to give a verdict in their favor, because of course, whatever verdict that the petition tribunal gives will be vested in law, and there'll be an explanation. But if that verdict doesn't go in the direction of the obedience, then they will tell you it's an injustice. So I hope that the military and the security forces are up to their task.
And you know, they believe that if the military takes over, they will hand over to
P2B.
I found that very
Do
strange.
you think they believe that, or do you think they just don't want Tinubu there for reasons of him being Yoruba?
Let me give you an example why I treat their case with understanding. In 1963, when Awolowo was sent to jail, I was just like 8 years. I mean, 8 years, 9 years. Do you know, 10 around in the evening, once night falls, our parents will stand outside. We will join them, and they will be pointing to the moon and seeing Awolowo with the V finger spread. And they will do, whoa, 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 look at him. Can't you see him? And as a kid, you to, oh, that's him. That's Awolowo. Look at his finger. Oh, he's waving bye-bye. You can't believe it. This is, that's why I said, I look at them and I say, look, have I been there before? Have we been there before? It's deja vu on a larger scale.
It even happened in 1983. That's what you said. It happened in about 1983.
You see, this is what, when Awo lost that election in 79, we were going crazy. This word they use now, stolen mandate, was used first by Dr. Taisholari in the Tribune. In the Tribune, Taisholari used that word first. We harangued Shagari and NPN then like no man's business. It was relentless. It was vicious. To the extent that I think it was Shagari's end of his first term. He wanted to give Chief Awolowo, is it that GFR or CFR? I can't remember. And we all think Awolowo shouldn't go. No internet then, no cyberspace. But somehow, the radio were really awash with information and the newspaper. But Awo went to take that award. You know what Awo did? He bandaged his right hand fully so that he will not shake Shagari. That's how bad it was. So he got the thing around his neck, but he didn't extend his hand because you can't shake a man whose hand is bandaged. But surprisingly, as I grew older, with benefit of hindsight, I look back. I look at the electoral map of that period. Awo really lost. Awo lost. And I felt embarrassed looking back at how we behaved at the political space of that period. I was really embarrassed.
Oh, sorry, Baba, a quick interjection. I just accepted that he lost roughly like 3 years ago because I looked at it and I'm like, he did not win this election. Let's not lie.
Exactly. Benefit of hindsight. I realized, and I felt embarrassed that what was wrong with us then? So with that, going back into it, I can understand how they feel. But then they are going into extreme. They want Nigeria to burn. It's relentless. I don't know. I feel guilty one way or the other because I know what happened in our own time. But they should please slow down. They should please slow down because the more they realize that they cannot win, the more they come heavy. But then the beauty of democracy, like I say in our own, is just 4 years. 1 year is gone, almost gone now. Tinubu has done, I think it's 100 days. That's about 3 months gone. If you don't start preparing now, when are you going to prepare again? You either prepare, if you prepare to win, you will win. If you prepare to fail, you will fail. So this is my advice to them. We should stop all of this. And Nigeria has gone past military rule. No way. It's not going to come back. Everybody knows that. That won't happen. That will not happen. And I'm not without friends in the Eastern space. And we discuss every time.
Why won't it happen? Tell us why you think it can never happen.
The military?
Yes. Why do you think it can never happen in Nigeria?
Okay. at the risk of repeating myself, all the military coup, apart from the failed ones of Dimka and Oka, you understand? They were those that were not, and the 1966 coup, that were not organized by the Hausa Fulanis. Now, today, as we speak, we have a non-military Yoruba president. Let me put it in a very plain language. Imagine an Hausa Fulani comes to overthrow the government. What will you feel? What will be your conclusion? Oh, is it because it is not an Hausa man? Is it because it's not a Fulani person? They have the audacity. Naturally, the Yorubas will protest. We have something on the side which they call a Yoruba nation. In the eastern side, we have the Biafra. So what we don't want to happen will easily happen. It's like somebody.
Sorry,
take for instance,
what if they install a Yoruba head of state?
Nobody wants to.
What if they overtake and install, just like they do with Shonekon and did with Obasanjo? They install the Yoruba man. Don't you think we won't have that argument again?
There is timeline. Those circumstances are different. For instance, when Babangida stepped aside and he cunningly brought in Shonekon, he was warned by his cabal, the Abacha and Coup, and the junior of middle rank officer Lawan Gwadabe, Abubakar, the other guy with tribal mark, all those young talks, those middle level, they don't want him. So Babangida stepped aside, put him there. He was a sitting duck. And when it pleases them, they went and removed the flag on the car and tell Oga, please go back home to Abeokuta. And of course, he left. Obasanjo's own is because they killed MKO. And the only way of...
Sorry, Baba. Do you think Shonekon had a misstep that as soon as they swore him in, it did not use that window of that moment to retire Abacha and all of them?
He has no power. He has no such power. Himself, he knew he was a sitting duck from day one as soon as IBB stepped aside. It was just convenient so IBB can go. He knows.
He didn't have that power now. You know, it was just chairman of transition council. It wasn't commander-in-chief. It wasn't commander-in-chief. It was chairman of transition council.
Exactly.
So the military was not under him.
So he knew. So he left quietly back with his tail between his legs. For Obasanjo's own, it was just compensation. Okay, this is...
sorry, Baba, still, are we counting Shonekon as one of the past head of state presidents of Nigeria? Is he on the Hall of Fame?
He is there, but that is dubious. He is counted as a head of state, and that is very, very dubious.
Head of government now. So
yeah, but that's dubious, because that period of our history, I think shouldn't be there. We just like a page where you just flip through. You don't want to read at all. But somehow, is there as a past head of state, and I find it very dubious.
So, Baba, let me because the answer you gave is not satisfactory, and I'm glad.
Which one, sir?
I'm glad that Patisco came in and gave an and said that if we are to be if the military overthrow today and then put Yoruba as the head of the government, what are we going to do? I'm glad for that question.
Yeah, I answered him.
Let me say this.
It's not going to be acceptable.
Let me ask you this question. You know, the central factor that drives that attract military takeover is bad governance. So you think that if Nigerians slide down further into the worst, I'm talking about the bad governance, worst governance. So you think if they come in, you think there won't be any justification for that? You think people will not celebrate?
But
Okay.
there is no just hold on, but there's no justification now, because Tinubu has not been in situation enough to determine if his government is good or bad. So if they are going to have a military coup now, it will be as a result of a carryover of the Buhari administration. So if the Buhari administration was that bad, why didn't they have the coup under him? So you cannot say that Tinubu has been in situation for 2 months.
But one man,
no. I'm saying going down the line, if we slide further into worst governance.
Well, yes, maybe in 2 years' time, if they do
maybe not now. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Let me even mention something. You see, all the ingredients that are required that have to be present on the civilian side for a military coup to take place are present now. The corruption that Buhari came to fight under Shagari cannot be compared to the corruption that is taking place now. So in that case, it is present. The insecurity that they had then cannot be compared to what we have now. You understand? The dissatisfaction with government that they had then that prompted the 83 coup cannot even be compared to what we have now. So every ingredient, I cannot continue to mention them. They are all present. And let me tell you another thing that is present, which if does not result in a military coup, can result in aggression and misbehavior and a revolution, is the disparity between the political class and the governed is too much. One man today, your classmate that is just maybe a teacher in maybe Maryland, if he becomes a House of Rep today, the gap between him and you that you are living in UK is going to be as far as heaven to earth. The governance, the governors, the leaders, they are not like the people they are governing. But if you go to normal climb, the leaders should be like the people that they are governing. So they will have nobody to push back for them. You know, during that military, during our time, we fought for civilian. We say no, nobody will fight now. Me, I will put my neck on the line because Tinubu was overthrown. For what?
Not because Tinubu was overthrown.
That's a challenge. No,
because
but that
democracy
time,
is being truncated.
No, not what is here. I am not an advocate.
Defense of democracy, not in defense of one man.
I'm not an advocate of military rule.
You cannot say what you are saying. You are not living in Nigeria, so you cannot say that.
Exactly. I'm not an advocate of military rule.
Because by the time they show you shaking that Buruba and shaking Baza, you will fight.
It's not today they've been showing civilians in Nigeria. It's not today. It's not today's thing. You understand? It has always been there since the 70s during the time of Gowon.
Let me shock you. I know boys that were just like cowboy following the area boy for some civilian people. If you see them now, they are multimillionaire in hundreds of millions. Just boys for
Is MC Oluoma not a billionaire?
You cannot run a country like that.
Wait, but
look at Omar Bongo saying that people should make noise. Nobody will make noise. If
look,
they do
life
that
is a cycle. Can I say something?
Yes.
Life is a cycle. We're talking about MC Oluoma. In the 60s, you understand, we had somebody they call Omopupa. Later, I think during Shagari's time, we had Adebayo Success,
Loshodi.
Then later we have Adedibu. So life is a cycle. These things will come.
But those ones have
away.
not reached. Those ones were not reached as
who told you bio success was not reached?
Hold on. Let's leave MC Olomo for a moment. Let's stay with what Patrick was saying.
Yeah, let me I will answer him.
Yeah, hold on, Baba. Just hold on 1 second. A coup cannot take place now, only because whatever reasons that they are attributing for that coup, they cannot attribute it to the present administration. So if a coup needed to take place, then it should have taken place under the previous administration. The present administration is not has not been in situation for long enough to take culpability for whatever it is that justifies a coup. That's just it. But Baba, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, our democratic credentials is gone past any military adventure risk coming to take over government.
Woman, please,
we are
can I ask you a question? Woman.
Yes.
Woman.
Yeah, carry on, princess.
Yeah. My question is this. Is this not a continuation of Buhari's government? It's the same party.
Yeah, but it's a different administration. It's the
same APC and the same recycled ministers coming on board.
No, it's not. There is no minister recycled, I don't think. It's a totally different government.
Can I carry on?
Yes, Baba.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that which military government can be worse than Abacha's time? He was fought to a standstill. People die. People died during Abacha's reign. Those we know, those we don't know. And military people were carrying out this thing because they were just we were mentioning names and we forgot Alex Ibru, who lost his eye. He was almost being killed at I think Falomo area. He was shot in the head. And a host of the Riwani and all the rest. So which government can be worse than that? Government that have a certain cell in the middle of Ekpe Peninsula, they call Itaoko, which graduated people like Gani Fahimi, Beko Ramson Kuti, Falana, and so on and so forth. Even Wole Soyinka was at Itaoko. He mentioned it and the man died. The beauty is nobody can challenge them. Ken Saro-Wiwa. But in a civilian regime, you can remedy your case by going to court. Get your judgment depth. If this particular one didn't pay you, another civilian regime can pay you. You just relentlessly pursue your case through the court of law. But with a military regime, you don't stand a chance. You want to go and stand in front of Aso Rock and hold a placard? Who is afraid of the military? Not Nigeria. We've gone past that. Because what Abacha did in our country, no, I don't think any military government. Then there was no. There was CNN, but it's on this. You have to have this big upturned umbrella, massive. What we call it, satellite dish, before you can catch CNN. But yet we fought Abacha to a standstill. Himself, I think he didn't believe what happened. So our democratic credential is gone past that. And the military boys, they know. They know.
Could I interject, Baba?
Yeah, please go ahead.
You can interject, but I'm not going to allow the conversation one to be lowered or turned into some fallacious or be something. But interject, yeah.
Thank you very much, Baba. I've listened for hours now to the conversation. And a lot of people have brought in some good points, but they're usually things that we already know, things that are already settled elsewhere. Even on the last point that Baba was making about fighting
Abacha to a standstill. But in the context of our discussion here, military rule.
Are you there, or am I off? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, woman.
Right.
Which came from Babangida, who initially promised to return the country to a civilian rule by 1990. But he pushed that deadline back to 1992 after a little coup attempt, right? And then he annulled the presidential elections of 1993. So the Babangida transition ended up in a coup led by Abacha. So we couldn't, let's not pass it out, because we're going to be here the whole day talking about minor little things that happen out of happenstance, circumstance. They're not really planned. They're doing a lot of those things out of the seat of their pants. But we have to look at the military regimes, how they ended up in Nigeria. It's a very rich area to study. Some of them collapsed, just like, for example, in Greece in 74, Argentina in 83. Others managed to negotiate their way out of it. But if you then go to Ajan Lekoko, I'm disappointed, obviously, because Ajan Lekoko is usually a sound mind here. But he has a lot of nostalgia. I believe that's just a way to sum up Ajan Lekoko's look at Nigeria. It's trying to nostalgic, looking at the way. I mean, I can't believe that a lot of our people were here discussing a military regime building a building here and there, a road here and there. We see examples of serious countries such as China, when they decided to develop their country, they built skyscrapers in the thousands. They moved a lot of poor people, brought them up to middle class, and did a lot of things. Sent people to schools in the United States and Europe and all kinds of things. But no, the military. Let me indulge you to. I know I was interjecting. Let me go ahead and extend my remarks. Is that okay, Baba?
Oh, please do. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. So militaries are hierarchical organizations that specialize in the deployment of violence. Everything is by force. It's a complicated thing. So don't look at a shiny road or building the place somewhere. Right? It's unconstitutional.
Are you satisfied with the civilian administration we have for 23 years in Nigeria?
Yeah, but that's the point I was going to land on. We don't have any civilian government in Nigeria. I was making that point yesterday when I talked to one man. What the military, I mean, they're playing little stupid games with us because of this kind of conversation that we have.
Are you saying that the civilian administration have done better than the military in terms of the governance of the state? Is that what you are saying? Let us know your position.
My position is that we have not had any civilian government in Nigeria. What they did is what was prevalent in the 70s to take off their garb. They removed their uniforms, but they're still the military. Obasanjo is a military man, a military dictator. Now, he happens to be a little better than the other ones, but all of them. Buhari is a military dictator, a coupist, a thug. All these guys are playing with us because we haven't gotten serious. Those things you call military governments in Nigeria, those are not military government. Civilian governments. They're not civilian governments. They're military government. They took off their garb and they allow a certain autonomy, yes, civil liberties, but many military governments outside of Nigeria do the same thing. They liberalize. But in our case, I don't know why we don't sit back and say, oh, wait a minute. Obasanjo is a military dictator. You can't cross him. Whether he's in uniform or not, you can't cross Obasanjo. He's a military dictator. You can't cross Buhari, whether he's in uniform or not.
Okay, Pansa, separate this thing now. We have civilian, even though you can describe them as a puppet of the military behind the scene. But now that we have the military administration, civilian administration for the past 23 years, compared to the time when we have the military rule, which one have done better? We between the two, who have done
I just
best
finished
job for Nigerian people?
Hold on.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yes.
I just
Don't
finished.
lump them together.
You're not listening to
them.
me. That's why you asked that question. I just said to you, there is no choice there because they are a military government. That's what we've had since the 60s.
No. Separate them.
Hold on. I can't.
Don't
let me just hear me out.
Now.
Ostensibly, the end goal is democracy. No doubt about that, right? Even when the military is there, we're waiting for our democracy. What we have now is nothing like the young lady. I forgot her name. Just posed a question to one man. I says this Tinubu. It's the same party as APC. Why don't you look at it that way as one and the same? Of course, they're one and the same. Tinubu will not be sitting there today without the graces of Buhari, who put him there in a childish way. He's got no reason to be sitting there. If those who are complaining are not obedient, let's try to have some class. The ostensible goal is for us to have a democracy. Now, remove Nigeria from the picture and compare, because that's a lot of the things we do when we come on this platform is to compare. Try to compare and contrast. There's not the debate, John Lokukure, you want me to indulge in, which is to say a military government and a civilian government, which one is better? Which one brings Nigeria soccer and development? Well, that's been settled. You should not, in 2023, be engaging a debate about democracy and authoritarian military rule. That's silly. Giving you other positions on other things where you're coherent and you're reasonable. When you have a military government, first of all, your civil liberties are gone. You're a slave, in other words. That is true. That is not debatable. The Constitution is gone. So a first process will lead to a second process. If you don't have civil liberties, then what do you have? You don't have anything. So the debate actually ends right there. It's authoritarian.
Let me ask you this question. Under who?
I was going to land on that point.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Ahead.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
The primary responsibility of the government is to secure life and property and welfare of the people, right?
Yes.
So, who has done better for Nigerian people under the military?
I think we did about 2 hours on that already.
No, I'm asking him a question. I just want him to because he's not answering. Yeah. We don't even know what his position is because he lumped them together. Who has done better?
Okay.
Yes, for that primary responsibility of government.
I have already answered that question to you, but let me try. Let me explain it. Right? Any prerogatives that were established under a military rule should then outlast that military regime, right? Do you understand what I mean by that? If the military come in and they're so successful and their prerogatives are established and they're eventually gone, then those establishments should be there. Right? You can't go measuring how many routes were tarred under a military regime and use it to advance anything with me. We have to look at things that matter. What do they bequeath us with? was a transition, as a matter of fact. When you have a military government and then they transit into another government, if you measure all those things, the fixed allotment of our national budget that goes to the military, their salaries compared to others, things that really matter, control of the economy. Because a lot of the things they did are actually what we're suffering now. But in Nigeria, it's a very special case where they're still in the 70s mentality. What we have are military regimes up till now, today. What we have is a military regime today. Because they wouldn't let the civilians have an input and let that input stabilize the country, right? Everything is done by force. It's just that Nigerians don't know how to attack this. So if you have, let's just say in a scenario, and the scenarios in the past where you've had these vaunted military regimes, right? And then you have the fault lines in Nigeria is tribal, right? So one tribe gets a lion's share of that. There is another tribe that's suffering because of that military regime, the privileges that go to them, how the recruitment is done, who's actually in the military, right? Do you follow me? There are you may be, from your perspective, you're looking at it, and so my tribe is benefiting from a military regime. If another tribe is holding that military veto power, are you going to be able to, say the things you're saying? That's another thing. We who are in the West, right? We know that mayors build stadiums, mayors build roads, city mayors, not even the governor of a state, such as say New York or California, what a governor does, right? You follow me? So don't compare, also contrast. You should not.
No, let me even answer him. Let me answer him.
All right. I answer him and then bring it home, and then we go on to Patrick. Somebody sent in a clip that they want Kolata to respond to. So, and excellently put by Pansat. So
I'm pinching myself, Pansat. I'm pinching myself.
Yeah, people who've always wondered about Pansat. So this is why we take the other. This is Pansat as we once knew him.
You have to come to me, though. It's not my turn.
Okay, let me answer.
Come to me for my turn.
Give it 1 hour, and it will revert back to type. But that's the Pansat that makes us always let him on, because it can be like that sometimes. Yeah.
One man, please. Sorry, Baba. Sorry, I only have 10.
That was a great delivery, by the way, Pansat.
Yeah. Wama, please, I only have 10% in my battery, and I want to jump up. Baba, sorry, I'm taking your time. Just give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead, no problem.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, Wama, this what you display, your subtitle is just, or headline is just display that the army chief troop must remain loyal to Tinubu. First of all, this is wrong. This is dictatorship. Militaries are not loyal to the president; they are loyal to the constitution. But now we cannot be happy because
they are loyal to the government.
No, military are loyal to the constitution. You are very talented to know this. The military are not sworn to be loyal to the president. They are sworn to defend and uphold the constitution, which is sovereignty of the country. Now, because it's Tinubu, now we are happy as our tribal person. But if this was in the north now, the days we will be shouting. Then we'll see Ogbeni that is a good lawyer opening the constitution for us, telling us that this is wrong. This is the problem of Nigeria. Now, what led to this argument is not to say that the military is better or the civilian government is better. We were talking about the nutrient and the ingredient that leads to coup. And most people don't know the reason why, because they are Gen Z. Some of us are lucky to be in that regime. And we're not comparing what will lead to this thing, what will make them stay. I will not say because of bad government. That is the first of all, the Western interest. Second of all, the bad government, corruption, and the rest. And what made them stay when they come there, they want to leave, is the nutrient, the ingredient they are getting from it. They'll continue. And why people now are yearning for, like, seeing military is the best option, is because they are not getting the nutrient of democracy.
That's why they say, okay, let's let military just take over. Doesn't mean they are yearning for military. Now let's dissect it. Ever since 60s, there has been corruption. And ever since 60s, the only reason military comes in is this corruption. Why can't just let the civilian government just shy away from that for once? Every time the military take over is under one guise. The country is corrupt. The politician is corrupt. And it's true. They try to fool us. Then they stay for long. Then before sorry, can anybody hear me?
What? Yes, we lost you
Hello?
for a moment. Yeah, carry on. We can,
Hello, can you
carry
hear
on.
me?
We can. If you can hear me, then the conversation is taking
Yeah.
place. Carry
So
on, yeah.
this is what we were comparing. This is what we were comparing. Let's look at what is making this military to come and take over, and what make people think military is better. And we are checking it. We check it and say that even the footage from the politicians, that they are not even done better than the military. That is what we tag as the worst. That's what we are checking. Not that we are saying military is better than the politicians or politicians better than military. But what have these people done during their 30 years, almost 30 years, their vote rule? The civilian government have nothing to show for. Now, corruption. And this is the motto, the military driver to come back to power. Of course, there is foreign interest. So why can't the civilian government just please do something different for once? Why can't why are they doing the same thing all the time, expecting a different result? How can that happen? Somebody is saying that Tinubu is a new government, so the military has no reason to take over. The military is not taking over because of Tinubu. The military is taking over because of the decade of corruption. Doesn't matter who is on the power right now. And it is Coup we are talking about, like I said just now. If it was for 2014, when Jonathan was there, every one of us here will be clamoring for military takeover. Mostly the Yorubas will be clamoring for it because they were only saying they were shut out from the government. And it was
what is this thing you have about the Yorubas? Because you always seem to point your remarks
because
along tribal lines. You always
because that's what
very quickly you tribalize even the most mundane.
No. I do not tribalize it. I'm repeating what people have said on this platform. Because you, Mama, said it. Even Baba said it. During Buhari Jonathan regime, Yorubas were shut out from the government. So that's why Yoruba went against Jonathan.
The Yorubas were shut outside of the government under Buhari.
They didn't call for.
Hold on. Who said the Yorubas were shut out? The vice president was Yoruba.
Hold on now.
Was Yoruba. All of the cabinet were
I said Jonathan. You said it. I just look at test of this. But I've said it here before.
Right.
Everybody has said it.
Bring it home and then we move on.
So hold on. I'm not playing tribal. I'm not playing tribal. I'm just saying what people. We're just saying things are based on what you have said in the past. Now, during that time, we base that on politics, on campaign, because they were not involved in the Jonathan regime. That's why they formed alliance with the North. First time in the North to form APC to kick Jonathan out. What I'm saying that if Coup happened that time, these same people that form alliance, or they see Jonathan regime as a good regime because they were not involved, they would support the military regime.
During Jonathan, no.
You cannot say for a fact. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not in a position on you. Now, during Buhari regime, as bad as it was, at one time they were hearing Coup. If Buhari regime was Coup in Buhari regime, people would have rushed to the streets and celebrated. But thank God it didn't happen. When nobody's calling for Coup. Now, if Coup happened in Nigeria, like what Adeko keeps saying, right now, millions will run on the street and celebrate, not because of Tinubu or APC, because of the bad hardship with Nigeria be facing for the decades since 1999. That's what people are saying. And we should avoid these things. We should not play politics with it. And it can be avoided simply by trying to do something different. I think less people have hope that they're going to be different, not always playing politics about all these things. That's what people are saying. And again, the Batifier and the Obedient, they are toxic. They're not helping the space. Instead for them to come together to see how the country will build, rather they are playing a policy of who will be in power. tribal politics. Just here in this platform, I'm calling telling Baba Electrical. I can't speak for the people on the comment section, but people should talk to the people on the panel. This is getting on my nerves. When somebody talk about the government now, you say you hate Tinubu or you hate the Yorubas. This same thing the North were doing, and it came back to bite them. During that time, if you talk about Buhari, say you want to talk about Baba Buhari, democracy elected president. By the time they came out to do the North is bleeding, it's something they joined them. So why must we tribalize everything? Can't we just sit down and have a civil discussion and see how the country will go? We can't. That one person must paint it to tribal. One person will paint it to target to a party. I'm not a party man. If I talk about anybody now, they'll call me obedient. If I talk about Buhari, they'll talk about Sam, I'm Yoruba. When will all this stop? How can we now build? Anyway, thank you for this is my session. My battery is dead. I'll jump out and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you.
One man, I would like to use my time. Please let me take my space.
Oh yeah. Carry on, Baba.
Ajanle Koko, first thing you talk about security. When you talk about security, what do you expect? Who does the commander-in-chief send out to mitigate against security? The same army you are clamoring for to come to power. Why can't they do it when their commander say, okay, go into the bush, go into the villages, go onto the road, the air, I bought you materials, go fight it. And they are not successful at it so far.
Point of correction. I didn't clamor for military to come to power. We are comparing the governance of the states, how we fared well under the military as people, than what we have today.
Okay. Anyhow, my answer still subsists.
Yeah.
To world peace.
For military to come back and take over government. No. So everybody should get it clear. So
okay. I say my answer still subsists. So I'm going on to world peace. As I sit here right now, and yesterday, onto tomorrow, I don't have one piece of tribal bone in my body. When you talk about the Yorubas, during Jonathan's government, the Yorubas were absent in that government. And nobody, no Yoruba person called for coup. I didn't even hear, I didn't even smell it. All they did, they kept on complaining. The Obas as delegation visited Aso Rock. The political group visited Aso Rock. Every day they just try and say something. And of course, what did they do at the end of the day? Even when, during the electionary campaign of the 2015, Jonathan slept in Awujale's palace overnight, just begging, because we knew that time will come. He will need us. That's what Democrats do. You wait for electioneering period to come and strike. That was what the Yorubas did, because they warned him and he promised he will amend his way. He did not. They didn't call for anything. They didn't call for takeover. They didn't say the country should burn. All we did was they reverted into their own space and waited for electioneering period to come. And that time came. He was sharing dollars in Ogun State. They took the dollars quite all right. And they taught him a lesson he will never forget. Because we voted for him. When even the North are saying, look, you have to go. You just completed our brother's space. So the second time we have to appoint somebody, we said no. I went home that period simply to vote for Jonathan. And when he didn't serve our purpose, when we didn't have a seat at the table, we waited 4 years. That's why I'm always clamoring that.
Hold on. That is not true, though. What you just said,
tell me your truth. Tell me your truth.
Jonathan's cabinet. Hold on, right. 1 minute. Please hold on.
No, hold on. Just hold on. Let me acknowledge. Let me acknowledge Ike Ogiament's super chat. So if you've ever wondered what a super chat should look like, there it is right there. Excellently done by the man in the bow tie. So thank you, Ike, for the super chat. Yeah, carry on.
All right, thank you. Baba, let me tell you that during Jonathan's administration, the first cabinet, first of all, 2010-ish, something like that, defense was Chief Adetokunbo Kayode. That's defense. That's a
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking of president, vice president, senate president, House of Representatives.
Hold on. You said cabinet, so forget about.
No, I didn't say cabinet. I didn't say cabinet.
Okay, just
I said government.
Let
me
government. Put that to rest because
please, can I just chip in some?
Please hold on. A lot of people keep repeating that like a mantra, right? You have Adetokunbo for defense. You have Olusegun Olutoyin Aganga for finance. That's a Yoruba man. You have for foreign affairs Odeyin Ajumo Gobia. I consider him a Yoruba, even if
no, Ajumo Gobia is River State.
But those are constitutional mandated picks now.
Aganga is not. Aganga is not a Yoruba man. No. Okay. Aganga is not a Yoruba man.
Okay, anybody that has Olu in there
is Edo.
No, it's an Edo.
That guy is an Ondo now. Is an Ondo man.
He's an Edo.
Okay, fine. Okay, so you got that one. Wait. Let me consider that point and remove him. But you go all the way down to Akinlabi Olasukami for youth development, right? You have a lot of Yorubas in Jonathan's administration. He did the constitutional thing. He had Nigerians in his cabinet. That's the way it's supposed to be.
We're not talking of cabinet now. We are talking of House of Representatives, Senate presidency, vice presidency.
Electoral. That's up to you to elect those people from your state. So the only thing you could complain about a president to say, hey, look, we're being marginalized. Okay, it's like what Buhari did. That's marginalization in essence.
Yeah, that's what we said. That's what we were complaining about then.
He's not guilty of that. Jonathan, to me, is a horrible ex-president, but he was the right president for Nigeria at the time. He was.
But it was a Billy when it suits you.
He was a good president, but a horrible ex-president. So, but don't repeat that because it's just not true. He's not guilty of that. The Southwest used that excuse to remove him from office, and then we got what we got.
Rightfully so.
What we're paying for.
Rightfully so.
Let me wait for my turn because I want to talk about that.
Pastor said.
All right. Let Baba land, and then we come to Patrick, and then after Patrick, I think we'll probably just change the we change.
Okay, thank you, one man. All I just have to say that be careful what you wish for. You may have it. Thank you, one man.
All right, excellently put by Baba. I think if there's one thing, especially Princess, she loves the sound of your voice. She does. So an equally majestic voice, Patrick from Canada. Patrick, you are up next.
Okay, one man. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yes, I am not advocating for a military regime because it's like self-destructive. I mean, I cannot begin to wish for what I fought against. You understand? It's not good. It's not right. And a lot of people died for this democracy. It's like pissing on their grave by calling for a military government to come back. But let's look at things. The questions that were posed is the first question should be, is it ripe now? Can it happen in Nigeria? I didn't have the opportunity to address that when we are addressing the Angola issue. Currently, there are two sides to it. Some factors need to be present in the civilian side for it to have happened. And then there are some other factors that are supposed to be present within the military for this to also have happened. Then maybe some things that are likely to be present outside the country. So when these three structure comes together, there might be a military administration or a military coup that is very likely to be successful and likely to rule. First and foremost, on the civilian government side, these things are present. These things are very present. The corruption is too much. The disrespect, you see, I don't mean that they don't respect also. When you steal and you cheat the people and you show it to them, That is nonsense. You steal the country dry, you live in affluence and show it to the people. It cannot continue like that. One man, I was watching this Burkina guy, this guy that took over in Burkina Faso, and I think he lost one of his soldiers to the fight against the terrorists. So he went to visit the family of the soldiers. This guy looks very ordinary. The guy looks like the people he's going to visit. And that really struck me. The guy looks like the people he's going to visit. He was so ordinary, talking to them, engaging them. And you could see that there's not so much of affluence around him relative to these other people. That is what a leader should be. A leader should be such that you cannot differentiate him from his disciples in the physical sense. People will say, I go spiritual. But that was why you needed somebody to betray Jesus. Because just like was like any other of the disciples. You needed somebody to point him out and say, this is the man, Jesus. If he had been like somebody in a car, there are so many of them are guarding. There are so many, like these are our pastors now. Or like all these are politicians. You don't need a Judas to betray him and say, look at him now. But he said, whoever I kiss. Now what we will need you to kiss that person for us to not to mistakenly catch Peter or catch Paul. Because the leader is supposed to be like the people. That is not happening. Not even an ordinary counselor in the local government is like the teachers in secondary school. That factor is one thing that can trigger a coup. Corruption is one of them. And not just corruption and still showing it and still feeling on top of the world and still oppressing the people with your wealth and spreading it in your family, so that even when you behave and people now think your family owns Lagos, you should not bring them to the point where they are thinking like that. I'm not saying you own Lagos. No, it's not right. You don't. But if you do things that suggest that make people to even think like that, then you should watch yourself. I will go spiritual again. Paul said, do not let your good be evil spoken of. Don't do things such a way that it will even make them think that you are bad. So if you get to that point where they see that you are so, your children, everybody is oppressing us, then you must begin to watch. Something is wrong with you. That is the truth. And that is present in what we have now. We are saying that about Tinubu and our leaders in the West, because we are in the West. If you go to the North, it's also very terrible. One man is so rich, every other person is saying Rakadede. So we can shout like Tinubu here, but they don't shout around their people like that. They are as corrupt, as rotten as the people here that we are shouting now. So it's everywhere. And that the military are seeing that. The civilians are supposed to stand up to the military. They are seeing that. So the military is seeing that. The military is also sensing the pulse in the country of people who are feeling oppressed and who are seeing affluence in the midst of oppression and disgruntled. And I'm sure some of us on this platform are not even happy with that. I am a Tinubu person, and as you can hear my voice now, you know I'm not happy with that. That is one. That is present. Insecurity is one of the factors that most of them normally say. Is that present? You agree with me, it is. Mismanagement of economy, that is one of the factors they consider. Is that present? Until recently, before Tinubu started taking some measure, the economy has been mismanaged since 2007. It is also very present. People are dying. That's a factor. Then another thing is within the military are the factors present. In the lower and the middle class of the military, it is present. They know what is happening and they feel very bad. These guys are the ones who go in the jungle. They get killed. Real people get killed. Soldiers lose their husband, and soldiers die and their wives lose their husband. Their children lose their fathers. Now, if you go to the barracks, when they say they've killed one soldier, okay, we hear with the killed one soldier, but when you go to the back and see the children, you are able to relate with it. You are able to relate with the fact that this woman will now be without a husband. In a society that sees a single mother as a damaged good, like, oh, you can't go and marry this person, who's going to take responsibility? That woman is now left to fight for survival. And so many of them in the barracks. And in some cases, they are never allowed to stay too long in the barracks before they move them home, because their husband is no longer a soldier. As long as they pay them, they move them. Somebody is ready to occupy their house, their apartment in the barracks. And at times, until recently during Buhari time, if you see the stress they go through before they even get their benefit. So the lower class and the middle class, it is rife. But in the upper class, in the military, it is not. Because they are, I think a number of them are well taken care of. One. And their psychology has been influenced by the restructuring that Obasanjo did in 1999 of the military. You understand? The people who could have passed the culture of coup and all those things down.
Padoski,
yeah.
Good evening, my brother. Can I seek your indulgence, please?
Okay.
I want to ask somebody a question, but I don't want him to leave before I ask that question. If you don't mind,
please do.
Yes, thank you. Baba, is Baba there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Thank you.
Baba, good evening. I can call you Egbon because I wasn't born in the 60s or in the 70s. I was born.
No, I was born in the 50s.
Yes, I was born in the 80s. So Egbon. So you mentioned something that crossed my mind.
Baba.
Baba. Yes. I can call you
30 years.
Yes. Yeah, I can call you Baba. So you mentioned something. I'm close relative to Baba Awolowo. You are the second person that will mention that to me, aside from my parents. Is it true they saw Baba Awolowo in the sky? My parents told me. I didn't believe it, maybe because we are close family to the Awolowos. So what you mentioned, you are the second person to mention it to me as an elder man in Yoruba land. So is it true they saw Baba Awolowo in the sky? Or it's just fallacy, or it's just illusion, or it's just or people are just deluding themselves? Thank you.
Thank you. We were just deluding ourselves. It's just delusion. Look. Whoa. And you will confirm. It's what is happening in the churches today. So it's so funny. We were delusioned. It was a delusional thing. Growing up, you look back and
Baba, remember when they used to claim that they could see images of the Virgin Mary and the moon? There was a time that people used to see that.
They still do.
Yes,
they see apparition.
It's abracadabra.
Sorry, was Wally right?
Yeah, carry on, Baba. Yeah.
No, he asked a question. I've answered that. We were just being delusional then. That's it.
Okay, let me continue then. So, in the military, in the upper side of the military, the factors are not really very, very present. The disgruntledness, the sense of tribal sentiment and division is not present. But the point is that the military, even the middle class of military now, or maybe let me say upper lower class, from colonel, brigadier, they could see that, okay, I'm a colonel, my classmate is probably a member of House of Rep. The disparity between that guy and me is so wide because he chose to just be stubborn when he was in school and maybe didn't finish school very well, or he was a rugged guy who's a street boy that eventually followed Atiku or followed one politician, eventually became a House of Rep member. Now he's riding a C class, or I don't know which of them is the latest class of Benz now. He's living, he has 3-4 houses in Abuja, he has house in Lekki, his children are schooling abroad. My own children are just struggling to go to command secondary school here in Nigeria, and then my wife is just a teacher in Army Children's School or command. You understand? His wife doesn't even have to work.
Hold on. You are just saying just. What you are describing is a middle class life. You are sending your children to command school. Your wife is a teacher at a upper middle income school, and then you are a banker. So that's a life. That's an aspirational life. And you're just
that's a lower life now, because that life cannot even afford cannot afford the standard of what should be the standard of a middle class, like eating breakfast with egg in the morning and packing your lunch in boxes, and then they driving your car to drop them in school, and they can't afford that now. You understand? So the class is not in the title. The class is the quality of life that they live. So what I'm saying is that guy sees himself as that, but sees his mate that was stubborn.
You know what you just said? It struck a memory. Sorry, Patrick. There was a time that my dad went out with his driver. I'm not sure if I've shared this anecdote before. There was a time that my dad went out with his driver. I think that was that time that my sister actually got her admission into the uni. So he went out with his driver, and by the time they came back, you remember. You know that road between Maryland and Ikeja? Remember there used to be a Leventis there, and there used to be a car forecourt in front of that Leventis. By the time he was coming back, he came back with 2 vehicles. He just decided on a whim to buy a Volkswagen Beetle to give my sister for getting to uni. So that middle class life is gone.
Yeah, exactly. Nigerian middle class now, somebody who was probably in your dad's profession and level there, that probably cannot afford that now.
That was under.
No, let's even leave that one.
No,
you understand? Cannot afford that now. So I'm trying to just let you know that.
I'm not sure that was. Maybe that would have been other Shagari. I'm not sure, but let's carry on. Yeah.
So now, if you look at the lower upper class of the military, like brigadier and colonel, they don't have that. You understand? So in their place, it is right. But the point is that we will not say I am happy that this thing is happening in Angola and all this place. I know that Tinubu will be forced to take care of the military now, and they deserve it. How do you explain to me that people who go to die, they are in the field dying, they are
Patrick,
family?
Sorry. One thing missing in your narrative that I think is critically important that the military today has. The military today, they have access to corruption. The top brass of the military are not struggling. They're actually enjoying the system. Exactly. They enjoy the system. Arms purchase, they corner a lot of money. This oil bunkering, selling oil and coal, it is military top brass. So the military today are not desperate. The status quo is also favorable to them.
Exactly.
So it's only if they want my Yoruba
extra,
if they want extra or conjure, exactly. If they want a conjure, so that's a different military of the 60s, even military of the late 70s. I mean, so there's a difference. I think that's a difference.
Yeah.
All right, bring it on, Patrick, and then we have a little introduction of himself by Ed, and then we go on to Kulata. Bring it home. Yeah.
Then you see the lower middle class, the upper and lower class of the military don't have all these things that Kulata mentioned, right? So that's another factor that we need to look at. Now, another thing is that the international community, is it prepared? I mean, outside the country, are those factors present? No, they are not. Outside, they are looking for to ensure that there's democracy. They are pushing for it. But outside in Africa, African countries, other African countries, they are so happy that is happening. And I bet you if it happens in Nigeria, you can be sure that almost a third of Africa will be taken over by military. And they should be sensitive to it. So I'm sure that
if it happens in Nigeria, the whole of the francophone countries will fall. Ghana will go, Sierra Leone will go, Liberia will go, they will all go.
Yeah, so that's why I'm sure the West will. This one that Biden is going to talk to Tinubu. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about, because he knows that, look, I will now be the American president that destroy everything. You understand that everybody have built. So I think Tinubu also has to be very careful, take care of the military, and call this political class to order. Their excesses are too much. Where can somebody be in the House of Rep? They say his campaign is buying 200 generators. How much did they say generator? I say generator, transformer. With his money, buying 200 transformer.
All right.
His transformer 10,000 naira. So it is sad though, but I don't want it to happen. But they are calling for it seriously. So don't let us blame Obedient or blame Ajale or blame anybody. If they do it, Tinubu will be seen as one of those that eventually destroy the democracy in this country. And if you watch it and not make it happen.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So that's Patoski, the super brain from Canada. So Ed, unmute yourself. I don't think we've met you before. So introduce yourself, just a couple of words. Have we?
I used to go by another name. I used to go by Niger Patriots, but it's been a while.
All right.
Here. Yeah.
So the fight is over. Have we been forgiven? You decided to come back?
No, I mean, I've been following you guys, but then I have a life to live, so I don't always have.
You have a life? How dare you have a life? The rest of us don't. So what entitles you to a life?
No. What I mean is that life happens. So
I know what you mean.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So, carry on a couple of words, and then we're going to Kulata. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a pretty good conversation here. The only thing that maybe piqued my interest and made me jump on was the conversation about how the Goodluck Jonathan regime alienated the southwestern part of Nigeria. I feel like that's a propaganda that has been bandied for too long, and we need to be truthful to ourselves, right? I think Pansat was making a point that ministers were represented from every state, right? So except you're going to say that those Yoruba people who were in Jonathan's cabinet are less Yoruba than those that are affiliated to Tinubu. Another point I wanted to make.
But those were statutory requirements, though. Were they not
I'm getting to the main point. The main point about the Southwest not featured in the top 5 or top 6 positions in the country. Now, I posted a link on the private chat here, which is from Tribune, where no less a person than Bisi Akande, who is more like Tinubu's man Friday, or his right-hand man, said clearly that they stopped Jonathan from being able to install a Mulikat Adeola from being the speaker. And it was in the midst of that conundrum that Tambuwa was not actually Jonathan's candidate. And I knew that because I was following Nigerian politics then. I knew it was this woman that was supposed to be elected. But then because of the politics of Tinubu and people like Bisi Akande, the Yorubas lost on that slot, right? So why is Jonathan still being blamed for that when even the culprits have been, they've been very sincere to say what they did to stop it at that time? Why? Is it that Mulikat is less Yoruba than those who have affiliations with Tinubu? Is that what we're trying to say? You know, it's just a case of it was not liked. That's just the truth. And Tinubu saw a path to presidency by affiliating with Buhari. So that's just what really happened. It was just politics. It was nothing that Goodluck did wrong. You know, he catered. Okay, if we're even going to go by that, right? The last dispensation.
Jonathan, he marginalized the Southwest and pandered to the north, and of course the Southeast were already his own people anyway. There was just an abundance of Southeasterners.
So what about the point I just made?
That's an outlier now. That's an outlier.
No,
You cannot use some random.
That was a cry. That was a cry that there was no Yoruba person in the top echelon of the country's hierarchy. That was the cry. And here is a Yoruba person that was supposed to be the speaker, which is like maybe the number 50th person in the country. And that person was skinned out by Yorubas. So how is that not an important consideration in this conversation? You know, like what other way did he marginalize Yorubas? They had ministers and he was going to put a speaker there for them. So in what way did Jonathan really marginalize Yorubas?
So, did they have ministers or ministers of state?
They had ministers. They had
Like,
ministers.
They had ministers. And
let me just be very clear to you. Who was the Minister of Agriculture during Jonathan's time?
This beginning of his government, or the second time was Adesina. But
Tijani.
I have a list. I have a list.
Tijani.
Read the list. I don't. Well, are there any important portfolios given to Yoruba people in his government?
Okay, problem. I could tell you if you want. Defense is Olusola Obada for Shun State. Defense. That's
my state.
Yeah. Then you have a Federal Capital Territory, Olajumoke Akinjide. That's a 2011 cabinet. That's Oyo guy. Right?
Maybe
Ashiru,
that
Foreign Affairs. That's
that FTC might be the what is that Minister of State? I'm not sure that is.
That's what I say. Is he Minister of State?
On that one
affairs.
state, but
Police
the
affairs
Foreign
was
Affairs. Foreign Affairs,
Ade.
Ogun State, Olubenga Ashiru. That's Foreign Affairs. That's a big one. Now, Viola Onwunleri of Imo State was the state for Foreign Affairs. But when you get Foreign Affairs, right, from a good state, that is huge.
Nah, Pansa, that's not that big. No, under Nigerian system, Foreign Affairs is not that.
I was just looking at the article you sent in, Ed. It doesn't quite marry with the narrative that you are presenting, but
no, that was really what happened. It says they outfilled Jonathan's effort. They actually did it.
I'm sorry, who changed Ajan Lekoko's name? Is that you? Sorry, carry on.
But you know, I mean, what's his name?
Was that who did that? Sorry, carry
Kulata,
on.
you know that when Jonathan comes in now, you have a minority, another geopolitical zone come in now. So it's no longer the three. Hausa, Yoruba. Let me just make this point quick. Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbos, right? Now you have the South included in prominent selection for ministers. Now, if you have an Igbo man, maybe he's going to pick Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. But now you have a minority come in. So now it's going to be divided into at least 4, right? Because he has to cater to his region.
Yeah, but the Igbos were overrepresented in his government.
Name one.
Why are we even going back to it? Are we not practicing by-turn democracy? Is it not by-turn democracy that we are practicing in Nigeria? Why are we going back during Jonathan?
It's not by-turn, but they're denying that Jonathan did not marginalize Yoruba people.
Don't mind them now. Let them be lying to themselves. Who told them that Jonathan did
how he did that? By the way,
the point I made.
Look at the list. Look at the list. Look at the list of ministers from A to Z. Look at. Hold on. Look at the list. Okay. Now break it down into the juicy ministries versus
ministries.
Yeah, you know. Don't worry. That's the language.
No, I mean,
the most important thing. Hold on. Now the language is clear.
Okay, say the one that you Yoruba got under Buhari that you didn't get under Jonathan. You'll be making sense. What do you have under Buhari?
No, don't forget about the Buhari. I mean Yoruba.
You cannot forget that.
Hold on.
We had Obasanjo. Under Obasanjo,
Vice President.
Buhari.
Add some other this thing. Don't worry. After
Ajan Lekoko, that's a very important point.
Yoruba had a stake.
Address that point. How is Jonathan different from Buhari, his successor, or Obasanjo, one of his predecessors? So try to make it to where it's kind of different, that he went a different way by marginalizing the Yorubas. If you had it so good under
Pansa, the fact that we had Vice President, Finance, Interior, I mean, just name the top ministry.
Well, the list is right there. Take a look at it and show me how that's a marginalization. What did you want that you didn't get? For example, what is a big one? What's a juicy one?
Hold on. Look, this issue is this. Yoruba work and deliver all Yoruba's state for Jonathan.
Apart from
expectation. Hold on.
The other regions.
In expectation that he will carry us along. But
okay, first of all, hold on right there. Because, hold on. Ajahn, just don't keep piling on. Just hold on right there. Yeah. You delivered for
Jonathan.
For Jonathan, right?
Yes.
What percentage does the Southeast deliver for Jonathan compared to this percentage from your side? Because your point is on that.
Yoruba won the state for him. You are saying percentage. What is percentage going to do?
No, hold on.
Ajahn is usually very
your
objective.
Point doesn't make any sense. If you compare and contrast, it doesn't make any sense because
when you win the state, you won the state.
Southeast state by 90%.
But Ajahn Koko, what are you people saying to the Yoruba clique that stopped you from getting the speakership? What are you people saying to those people?
No. You are right. You are right by
It's not actually right. If you read the article, it's not actually right. Yeah.
He's right. Yeah. He's right. Hold on. Wait, one man. Let us be fair now. What is said, was actually right. They wanted that woman within the PDP to be the speaker.
Right.
But even within the PDP, you had some people that went behind the scene to conspire with the APC to knock that woman down. Is it not Tambua that became the who was it?
Let
me bring you this.
Yeah.
Let me bring you this, and then after it, just round up in a couple more words, Ed, and then we're going to Kulata. This is from what you sent in. It's from a BC Akande book. So let me quote it from this paragraph. It says, he wrote, President Jonathan, immediately after the meeting with political parties, called Tinubu aside into a lobby to broach the matter of ACN support for a choice of who would become the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That day, President Jonathan talked to me on the phone about the same matter. He disclosed that PDP had zoned the position to the Southwest, but that only one Moraina and another Mulika won elections on PDP ticket from the zone into the House of Representatives. Hold on, let me scroll down. Yes, I quickly reminded him that as at that date in the United States of America, whilst the Democrat produced the Senate president, the Republican, the opposition, produced the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I boasted that ACN was capable of suggesting to him 10 names of members from the Southwest from whom are amongst to choose if PDP would be magnanimous enough to practice democracy the way it was practiced in the United States of America, from where we imported our presidential system. He seemed pissed off.
Can I ask you a question? No, just a quick question before you keep reading.
When I say hold on, you just hold on. Let me finish it. So yes, I quickly reminded him that as at that date, the United States of America, you say you let me lose my trend now. I quickly reminded him that as at that date in the United States of America, whilst the Democrat produced the Senate president, the Republicans, the opposition produced the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I boasted that ACN was capable of suggesting to him 10 names of members from the Southwest from whom to choose if the PDP would be magnanimous enough to practice democracy the way it was being practiced in the United States from where we imported the presidential system. He seemed pissed off and stopped the conversation, he said. In the era being referenced by the former national chairman of the defunct opposition party, the controlling party in each of the chambers, so it goes on to that space.
That's a contradiction of what he said.
A contradiction of what?
That last sentence right there is a contradiction of Akande's suggestion. Because even in the United States, it's who owns majority that decides the speaker. That's
no, that's not the abiding point. The abiding point that he was making was that if Goodluck Jonathan wanted, because Goodluck Jonathan was negotiating for support of the ACN, and he was offering the speakership of the House as the Kushner for that space, but he was offering the speaker as a PDP candidate, and they only had 2 people there. But
so what was more important? What was more important?
Hold on. What do you mean? What the ACN was saying? What do you mean?
Continue your point. Continue, and I'll land.
No. You have to understand that this is politics in play. What the ACN was saying was that that if you wanted their support, then they would get that slot for themselves, not for the PDP. So it wasn't necessarily an ethnic thing. It was a party. It was a party narrative.
That was not on the table. The agreement that Goodluck had with Tinubu was to.
He didn't have an agreement. Now, did you not hear what I just read? You presented the article. You brought the article in.
It was in the public domain that when Goodluck was contesting in 2011, that's the kind of gentleman agreement he had with Tinubu, was to allow the ACN free hands to win in the Southwest. This was in the public domain. So it was not about speakership. And even if it came to speakership, what was more important? Was it that the Southwest produced the speaker, or that ACN produced the speaker? Because this is the problem I have.
What was important was the leverage. Anyway, it's a mute point. It's a non sequitur. I'm using that word.
I know you always go back to those your normal balances, but
but do you not see the wider point? These are political parties negotiating positions.
What brought us here is that the Yorubas were marginalized, and here is a clear evidence. That's Goodluck.
No, it's not a clear evidence. It's not a clear evidence. If Goodluck Jonathan wanted
one man, you're wrong.
Let's change it up.
No, I don't think I am. But
the wider point is made right there. There was no marginalization. I said to Kulata, compare and contrast the Buhari administration with the positions held by the Yorubas, right? Or go to Jonathan, his predecessor. Not Jonathan, Obasanjo, his predecessor. So both his predecessor and his successor, you can't pin any difference as far as Yoruba's thing. But this gentleman right here has given you a glaring, as a matter of fact, an input that shows that if the SCN could complain about marginalization, but the Yorubas cannot, because Jonathan was on the side of the Yorubas. Exactly. He may not have been on the side of the ACN, right?
Tinubu's politics is to conflict Yoruba interest with ACN's interest, and that's what really pisses me off. Because
so
that's what
here's what you're not getting right. You can take a token Yoruba and say, "Oh, it's not marginalized." That token Yoruba is going to be a puppet to Jonathan. That doesn't really give
FFK.
Yeah, so that doesn't really give Yoruba a voice. It's not just by mere.
Yeah, that's a complaint.
It's not mere representation.
Kulata, sorry, Pansat.
No, hold on, just
you know why you can't blame Jonathan?
Kulata, you just made the point that the Southeast make all the time.
Exactly.
If you
Yeah,
think
it's a valid
people
point by the
right,
Southeast too.
right,
It's a
right.
valid point.
No,
It's not
you
a
see,
valid point
Kulata,
by the
Kulata.
Southeast because the Southeast point is ethnic based. Yeah.
No. But one man. The argument is this: the position the South Yoruba found
The
themselves
host,
under
the host is a
Jonathan is
troll on
what the
this show. That's not
Southeast
right.
has
Man, you're
has
the
found
troll.
itself now. Because you see, they could not present a House of Rep person because they didn't really have a strong person in APC from the Southeast that could occupy that position. The same thing in the Southwest. We didn't vote for Dimeji again. If Dimeji had gone back to House of Rep in 2015, in 2011 now, Dimeji probably would have been the speaker instead of Tambuwa. So that's the point. The Yoruba people also shot themselves in the leg with that, and that's what is happening in the Southeast.
But the Southeasterner, hold on,
But they shot themselves not on the leg alone, on the
oh,
leg and on the heart. The
hold
Yoruba people shot
on.
themselves not just the leg but on the heart as well.
Let me say this. You see, this our Southeasterner this time vehemently oppose themselves. Even people on this platform like Pansat and the others, the man that that stand the chance of winning the presidency. Most Southeasterners that come here said they rather give it to someone else from another part of the country than to give it to that man. And who is that man I'm referring to? It's what's the former governor of Abia State? What's the name? Anu.
Yes, of course.
If all the leaders, if all of them are still behind that guy, maybe we will have been the Senate president today.
Yeah, but listen, Angelica,
hold on.
Hold on. Is people's names? Is it reading differently? I can see Baba now showing as father. I can see Ajanle Koko now showing as drive Le Koko, and Ed showing as and. Is this you? Is this you? Is this you, Thomas? What's going on?
What about me? How am I showing? Monkey or goat?
No, it's showing Ajanle Koko on my side. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
One man.
Abotu Dakwadani.
One man. I think one man is drinking wine. No, one man is drinking wine. Are you drinking wine, one man? Nobody. No. Nobody changed anything. Maybe you go out and come back in. I didn't change anything.
I think I do that. Maybe I've been hacked by the obedience.
I'll take my leave now. Thank you guys.
Why you leaving there?
I have to do something now. I'm really sorry.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Good to have you. Join us again. Yes.
Thank you very much, my friend. One man, let me make my contribution now. These guys have spoken at least twice already. I've been here for hours. I haven't had
what do you mean hours? You only came in a minute ago. But
no. I've been coming in and I've been going for a little bit. I've been here for hours. So when I know it's not my turn, I just leave, do something, and then come back in. So let me do my presentation right now.
All right, carry on.
Thank you very much for the courtesy. And let me say formally now, hello to everybody on the platform. And what I would do, knowing that a lot of people want to speak right after me, I would just rush through the things that have come to my mind so far. But before I do that, let me make Nigerians feel a little better, because we don't say it enough. And when we do, we recite it like a mantra. It's not a big deal. Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth. Let us sink in. There are a lot of African countries and regions, East, South Africa, West Africa, and all that. Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth, home to the largest film industry on the globe. Fashion, technologically creative hub of Africa is Nigeria. Nigeria, we're known for our vibrancy, friendly, energetic engagement, and diversity, right? So you have to know we're a land of over 200 million smiles, 200 million inhabitants, largest population of the youth, and the 6th most populous country in the world. We have unrivaled culture, towards magnificence of culture, multinational state inhabited by over 250 ethnic groupings. And of course, probably double of that for languages, like 500 or so. Somebody said that a couple of days ago here. You go all the way from the north, coming down, largest dye pit in Kano, that's still operational from 1498. We have a Nobel laureate, the first one from Africa, the Konji himself, 1986. Diversity of butterflies, Nigeria has got the biggest, probably in the world, 1,000 documented so far in species and counting. So I want you to know that Nigeria, it's an awesome country. Awesome. I mean, when you look at our artistic expressions when it comes to the art from the Benin Kingdom to contemporary art of today, right? So don't sell yourself short. When I'm going to talk to politics, I want you to know Nigeria, we're intelligent, hardworking people. By the way, that's how we're known all over the world. It's not just somebody trying to blow his own dick here, right? We're known as hardworking people. The can do, never say never attitude. And it's, of course, complemented with our friendly and accommodating spirit. I said earlier that we have the second largest film industry. We pioneer Afrobeats. All these are worldwide phenomena. We're the heartbeat of Africa's economy. We're the largest economy in Africa. And by 2050, it's projected that we're going to be top 10. We'll produce what's known as oil and gas. We're known for producing all that. We hold the largest natural gas reserves.
Who projected that we're going to be top 10 in 2050? Where did that come from?
Where did that
come from? I think that was actually Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, all it has to
Goldman Sachs. Yeah, one man, you're correct. Goldman Sachs.
Goldman Sachs.
Just Google it. So, John Lekoko, the Nigerian flag is a vertical bicolor triband of green, white, and green. Do you know what it means? Those green stripes represent Nigeria's natural wealth. The white band for peace is designed in 1959 by Michael Taiwo, Akin Kunmi, and of course adopted in October 1, 1960. I'm not going to go into telling you about Akura arms, the dignity, the fertile soil, strength, and national flower of our country. You should know those as patriots. But I say that to say this. It's time for us to take our rightful place. There's nobody listening to me now who's on this platform, on this comment section, who doesn't know that military is passé. It's passé. We should not be dwelling on these kinds of debate. It's not a Yoruba thing, the Tinubu phenomenon. It's not a Yoruba. When we're talking about Tinubu not being qualified, didn't win the election, should be removed. Anybody who just listened to those stats that I was pointing out there, grow up. Grow up. It's not a Yoruba thing. I'm all the way in the United States where I've got everything. Everything. But I'm concerned because of, do you really think I'll spend my time talking about something to irritate the Yorubas? doing tribal politics about Yorubas? Or do you think that Fenifre hate the Yorubas? Do you think Clark, Pandef, they hate the Yorubas? So many Nigerians, noble, intelligent, patriotic Nigerians. They love Obi because it's Igbo, and they hate Tinubu because it's Yoruba. Come on. It doesn't even make any sense.
What of those that love Tinubu?
They have the right. They have the right.
Are they not? Hold on. Are they not available out there? What's your point? What point are you trying to make?
The point I'm making is that anybody who's about to say what I'm about to say, or have said what I'm about to say, is relegated as ethnic jingoist, somebody who hates the Yorubas, somebody who loves Igbos. And I'm trying to, in a shortcut, tell you those who support, who are against.
But that applies to you largely. Yeah, you've never shied away from your ethnic picadillos.
No, you say that, and I believe you're sincere because you think that's my character or my.
Well, that's your presentation now.
But it's not. That's why I'm going through this process. I just mentioned something that devastates all those arguments you make. I say they're Fenifere. They support. They're against Tinubu. Fenifere.
Oh, they are not.
Are you are not
they
more
are
Yoruba
not.
than hold on.
No, more, but they are not.
I know you don't make the argument of this old man that was paid off by Tinubu who comes trying to destroy the Fenifere and all that. I mean,
but the other old man was not paid off by Peter Obi.
No, come on. If you disrespect Pa Debanjo, you're not African. I'm sorry.
But you just disrespected Pa Fashionati. Have you not just disrespected Pa Fashionati?
No, I did not. Now, remember what I said.
This old man that was paid off by Tinubu, that's not disrespect.
Don't spoon feed me because I am setting up something. I'm trying to say, right?
So do you getting perfect by Jay?
That we.
No, I think you're trying to insult the intelligence of others here.
Yeah, please hold on. You could make that argument on your time. Okay, I'm not. Let me first deny it, but I'm not doing that.
Well,
I'm laying up. Who is that? Who's talking? Who are you?
You can see me. It's different dots.
Who's talking? Who are you?
It's the prime dot.
Who?
The prime dot. I'm on the show. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't see you. One man, could you remove this graphic so I could see the full name of who's talking?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so what and this is quite disheartening. I've come here with respect and decorum, obeying the platform rules, and I'm trying to lay out my case to ask people to grow up. Stop making every argument about Yoruba. I mean, you have to be so stupid to be against a discussion that would elevate our country. I mean, I'm in the United States.
Pansat, can you promise us what? Hold on, just 5 seconds. Can you promise us one thing? Are you going to give us an actionable item after your speech?
Yes, I am.
No, it's taking us to Peter Obi now. You can already.
Yeah, that's why I want an actionable item. Like, what are we going to do?
And you know, one man, if you count how many times I mentioned Peter Obi on your platform, it wouldn't get up.
No, you don't have to mention him.
No, I don't.
Okay, carry on.
Because I changed my approach when I saw Baklak, Pandef, Power, Adebanjo, Afenifere, and other well-meaning, dignified groups fighting for the country. I changed my approach. This is not a case to come here to be belittling another tribe. Whereas in that same tribe, now any tribe you mentioned, you're gonna have a lot of patriots there in any of our tribes who want us to rise. And the funny thing is that the people from that tribe, once they have a reasonable person talking for these laudable goals, they start demonizing that particular organization or the individual. And I think that's quite sad. And we have to stop it. On a platform like this,
the way Soludo was demonized, is that your reference?
We demonize people from every ethnic group that's not. You just mentioned Ojos Okala, right? A minute ago, I believe it was Ajan Lekoko. Why would anybody want Ojos Okala to be head of the Senate if you love that country? If you're truly a patriot, do you know the powers that are bestowed on the president of the Senate? This man should not even be a dog catcher. He should be in prison. Just because he's an Igbo. And now, if we did what you're saying,
so the one there now,
is
it better than Ojos Okala? The one you have as Senate president, is it better in all?
Yes,
all
he's not
respect?
Igbo, but he is.
Huh?
He's not Igbo. He is. I'm against him. I'm against him being the Senate president. But he is better than Ojos Okala, right?
Oh, okay.
Any human being is better than Ojos Okala out there, generally speaking. This guy there right now, Fabio, is no good. As a matter of fact, they went from talking about his imprisonment. Now, I believe that
it's not good, but it can be the Senate president. It's not good.
Not if we have. Not if I have something.
Accepting, you can
listen
accept
to this. Not if I have
to
something to do
occupy
with
that,
it,
but
and
it's not
not
good.
if those who are against Ojos Okala have something to do with it, right? Now, if we were pushing all our criminals on Nigeria, you're gonna say Igbos are tribalists. They want to push their own people. Here is something that you should appreciate. What you quoted here, that the Igbos don't support their own. How is he our own? Ojos Okala is not our own. Anybody who doesn't want the right thing to be done, it's not my own. That's your own. You could have it. Because it's like schizophrenia. One day you are good. Now this is to you. One day you're good. And the other day, how are you gonna get something good from mixing evil and good? What is -1 + 1? All the things you're complaining about, there's a cause and effect. There is, it's a very simple thing that I'm trying to appeal to you to do here. What is it? I'm saying to you, those of us who know better, we must rise and do the right thing. That's it. That right thing, it's a variable. Just do the right thing. You could be wrong. That's acceptable. But don't know when.
But if the right thing is a variable, so how are you then concluding that the right thing is not being done now?
I mean variable in the sense that it could be on this occasion is this, on another occasion it be something else.
Yeah, no. So that's to my question. So if it's
Right.
a variable, then how are you concluding that the right thing is not being done now?
Because once something is done, it becomes a constant. It's no longer a variable. So we know the outcome. We know what it is. You follow me? But you can't stay here right now and freeze time. Though time is an illusion, but we're in a three-dimensional world, right? So we don't know what the next topic is going to be. So the principle is to go by true or false. Do the right thing. Now, if you don't know the right thing, say you guessed, that's forgivable.
So what's our action item, Pansat? What are we supposed to do going forward?
Okay, going forward, let me address the first part of it with Ajan Lekoko's concerns about, for example, the military. When I interjected, I made a few points. The frustration of the military government. There's no place for rule of law. That's thrown out the window. Right? You could say, okay, then I should stop there. That's enough. If you're going to throw the rule of law, why even go further? But there's no existence of fundamental rights in the military government. No periodic elections. You have a dictatorship. All military rule are dictatorships. Abolishment of separation of powers. That's very important. However, in what we call democracy in Nigeria right now, we don't have that, because that's one of the biggest problems that we have. A president, they say, oh, he's there for 4 years, you have to vote him. But if there's separation of powers, the president doesn't have to be there for 4 years. Even if this tribunal comes back and makes and goes in favor of Tinubu, I don't think that's going to happen. But let's just say, in the unlikely event that the tribunal comes and keeps status quo, right? That
what
National Assembly.
Your bet with Baba, by the way, that's
I came here and you
look at
conspired with
this
him
guy.
and you didn't show up. I looked all over the internet. I said, no matter where you guys are hiding, I'm gonna find you. But you went here.
Just carry on. Yeah.
All right. So you've done it a couple of times now. I was gonna do a cookout. You didn't show up. I was gonna have a bet, and you conspired with Baba. I don't know where you guys held the show for yesterday. I couldn't find you anywhere. But let me say that there'll be dictatorship, right? John Lokuk, I hope you're listening to me. They won't allow citizen input on anything of any kind. There's abolishment of separation of powers, which we are suffering from now. That National Assembly could impeach Tinubu, could have impeached Buhari when he was gone for 107 days incommunicado. Right? But we don't have separation of powers like we have here in the United States.
Why would the National Assembly impeach Tinubu? Why?
Tinubu?
Yes, why would they?
He doesn't have a certificate. He's so. I mean, if you could laugh, but that's our constitution.
I'm only laughing because you are now accusing the Chicago State University of being liars, because they told us that he has.
I can't. One man.
Are they making it up? Is the institution that he went to making it up that he has a certificate?
Yes, they are. They have cases against the fraud. What they've been doing there around the same time.
Okay.
But listen to this. One of the problems you have, and I'm sorry to say this, but I have to say it, right? I would defend it another day, but let me tell you that you do not live in a democracy, right? You are in a bloody monarchy over there. Right, you guys don't know what. As a matter of fact, democracy.
They don't have a democracy in the UK as well.
Hold on. That's what I'm talking about. UK, right? You don't have a democracy. You don't know what it is.
Yeah.
This separation of powers right here. You don't know what that is. You have never voted for president in your life.
Only because we don't run a presidential system.
Exactly, but you also have not voted for a head of state in your entire existence, right? So you do have a head of state. But it has to be a bloody monarchy, right? She owns, or in this case, he now, the king. You have a king in 2023, owns all the wild geese in the country. Your king is head of the church, just like Iran, right? Except the Ayatollah.
And the commander-in-chief of the armed forces too.
It's a private, as a matter of fact, only the Navy holds allegiance to the state. The rest of them, the army, all those things, hold their allegiance to the king. So they make it, they're playing with words. It's like, oh, this is by convention. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. If you've been an asshole for 800 years, that doesn't give you any right. So that's why when we're talking here, we want to make our country better. British citizens, such as yourself, one man, you don't even know what we're talking about. You don't know what separation of powers supposed to mean. It's a very big component for a democracy. If you don't have democracy.
So when the Magna Carta separated, Ogbeni has left. He's just completed his PhD. This is where it would have been useful to give you a real beating. But anyway, just carry on.
Yeah. So going back to John Lekoko, like I said, you got those no periodic elections, you got dictatorships, you have abolishment of separation of powers, you have poor education and culture, especially in Nigeria during the whole time of a military dictatorship. Right, the nation's cultures get suppressed, and a system of education that rival the world's best institution gets eradicated. You have ruined the economy. the whole economy gets
You
ruined.
said we have
There's
poor
no scope of
education.
growth and development for the nation, and also the citizens.
All right, bring it
right?
on, Pansa.
That then you
I
have
think
corruption.
we're
The corruption practices, looting, injustice become commonplace when the military assumes complete control of a nation's government, right? It's institutionalized when you have a military government. The corruption is you know, for example, what Buhari, the kinds of money this man stole from that country is in the trillions, probably. He took a lot of money out of that country. You can't go back and say, bring him here to answer for it. It's an unruly government system. So when you, and I believe it's just nostalgia, you do your thing purely on nostalgia, and I can't knock you for that because it's not evil. You're not an evil guy. I believe you're progressive. But you have a lot of people who look up to you here, and you look at our past glory when things were simpler, life was fun, you could you know, go fishing and all that kind of stuff without Boko Haram cutting off your head and all that. And that is okay. So, but I am telling you that the ramification of those things you insert in these debates does a lot of damage to us. So, actionable points that I want to give to you here, Kulata. I want you from today to adopt that rule of true and false. I want you to be progressive. In the coming month, within this September, Tinubu will be removed from office. And when that happens, I want you to be on the people's side. I want you to be on the good side.
What if it's not removed? What do I do?
Okay, then there's a plan B. This removal, it's latched on to this tribunal, but if the tribunal doesn't do it, then we the people will do it.
What's the plan
Hold on.
B?
We the people, plan B
What's the
is
plan
we,
B?
the ultimate, the sovereign,
Impeachment.
we the people.
No, it's take to the streets. It's take to the streets. Yes.
If you let me conclude by saying, if you recall the Tiananmen Square incident, for those of you who are too young to have witnessed that miracle on television, right? You had a Chinese man or woman stand in front of a tank and stop that tank cold.
Omar, will you please ask him if he's gonna be in Nigeria to lead the?
No, it's other people's children.
Is Kulata that's going to be the man in the Tiananmen Square? What's Nigeria's Tiananmen Square again?
Finally,
Tafawa Balewa Square. Tafawa Balewa Square.
Before I forget, when the military is in office, women don't get anywhere. We have a lot of smart women. They're going to be completely relegated. They will not play any role. Right now, it's insufficient what they're doing. Even in our quote-unquote democracy. We don't have a democracy. We have a military. But please,
let me ask him a quick question.
No, don't ask him a question. I want him to land so we move on. So
okay, no, let me yield to let him ask me a question. Go ahead. I will use.
Let me ask you a question real quick. In the course of your conversation, you did actually say that you people don't push rogues, so to say, quote unquote, now just paraphrasing, into government, because when Ajani Koko was trying to basically somewhat make Ojizo Kalu's case. Right. But are you aware of the fact that a certain man who is a sitting senator now from Anambra State, Tony Nwoye, right? A lot of the people from Anambra State swore never to ever even give the guy even a position of a dog catcher again in the history of Anambra's politics. But he's back now in the Senate simply because he ran under the platform, on the platform of Labour Party. If what's his name, Ojizo Kalu had done the same thing, would you have been speaking the way you are speaking now? Or we can call it basically, a fallacy of your hypocrisy, basically.
Okay, well, first
of all, right, be very, very brief with that because we must now move on. Yeah,
I understand, and thank you, by the way, for the courtesy of letting me to go a little bit long there. And thank you for the question. What's his name? Enigmatic.
One man, please, before Passat go, and I play 1 45 seconds video for Passat. The pattern video for him, please.
Yes, but let him learn.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Yeah, that is my parting word for Pansat. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure I will be given time to respond to that as well.
No, you don't need to. No, I don't. We don't need that.
Hold on.
This is my turn now.
I know, but you just can't play something without me responding to it.
No, you one man. Take back the floor. One man is here. Yeah.
One
man.
Let me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna respond to Enigmatic, then I'm gonna respond to that video because it's also important.
No, don't just you have just 2 more minutes. Pansat, you've been. We want to get to other voices.
To whom much is given, much is expected. It's giving me a lot to chew on here. But let me thank Enigmatic, like I was doing, and to say I like the fact that he decided to stay, ask a question. It's something I want to encourage. Therefore, I'm gonna go easy on it. Besides, he took a massive whooping from Ekene last night. So
yes, Ekene gave him a thorough
whooping.
You know, I had to put them in the boxing ring and then make Ajan Lekoko the referee. You know, that's what I did.
Yeah, but his grammar and emulation of Patrick Obeyaham was impressive. So we could also give him credit for that. So no,
Ekene is not here to defend himself. I would have spoken on, but of course, I believe you are too old to be engaging such, childish conversation. Because the older ones on the platform and the more matured ones, they've already spoken about it. And they've said, let Jojo be Jojo. Okay. So if you want to be childish, regardless of your age, and if you want to go back to it, we can hope.
No, I was just being.
No, I think it was just joshing. It was joshing.
Yeah, I know.
I was just being facetious, as they would say.
Education is not scam, though. So you understand that. So for the fact that we don't speak as people,
I believe that both of you stipulated there was a stipulation to that. Education, it's not scam, but there was a caveat that's even more important, which is to say you have to have a reflective conscience with that education. You don't,
of course, reflective conscience is subjective.
All right. I'm going to go on to Kulata now.
I know, but that will be punishing.
One man, let's move to somebody else. He's not ready to
yes. Okay. Land Pansat, so that other voices can come in as well.
So to raise such a silly issue about somebody speaks from an ethnic group and they support him because he moved to another party. Do you really think in your head that the Southeast are walking on eggshells? They have the right to do whatever they want to do over there. I don't control what they do, but they're not doing anything. Please.
But let him land.
Let me
No. Just let him land. I just want to move from Pansat, please.
Yeah.
Let him land. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, because that's such a silly thing, I will look forward to the next time you ask a question, because I do encourage that he's here so we could talk and be more mature. But more importantly, practice the stuff I said. We'll go by true and false. Let's
sorry, Enigmatic, but if you ask him a question, Pansat will take another half an hour.
No, I'll go ahead and give him the courage. Let him go ahead and ask, and I'll try to cut it short. Let him ask.
No. Just land, Pansat.
Okay,
Okay, so on the video that was played by Thomas, right? I mean, do you know the gentleman that he's playing the video on? All Nigerians know him now as the former governor.
The gentleman, we saw Peter will be there, so I mean,
you're very funny, right? But anyway, they know Peter Obi as a former governor of Anambra State, who, for number one, brought his state from 26, 27 in education to number one. He takes no money from his state since he left. They haven't bought him a bottle of water. He claims that, and nobody's shown that he's doing otherwise. This is somebody who is probably...
Maybe he was buying the water from the money looted, perhaps.
If you show that, then you will have a point. Well, all we need is someone to show the contrary, and trust me, that's very important, because we don't know anybody. He could be making all these claims, and it's no good, but it's up to you to show. But if you don't show it, what you have there, my friend, is what we need, is the real McCoy. It doesn't matter where he come from.
Sorry, can I interject?
It's just like
don't. I want Pastor to land so I can move on. Yeah.
So why would anybody see such a public servant, a public figure, right? And you don't want that. Why?
All right.
Right?
All right.
So we have our matching orders. We're going to support Peter Obi going forward. Henceforth.
All right. Thank you, Pansat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pansat. So I'll go on from Pansat to Kulata. So Kulata, do you want to carry on with this particular strap line, or do you want me to present you the video that somebody wants you to read?
I actually wanted to talk about King Leo Biora. If you have that, did you read that?
Yes. Yes. So
have you guys talked about it?
No, but it was one of the topics that we had lined up. So let me bring the headline up.
Sir, please, can I seek your indulgence to just say something, please?
No problem.
The people that market Obi, they fail to understand one simple thing. There is this popular saying that it's easier to add additional $100, to think of ways to add additional $100 to your budget than to try to save $100 from your present income. Obi belongs to a school of thought like, let's manage the little resources and squeeze ourselves. Why Tinubu believe, let's create more avenues for resources. Without prejudice, more people have decided to follow the path of let's create more avenue. I don't understand why it's difficult for those people that think it's only managing is the way to increase wealth for the nation. I don't understand why they don't believe, they can't understand that others choose the other method. That's just what I want to say.
All right, thank you. Obi is just a low-weight yam and eggs man. Just all he is. But let's go to this space.
Does he want a response from me?
No, don't respond.
No, I think it was just a standalone statement. But Kulata, you wanted to go to this space. Anxiety.
Yes.
You don't even make a land.
Don't rub me with your best friend.
Oh man!
Should
they not put you for their
by the way, one man, when Coletta is responding to this topic, there was one thing that I know is a freaking flyer to India for business trips, and I know
I've got that as well. Yes, that should have been a topic.
India.
Yeah.
So just look at the last four names, Kulata. I really want you to your take on that, because I think that's a very huge. When you're done with this one, so
all right. What I will do, BT, is I'll present this, then I'll wrap that into it, and then Kulata can take them all on. So, but let me represent this just to freshen the memory. So this is now the nose tightening around the necks of not the neck, but the neck, the nose tightening around the neck of Emefiole, as they call him. Anxiety grips CBN directors as DSS arrest CBN Deputy Governor Obiora. So this is now Jim Obaze at work. Directors and top managements of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, are currently under palpable fear following the arrest and detention on Friday of the Deputy Governor of the Economic Policy Directorate of the bank, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, by officials of the Department of State Services, DSS. A source who confirmed the arrest, also states that Obiora was not the only top management with the DSS. Correspondents gathered that the Jim Abazie-led special investigation panel set up by President Bola Tinubu to investigate the tenure of the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, is allegedly mounting pressure on Obiora to stand as a witness against Emefiele. Whilst authorities have been questioning other senior officials of the bank, Obiora is not accused of fraud or theft. However, sources suggest the panel is insisting he knows more than he's sharing regarding Emefiele's tenure, though he has apparently been highly cooperative despite their frustrating efforts. So that's the Obiora backdrop essentially. But let me wrap this into it, Kulata, and then you can take it up. Tinubu, of course, on his way to the G20 meeting, but then he's not going there to parlay and drink tea. He's there on business. So this is the team that Tinubu is taking. So this is the team he's taking to India, New Delhi for the G7, for the G20 summit. So he's taking Aliko Dangote, Tony Lumelu, Abdul Samar Rabiu, Femi Otedola, Kola Karim, Hajia Shagaya, Folorunsho Alakija, Alhaji Mohammed Indemi, that's the Buhari in-law, Sir Emeka Ofo, Chief Rasak Okoya, Prince Arthur Eze, Allen Oyema, Cosmos Maduka, Dr. Bashir, Mr. Jim Ovie, Dr. Otubu, Mr. Adewale Tinubu, who of course a relative of his, Mr. Goyega Agbola, CEO, Flutterwave, so that's a fintech company, Olumide Aina, another fintech guy, Michael Elegbe, another fintech guy, and then some others, Saliu, another fintech guy. So that's particularly tickles Babati. Kulata, thoughts?
So let's first address this G20. Those right there, those are the movers and shakers of the industry. I kind of recognize almost every name. Almost every name there, I kind of recognize one way or the other. And it means we're going there to seek business. So there are going to be a lot of meetings. Nigeria is going to go and seek, not get, who knows if we're going to get it. We're going to go there to go and seek FDI, foreign direct investment. Some may try and get portfolio investors into their operations. Like, I mean, you can see activities of portfolio investors already. Foreign ones, a lot. I mean, that's why we're getting record numbers in Nigerian stock market right now. It's starting to attract people, but portfolio people, they come in, they go out. I mean, they need to make their money quickly. But this one that is taking the industry titans there, I want to think that they want to go and establish real businesses, have meetings, have like proposals ready to go. I mean, because an economy, the president doesn't have direct input on the economy like that. I keep saying that it's the Nigerians that will drive the economy. So if these guys have convincing business cases that can bring proper investors, committed investors into Nigeria that want to build stuff, I mean, coming the way the likes of MTN and the likes of what's the name of the other one that came from the Middle East, that can come and commit in Nigeria, then it's going to be good news for us if we get them to come.
Okay,
because
can you the last four names is what we got, the fintech one, because usually
the fintech, bring up the name again. I'm on my phone. Let me see.
You have Flutterwave, You have
that floater. I know
yeah.
of floater. I know of floater wave. I know of
you
floater
have
wave.
you have you know, because I'm not too worried about the traditional banking, and that's not, we've done that for years. But this is
Yeah.
a new sector for us that
This is
we've
a
not
new.
touched.
I don't really
Yeah.
see that much of banking here.
Where India has a particular
Right,
specialism.
right. So I'm
Yeah.
like, wait, we have our top 4 5. We have Agbola, you have Aino, you have Elegbede, you have Salim. They're like the biggest in
So
that department, in that field.
so our tech. I mean, tech is well represented here. But when you look at, I mean, what can we get from India? Well, I mean, what can we get from India? Because if you Indian companies they used to be in Nigeria. I think they may still be in Nigeria. The likes of
Kawarams.
well, not the Kawarams, the Tata, the Tata, what's the name of this other one? Infosys, the Tata, the Infosys, the all these tech IT companies that compete with the big four. We used to have them in Nigeria.
We're not being in Nigeria now. Wipro is part of them.
Will Pro, thank you, Will Pro, and all those things. So, talking to those kind of Will Pro guys, those guys are penny pinchers. So, except, I mean, the G20 is not just like we're going to India. The way Tinubu is assembling team, that's the way other countries too are assembling their team. I'm more interested in having, I mean, investors that'll bring more dollars. Those people that'll come from India, they're penny pinchers. I'm not, even if they come, like you attract that.
Let me probably you think about this, because I think I'm on your side about what you are saying, that being those people being penny pinchers. Of course, you know, if you are very close to the corporate, you know, system, especially the fintech generally, you understand how Indians operate. They are very tight-fisted. So what I see in the other round way is probably you can resonate with my own thought process. So I see India with a GDP of like 1.7 trillion dollars, and then recently Russia, I think they've invited Nigeria twice, and then those 2 times Tinubu has opted to send Kashim Shettima, right? So recently again they have this BRIC meetings or whatever. So Russia invited African leaders, right? But the African leaders, not looking at the $1.7 trillion of the GDP of India, those silly leaders from other African countries, they were requesting for grains, right? Grains. So, however, when Shettima focus was on steel and the aluminum industry. So subsequently, PBAT, what he's doing now is like he has arranged for more or less like some kind of his own stuff, focusing on the business community to meet with India now, like a nation with such, at least a nation with a GDP of 3.7 trillion, right, dollars. Because Russia, we are talking of 1.7 trillion dollars, but they couldn't really, bring in the African leaders on ground onto what actually they want. While some other African leaders were requesting for grain, Shettima went another route looking for the real things, steel and aluminum. So now cutting deal with the GDP of 3.7 trillion of India now, twice that of Russia. So this what I see now, that I'm just thinking wild. This highlights more or less like a competition between Russia and India now, potentially undermining the BRICS.
No.
You don't think like
because,
that?
No, because it's not India now. It's just hosted in India. This is G20. So
can we because so can you tell us what kind of in fintech sector now, what kind of investment do you think we should be shooting for to get?
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Can you please educate us about those kind of things that we should be?
Okay. Startup funding is one. Like all this Series 1, Series 2 funding, like boys. So the startup funding, you don't need G20 for startup funding. We've already made a lot of connections for that. Those ones are the ones where, okay, I have an idea, I've already invested this is the potential, this is the market, I need X amount, and then you get investors. A lot of that some folks in Silicon Valley has been funding that.
Hopefully that tech our tech minister is on the plane too, because I know he was involved in that before he became minister.
It should be there. It should be there.
Kolata, at that level, is it not really a narrative of making Nigeria a regional hub rather than seeking startup funds? So at that level of G7, G20 engagement, is it not more to move a slice of that space into the Nigerian space and ask what we can do to facilitate that to make us a hub?
But this is what that will look like. Let's look at the direction of technology and where Nigeria is a massive potential. We're going AI, and you need to train all this AI stuff. A lot of the learning that those things have is highly Western. You can mine 200 million people to get that African Nigerian pattern. There's a gold mine sitting down there to teach AI Nigerian way, the biggest population in Africa, potentially not just Nigerian way, a gateway into Africa. That's one big space. Another space that we can look at while we're still getting labor, Nigerian developers are proving themselves to be kind of original thinkers, and they're able to outsource a lot of development. That's what PhotoWave is all about, by the way, to all these Nigerians. So you can there's still capacity to build more. The likes of Footmina, the likes of OAU, the likes of Futo in Imo State, the likes of UI, the areas where you can still pull a lot of those guys, either to do contract work for you or to also facilitate the ideas they have, seed money. OAU is pretty great in that. Great, by the way. It's pretty great in that. So there's a lot of potential that can come from that. Things that already exist, those exist, but there's a capacity to grow it. I hope people are thinking this way. The AI learning, I think there's a massive potential there that I hope that minister guy is thinking about, because there's a lot of money that can be made. Because when you think about the future is all robotics, artificial intelligence. And these things are learning and learning, but you notice that there's a gap on what those AIs, what they understand or know, because they've not been properly trained on Africa and Nigeria. And I think with a lot of sharp minds in Nigeria, we can bring in that knowledge base into that space. So investment is there. Investment is also in bodies. Like, I want to run the way we use India. Let me not say something that will put me in trouble. The way we use India as resources in all these American corporations to run back office IT, to run implementations, to run support, to run this. The cost is rising. So
Nigeria will be the one taking the calls and all the stuff from Nigeria.
It's not calls. It's even more high value. It's more high value than that. I'm not talking about calls. I'm talking about IT work,
actual
back
service.
office. Actual service. Those calls, those are in Philippines. They've shifted to Philippines now. They'll shift again. And I don't know, our accent may get in our way. So I don't really trust us for those calls. But for the back office stuff, I think we can do it. If they can gain some trust in us, I think we can do it. All this back office stuff. There are all sorts of box package solutions that need people, or people are not really embracing that in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases, they're just a bunch of client facing. But in the back end, build this stuff, build that stuff, do all that, we can do it. So that is also a target. And that's just in the IT space. And when you look at the other people going, there's agriculture. Now, agriculture is where India can come in. India built a lot of tractors, and they build it for cheap. We can get transfer of technology. We can bring in one of these Tata to come open shop. If Tata is not in Nigeria, I'm sure Tata will have a presence in Nigeria to come open shop and build tractors in Nigeria. There's something we can do there. So don't look at it like a.
can you also talk about, because remember we had that disaster of Nigeria Airlines, and you have Onyema going, I believe, Air Peace, and we already had this so-called deal. How can we get any investment in that sector? I mean, in terms of as big as the tech, I mean, airlines now.
The airlines, I'm not going to lie, airline will be tough because right now,
I don't know either. I'm kind of confused. Like, I don't.
Airline will be a bit. I mean, is it that we suck it up and we get one of these foreign? I mean, if it's the airline,
are they canceling that deal of? Are we done with that, or are we still?
We're not done. They said I don't think you can cancel a deal like that because if it's a contract, then you may pay penalties. I think it's suspended, not cancelled. So they might as well revive it. But so let's just see how that goes.
But there are no planes. We just have a logo. That's pretty much it. We don't have.
Yeah, but that's the problem with Nigerian government. They sign bad deals. Because who knows the terms and conditions of, if you've signed the contract, if you've entered the contract, I don't know, if they signed the contract, you just can't exit the contract like that. There are clauses. So did we sign a contract? Because
that's a question. Actually, it depends on what Sirica has put us into.
What did they put us in?
But that fool, you can't trust that he did something that was good for the country. If you can fly a plane in with the logo just to show the country, that should tell me the kind of deal you were signing behind the scenes. So
we know that he didn't do something good for the country, but what we don't know is how bad he has done. You know
exactly.
How bad is the deal? It's not until you start looking at the fine print and you see that he's put on is a lot of trouble.
No,
and to add to that.
Okay, listen. I listened to Oyema. Go and listen to his interview on Arise, and he actually talked about the deal that our country signed. Based on what he said the deal that the minister signed with Ethiopia Airlines will make more money than Nigeria. Like literally, they will make more money than us in that.
Yeah, but
he had issues with it. Like,
but honestly speaking, is that really bad?
No, like way more money, like a lot of money.
That has to be bad just on the surface of it. So why should Ethiopia be making more money?
Well, to that
what's
point,
the opportunity cost?
If they are putting more money than us now, so
no. So sorry, let Prince come in. Prince, come in.
Yeah, I was going to say, any bad deal that's signed by Nigerians or with other partners is done deliberately. In fact, the Nigerians will structure the deal to fleece their own country. So don't think they made a mistake. They cannot be duped into signing a bad deal if they don't want it. Okay. What is the opportunity cost to not having an airline? What about, collecting fees, getting a better airport system and having more carriers come to your country and collect fees. That'd be an alternative. I can make a deal whereby we lose. What is the benefit of that? Are we creating real jobs?
Do you know our problem in the aviation industry now? Airlines have money in Nigeria that is stuck. So we can't attract new airlines because our economy is F and there's no dollars and they need to repatriate dollars.
Before we digress, so how does him going to India help that sector? That's what I want to.
So, well, Onyema, let's just assume, because all this is based on assumption. Let's just assume there's a window of opportunity to actually cancel this deal. So potentially, Onyema could go partner with an airline. I mean, not an airline, sorry. Maybe Boeing or Airbus or something. Because it's G20, that's why I say it's not just India, it's G20. Can go partner and to try and get a favorable leasing deal. So, they don't buy off these planes, they lease them. So if you can get a favorable leasing deal with another partner, maybe with some other partner, and say, okay, this is going to be Air Nigeria, and then if they can cancel that other contract, then they cancel that other contract, and then you have Onyema running Air Nigeria, because you need to ask yourself why he did not qualify in the first place, because they did evaluate him along with Ethiopian Airlines. And on merit, let's not lie, on merit, Ethiopian Airlines beats it.
Please, maybe you don't have time now. I have 2 links on the private chat. Take your time to watch Onyema's explanation to how Ethiopian Airlines fleeced Nigeria in that deal, because he broke it down. I'm not in that section.
I think I watched part of it.
On the rise, I think I watched that video, that
so
segment.
He kind of broke it that we're literally being fleeced by the
yeah, but you see, when you say fleeced, this is what I say. Okay, so if we're not fleeced, then what? Because my own then what is meaning status quo. Then we have nothing. So it's either okay, you get fleeced, you still make money. Maybe they make more than you.
That's not the alternative. The alternative is a better deal, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's why we don't think about that better deal.
Please listen. Tinubu has been making some little mistakes of late, but please remind me, America is having some problems with Onyema. I don't know how far they've gone with that problem. Because we shouldn't do any mistake of making our monies to cross America's bank on Onyema's name. If that case is still there, we're going to lose a lot of money. We have to be very, very careful here.
Is that a mistake? What is the mistake? I missed that.
When we start the investment, and most of this, like Kulata was saying about Boeing and everything, if the case that albatross is still hanging on Onyema's neck, the case in America for which they asked for him, and I think Buhari did well, he did not cooperate with America. Any money in the name of that company will be seized in America. So we have to be very careful here.
Has he solved that case though? Because
I don't know. That's why I'm
looking
asking
for him in America.
So that hasn't been resolved yet. I thought that was resolved.
I don't know. I'm not.
I don't know actually. I can't remember. But I know Buhari refused to cooperate.
If you listen to, I think the case was more or less like a conspiratorial issues against him. But because he's been to the US, I think 4 or 5 times after, even more than
that.
Yeah, the US several times. Yeah, because
maybe it's a moot point.
There might 2 key sectors that I was actually looking into. You know, the fintech and airline, but maybe you have a different interest or a different area.
Yeah, I mean, my own interest is value addition. That because I think that's the one that will impact the economy the most.
On the fintech thing that you are very fixated on, what is right that Nigeria? Don't forget that Nigeria is trying to shore up its revenue, so to say. So that's a new, the fintech or the tech area now, right, is the new way that they really want to concentrate on to generate revenue and to bring in, to cushion the effect of employment. Now, I think like last week or 2 weeks ago, they have like, I think there was I don't know if there was a donation or whatever of $500 million, right, that will be to support the IT and the tech sector of the economy. And then there's a mandate to the minister of that minister now, Bosun Tijani, to create 1 million jobs, right, from the IT sector alone. So it's just trying to circle through the let me say the business juggernauts of Nigeria now. So these guys, there's no way you exclude them from that contingent, because they are part of the revenue generating system in the country now that they are looking forward to. That's how you see what they've been able to do in having the Ministry of Science and Technology now. They've added innovation to that, and then that of communication and digital economy, they've added innovation. And if you follow their sub agencies, they are reshuffling the sub agencies heads now, bringing in guys who can generate funds from that. Because if in the global village, like in the US alone, right, companies when you look at the top 10 IT companies, they are probably the biggest. They are bringing in one of the biggest revenue generation attacks for the US. Why is Nigeria not doing that? So that's what they are just trying to do. They are trying to harness the possibility.
So enigmatic. You see, even before I left Nigeria, actually, I used to work for a US IT company before I left Nigeria. One of the biggest IT companies at that point in time. I think it was my generation that started working for this company. Though the presence is in Nigeria in a sales, so maybe like Cisco, for example, or HP,
The
Oracle.
services
Yeah,
thing, basically.
they're sales managing service channel and all.
Mm.
That's not where the money. I mean, if you want job growth, it's not there. You want to be able to, for example, have Western services run in Nigeria, and you're paying one person $20 an hour, or $20 an hour, $25 an hour for that Nigerians.
For that
But
Nigeria.
the value of the service, the equivalent value of the service in the United States is going to be like $200 an hour.
But in Nigeria, okay. How do you think? This is the things we want them to do. But how do you think they will do, Kulata?
We can do it now.
No. We can, but I'm asking you this contingent that go to India.
Oh, this contingent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Based on the reality. Okay. Some of the reality of, so this is, we're talking foreign direct investment now. So for foreign direct investment to happen, governments will have to give some guarantees. I would think if I was them, I would want to give some tax guarantees, because the Nigeria they're entering is risky. The exchange is not stable. Things are not that. The interest rate is not high enough for a foreign investor for the risk that you're going to face. The interest rate needs to be higher because your inflation is crazy. So there needs to be some tax guarantees. Maybe they have to jack up interest rate again, even though it's not good for the economy. I mean, it's just going to make cost of borrowing it more expensive. But I mean, what's your priority? What do you prioritize? If you prioritize people that should bring their own money into your economy, then you have to give them a little bit of security. And with inflation running at 20-something% and interest rates needs to be able to more than cover for it. And if they can give you some tax incentive, that will like enable you. But some investors may overlook that. Like if the potential is just too juicy, if you dollarize it and look like, oh, okay, this developer is going to cost me $15, and I know his output, and $15 an hour, no. Maybe that's enough to keep someone happy in Nigeria. I'm sure it is.
Enough.
Yeah, it's more than enough.
Hello,
sir.
I think one of the reasons for this list is.
Sorry, the prime. Before you put that question, apologies, but let me use the window of the pause just to bail out, and then you put your question to.
One man, you're not allowed to go. You're not released you yet. Why are you going?
Okay, let me acknowledge the super chats first. So Ayo introduces that space with a purple one. So well done, Ayo. Prince Daddy, who traditionally does it does still. So thank you, Prince. Alexander Gomez, of course, you know he will get a mention. There he is. And then Shegun Ono rattles off. Just conversing with the platform via super chat. So that's all of this. There are just several insertions by Shegun Ono. So there's Shegun still carrying on. And then a piece comes in, only related to applaud Kulata, as if Kulata needs even more applauding. It says, Kulata, thanks for always bringing us facts here. This is what makes one man unique. Because of people like you, will always be a fan. You see things as a whole. Appreciate you. So that's Shegun Honor. I know that's peace rather. Fanboying. Yeah, fanboying Kulata. So and Ike Ogiame, he comes in just to match Ayo. So thank you, Ike. So that space still open. Let me bring Thomas in. Shuffle myself out as the conversation carries on at the prime.
Yeah. Back to Hello Colata.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest problems with foreign investment in Nigeria is when people want to come in, they want someone on ground that is reputable to work with. A lot of people, a lot of investors are falling in the hands of these Yahoo boys. So I think this list, like
it creates that opportunity and more. There's this kind of confidence in the network. So I think it's a very good idea. Like maybe an European IT company can partner with someone that they meet in that kind of forum, and it's easier because the confidence is more there. Like, okay, we met at G20 through the president, those kind of proper way. Because most times they are scared of coming to Nigeria. That's the major problem. It's about trust. So I think it's a very good idea. Like, okay, I take all my best. Let's see if we can create more networks. And so I was joking in the comment section, and I hope they don't go in one plane.
They won't go in one plane. All of those guys have
You know, it occurred to me. It occurred to me saying they should go in.
I was fucking scared when I saw the list. I'm like, please don't go in one plane.
You want to kill Nigeria economy.
So basically, Kulata, you are very skeptical about this. You're not all in.
I'm not skeptical. I'm not skeptical. I'm just being pragmatic. I'm not skeptical. I think, look, the economy now is a competition. Like, what does Nigeria have to offer to these people? Because I'm not investing for charity. It's not an altruistic vector. I want to make money. So Nigeria needs to be a low-cost provider of services when it comes to IT, because Nigeria as a market, like, we can tap into Nigeria as a market. That's where the FDI comes in. If I want to come and establish and sell something in Nigeria, then I need to sell at the price that the country can afford.
Okay, wait. This is very interesting. Sorry to cut you short. You said we need to provide guarantees. Can you tell us what guarantees, let's say for a tech company, what kind of guarantees beyond just tax incentive that you mentioned? What kind of guarantees can we give these people? Because like you mentioned earlier about the airlines, we don't want to be a country that just doesn't honor contracts, where we just break up any contract anyhow. So what kind of guarantees can we give? If we sign any deal with Nigeria, we will uphold and honor these contracts, and we have all these incentives. Can you chime in on that one?
Well, one thing, like, I don't want government intervening in these kind of things, because you need to get government out of the way. That's why I always butted with Ajamli Koko when it's going on government. But honestly,
no, forget the man is left that one. It's not going military now. It's even worse. It's even gotten worse.
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko by you. Maybe Ajale Koko is among those people who has been planting coup in Nigeria. No, Ajale Koko. No. If this is your military. I know you are listening to us. This is your military.
No. We were here trying to manage your Cuban whatever. Now you have gone.
Baba. Hold on.
I'm listening.
I don't know why you guys like listening to someone with your biased mind. Did I ever mention that I want military to take over government in Nigeria?
It looks like one. It looks like one.
Don't worry. I can take control. Don't worry.
Did I ever say so?
Okay, no, you're okay.
So if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
You can describe it like that. You can hide away from the truth. Truth is bitter. Under the military rule, military gave us all of us what we have today. You can deny it.
We are not going there again. Started it anyway.
We are not going there again.
Let's move on.
You don't need to go there. But that's
I think go.
Hey, if I can interject real quick, actually. If I can interject real quick regarding the I know the G20 is in India, right? So, but I was going to mention also, when it comes to India and tech or fintech, do you know they want Nigeria as a market also? And I don't see Nigeria's penetration fintech or technology penetrating India's market. So that's one thing. That tech sector in Nigeria needs to be protected as much as possible, because that sector has more opportunities to grow jobs or create jobs faster than any other sector right now. And we have the
so we're talking about incentives.
But he's saying that the government should not be involved at all.
No, well, when I say government should, I hate direct government involvement in anything business as my ideology. But government can get involved. Like I said, we already talked about tax incentive and tax breaks. Other things will be government maybe guaranteeing
giving the necessary guarantees.
Necessary guarantees. For example, broadband. Government can maybe where investors will typically not go, like rural areas. Government can take broadband to rural areas. But when you think about that, Elon Musk has already solved for that with his satellite. With his what's the name of that? Is satellite
Starlink, I think.
Starlink has already fixed that. But you can say, okay, I can further buttress it with government now saying, okay, I know private investors may not want to go to all these rural areas. They only want to go to
but quickly, when it comes to India, is a snake in a good way, by the way. When it comes to technology,
G20 is not India. That's why the focus of India is outside. It's the G2. Think about the entire G20.
I know you mentioned that, but India is a big player when it comes to this area we're talking about. We're not going to go do partner with England, where Huawei is the one building the backbone for their G5. Okay, so if it's not India, it's China, and China is the leader right now when it comes to AI. So that's why I mentioned India, not because of they control what is going on at the G20, but I say India is a snake in a good way, in the sense that India, what you've seen as a problem in Nigeria. This is a bandwidth problem and this and that. Don't bring the Indians in there.
We have an infrastructure deficit, of course. So
that's what I'm saying. Do not bring the Indians in there. The Indians coming in there will bypass all those things that you guys call problems, because guess what? In that country, they have a plethora of such problems also, and they have ways
they're very corrupt. They're very corrupt. The government of India is also very corrupt. That's why when people are talking about corruption in Nigeria, blah, blah, we can't do this. Have you been to India before? Like, it's also corrupt.
Well, apart from corruption, what I meant is that they found ways to deploy technology in their country with the backwardness in many parts of the country successfully. So don't sit there, say Nigeria have all these infrastructure challenges, because if you allow India a foot in, they will take over the market with all those challenges. Which is a real issue there, actually.
Yeah. So this is, when we bring in
Kolata, please, I have 3 questions for you when you land, please.
Meta.
Yes, Meta. Yes, you are not going anywhere. Yes, land it. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, like, look, Indians already operate in Nigeria. Like, have you been to, go to VI, they operate in Nigeria. Like, tons and tons of Indians are already in Nigeria. So it's not just that. I'm thinking, like, okay, what can we do? Because we need to create jobs, right? So creation of jobs, I see more Nigeria servicing the West, because the West are getting
our labor is cheap.
Our labor is cheap. And the infrastructure too, you just need to get these boys internet service. Like, 5G is there, they can use their phones to have a reliable connection. So we need to be able to sell service outside, then to a large extent, because that's what was going to give us forex. So when I think about, like, Nigeria earning $10 an hour, Tinubu now says, okay, OAU, all this, like 15 tech schools that, hey, you will have to be able to, like, give me some students that I can present in front of those people. It's going to help those students too. And then you have those students are leading, and then you can now hire a multitude of people that are not even university graduates that can do basic stuff. You just teach them some, if it's a box package software, you teach them about that box package, or if it's Python or something.
Okay, hold on. But you know what happens is the curriculum of those schools have to then change to reflect what is currently going on in the market.
Not really, Babatiko, necessary. You only
not anymore. Not anymore. That's a bypass.
You need a boot camp. That's all you need.
Okay, all those tech hubs in Lagos, then they must be active then. Yeah.
So those tech hubs that's a different space now. I'm talking about service provision, back office service provision. Now, those tech hubs, those tech hubs, we need to invest in those tech hubs to create new ideas that can now go to foreign market, be sold. I mean, not when I say sold, to get investors in, you can take them to public market. That's another avenue.
Okay, so
that's another avenue.
So pretty much you have, because I was watching this one of those fintech guys. He's been in the tech hub in that Ibeju side. He's coming up with like his own value.
Okay, let me paint the tech hub like this.
Okay,
imagine Nigeria creating another Facebook and it's domiciled in Nigeria. You see the massive amount of so portfolio investors will come in. Because you see that will bring, because you have FDI, that's another set of investors. Then you have portfolio investors. Portfolio are very finicky. Those ones, they just want to invest, put money in. But assuming those tech hubs, they're innovative enough, like to put that way, they create products or whatever that becomes. Let's just say we can create one Facebook plus one Twitter, maybe not as big as that, maybe 1/10 of the size. We create 10 companies, 1/10 of that size. You see how our economy will drastically change. So those boys in Yaba and Co, those people, those first-class brains, you have to keep them innovating by themselves, creating new things, thinking in their indigenous ways, software solutions that can address. Those ones have their space. Those ones need to attract all these Silicon Valley's investors. Then I'm also seeing Nigeria as a service center where we're doing all this work that Oyinbo people don't want to do, and we can charge $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $20 an hour.
Quickly to that point you mentioned earlier, I had a conversation with somebody. Do you know in Nigeria right now, there's a call center that takes calls for American companies, like taking orders, and they are Nigerians. So I know you had mentioned the issue with perhaps the language or whatever.
There's an issue with the language and issue with trust, like.
Well, they're doing it. Surprisingly, I heard
on that one I have to push back. We have better accent than the Indians. We speak better English than the Indians, for God's sake. Come on now.
I disagree, but actually allow me to say this. Look, it's not because of they actually train these people. Do you know in India and these other places like the Philippines, they actually have a school whereby they train this.
We can go to that school too. We can do that.
Of course, we can.
We can do it. But handling personal information. That's where all this obedience.
And that's the issue.
That's why all this obedience killing the image of the country is not.
Yahoo boys with your laptop interfering in this. They're kind of scary. That's the problem. Government.
So that one, there's a problem there. I'm not gonna lie. Like there's a problem there. Otherwise,
there's a problem there. Actually, and I think Flutterwave is a unicorn, isn't it?
It's a unicorn.
It's a unicorn. Flutterwave is a unicorn.
I googled the tech hubs in Lagos, in Nigeria. Lagos has about 45 on its own.
I think Nigeria has about the biggest in Africa now, maybe second to South Africa.
Yeah, about the biggest. And Google is here early already. If you remember, a couple of weeks back, they've been here twice already.
Kolata, where do you think should be our market expansion?
In tech or just
yeah, in tech, fintech, not just tech.
In fintech, honestly speaking, AI, there's a lot. We can be training AI in Nigeria and in Africa. I keep repeating that. Like, there's a lot we can get in AI. There's a lot we can get in AI, and there is a lot we can still milk in just service provision, just being the back office of the world. We have the brains to be the back office of the world. That's what made India. That being the back office of the world literally made India's economy. There's still some space there.
That brings me my question. You rightly go there. How come India finally surpasses us in everything? That is my first question. My second question, yes. Because
this is my answer. This is my short answer to that. Yeah, I don't think we were ever on the level of India, because India already had advanced societies before they got exposed to Oimbo people. So it was easy for them to bounce back. And the proof of the in the pudding is they got their independence in 1945, I believe 1947. They were already launching a test missile in 1963 when they were still poor. So it means India uses their brains. And that's part
I
of their
think
culture.
we underrate them.
If I can continue on that question real
introduced
quickly.
cyberspace to Germany, because Germany came into ICT last in Europe, in Central Europe. Check it out. The Indians went in there to train them.
Yeah, so Indians are no slouch. I don't know why, because they're poor. See, the thing is, they have similar issues with us. They are very poor too.
Yes, we should be surpassing them.
Well, hold on. To your
No.
point. To your point. Actually, to your point. Let me chime in real quick. To your point. Yeah, India was able to develop its nuclear technology, but it's not that. To your answer, Thomas, I would say it's planning. Say it was because the reason why India became the backbone for many tech companies in America and the West, right? Especially in the 90s and late 90s and 2000s, right, where they had their offshoring there in India. It came about as a result of planning that took over 50 years. It didn't happen overnight. See,
There's one guy, I forgot his name. One of my colleagues was telling about him. That was the influence behind all this offshoring. And you're right, it's planning. But there was one minister
and
or something.
another thing, planning and investment on education. Heavy investment on education.
Must it be fun?
Hold on. When it comes to education,
hold on. When you don't invest on education, you can't achieve all this high tech or scientific development, technical, or all this high tech. You cannot achieve it. Forget about it.
I agree, but one thing also, see, India perhaps has the number one school in the world, ITT. I think guys know that.
ITT.
Okay. So, but I tell you, India, just like many countries, they have different degree or categories of schools. Many schools in India are as poor as that of Nigeria.
Thank you for saying it. That's what I wanted to tell Ajani Kuku. Thank you for saying that.
That level of poverty in education investment, you can see glaringly in India, just like Nigeria. But however, though, it doesn't stop those schools from producing quality candidates or students that can go to the US and compete. Okay, because the when it comes to education in India, one thing I've noticed, of course, is that they take ownership of it. The individuals and the parents, the household, take ownership of education. They don't tend to rely much on the government, on infrastructure, on the buildings. And in today's world, just like education is it's fluid. What do I mean? You can go on the internet right now and qualify yourself and get a PhD.
Science education.
No, one thing we are missing also, the government did not discourage Japa the way we are discouraging or denigrating.
That is true. That is true. Because
they
see, Japa is a source. I said it before. It's a source of revenue, foreign exchange, right? And that
like
said
this.
also.
A lot of people that transformed India, apart from internally, were the Japa people that took the companies back
guys, wait.
And that's why I made the point also that
guys, wait, hold on. Last year, the former deputy speaker of the House of Reps said on national TV, when he was asked about the Nigerian diaspora, what did he say? They've left the country. They should not participate in whatever is going on in the country. That's what he said. That is deputy speaker of your country. So if your guys in power have that kind of mindset towards your diasporans, what are you guys talking about? They don't see you as one of that can actually contribute apart from just sending money home.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Hopefully, but these current crops don't actually see your value beyond just sending money for house or money for light bill. They don't see.
I think the president respects them. He's ahead of the team.
That mindset has to change. Even
exactly, I agree with you.
So let's be honest.
Let me say quickly too. Let's not make it sound like it's always an easy transition for example, the Indian Japa people to go back home. It's not. they have challenges also. In fact, many of them don't return. And when they do, they set up their own things back home, bypassing the government for the most part. They do have challenges also. And that's why I've also made a submission also that when it comes to if Nigeria as economy collapses, I think it can survive on its own for the next maybe 2, 3, 5 years based on foreign remittances. Unlike many other countries, and India too, to a certain degree, because many African countries, like for example Niger, if Niger is shut down, Niger will be gone in like a couple of months or less, because they don't have that backbone support from overseas. And that's the plus that Nigeria has in so many ways. And that's why with all those bad economic policies and emefiele magic, the country still goes on because of the strong support from overseas.
Yeah, so see, one thing the government has to look into actually, because that is what, how can you send maybe $100 home to your brother and they are giving him the normal banking rate now, 720. Give that fellow the proper amount of, as of today, 920, and you find that nobody will patronize the roadside changers. So all this money will come into government coffers. If they remitted 100 to you, take,
the dollars went up again against naira.
Yeah, it's 920.
Yeah, because we don't have any dollars. We don't have any dollars in our economy.
So dollar for dollar, pounds for pounds. So there will be encouragement.
I'm smiling home now. I'm smiling home now.
Smiling is so much.
600 naira.
No, hold on. The value is going down. You are smiling. It's not about how
I don't know.
Now. It's the
No,
value
the
of that
money.
money.
Wait, Babati. Wait. You know Kalo in Nigerians. So the one I'm sending money to. So if I send small money, it's big in their eyes. So they will go and deal with it in Nigeria. I don't care. Maybe I don't send 100,000. 100,000 is 100,000.
You will care very much. Worry. They will ask for more money.
Can I say something about this India story that we're talking about?
Ola, before you say something, I wanted to make a quick conversation about India because I got interjected. Don't worry, I'll be quick. So
yes, Indian,
so
go to
you see the India situation. India government disastrous before. In the 90s, they wanted to do government control of everything. So it was not really about the government. And it's not really that they have special schools. Remember, India has like 1 point something, it's like 1.4, 1.5 billion people. So within that 1.4, 1.5 billion, you'll see smart people and you'll see a lot of people that jackpot and a lot of people that come back. So telecommunications that changed in the mid-90s. That's what kind of revolutionized India. And the people that are working abroad that came back with all these outsourcing opportunities, plus telecoms, plus a lot of people, and people that, out of 1 billion people, of course, you get people that are qualified. That's what kick-started the revolution. And then government policy followed the people. In Nigeria, we think it's going to be the leaders that will lead and then people will follow. It's the same thing we have in Nollywood and our entertainment sector. It is those guys, those young guys leading, and then government have to play catch up. So that's the mistake we're making, and that's what in India
Kulata, I disagree with you.
Wait, we can disagree with me, that's fine. But I'm trying to let you know that India's government was as bad, or in a lot of cases still as bad as Nigerian government, but in spite of the government, the people are still able to do some things. Now, government has now started, of course, when money is coming in, they're forced to create policies, they're forced to create economic models, they're forced to do this, but it is not government that actually led. So a lot of it is on the people. And once all that started,
Kulata, do you know how much? Do you know how much Indians? It's not even the one that they remit. The remittance is not the winning remittance. So, if you school in India and you japa, there are certain amount of money that you pay to your government. So, like Nigerians will train us and we go out. We have nothing to contribute willingly, I mean, even by government
I will
policy.
still be condemning the country outside the country.
The nurses, let me tell you this. The Indians, I have a lot of Indians working with me here, and they pay the Indian government from their salary. They pay every month. They remit. It's not about money you send to your people. They pay government, their government money.
Even Cuba.
So what is that money called? What is it called? What is it called?
Even Cuba.
What is that money they pay? What is it called?
Cuba does it with their doctors too, where they will train you. They will now sign a deal with those countries.
Egyptians also, they do the same.
That is different. When you are being loaned, when you are being
it's not a loan. It's not a loan. It's not a loan.
No. It means the people. It means the people are being loaned.
If people have been loaned to go and work for their country,
Simba, hold on, Babati. Simba, were they sponsored by the government? Why do I say that? Listen to me first. I met a guy here, a Chinese. He said he's going back to their country because their government paid for his school fees, everything in Australia. And if he didn't go back, they will catch up with him in Australia. So
the way they do it, let me explain to you. Yeah, it's not about they don't pay for their school fees.
Hold on. The guy told me if he didn't go back, they will catch up with him. So he finished his study here 2 years now. He's going back to China, to the government, because it's being sponsored by the government. Maybe those ones were sponsored by government, Indian government.
Let me correct what Simba said. Simba, see, what you said is just a misconception. This is the way it is. If you have Tata in India, and you now have Tata in Canada, and you now second someone from Tata in India to Canada, because he's deriving his income directly from the mother company in Canada, in India, he's going to pay global tax. That's the point. But if an Indian now japa completely, has nothing to do with business at all, purely working in America, and his business has no root in Canada and in India, he's not going to pay any tax back. So that's the point. Because we are missing the part that so many Indian consulting companies, they find themselves in America. I can mention a few of them. And the way they do things here, you find out those guys, I don't want to call them crooks, but they do some crookery with the way they do their things. So to me,
let me shed light on what I'm talking about. What you are saying is very totally different. The Saudi government, they had an agreement to go and recruit nurses and doctors from India. And in the agreement, they had certain amount of money that they have to be given to India as part of the agreement they have. So, the same thing for Egypt, the same thing for Cuba. It's not as if they study on loan. It's not as if they pay for their school fees. It's an agreement. And recently, they recruited nurses from Ghana, our own Ghana there also, and they had the same agreement with Ghana.
Well, that makes sense. That's more like direct employment through to states. But if an individual,
let me tell you, Prince, that it has a lot of advantage. Because I
totally agree.
The government, the Saudi government will not be able to do certain things wrongly with the people that they employ through their government. Like we now, we all came here on our own. Whatever happened to us, nobody knows.
Thomas, sorry, Thomas, are you there? Thomas?
Yes, Thomas. I'm here.
Yeah, Thomas, try to structure it this way. Let Kulata land on that Tinubu list to New Delhi G20, and then he wants to speak on Obiora. So let him do that. And then bring up the next person. So just manage, because the conversation seems to be hopping up and down, and so it has some sort of fluidity, and so that the audience can just be on board.
You speak too much English. That's all right. That's all right.
Yes.
We thought you went to bed. One man.
I'm listening now, but
don't worry yourself about what we are doing here.
Can we pull up a
One man, you know this my section is organic. If we just
one man, hold on, guys. One man, can we pull up a vote so we can vote Thomas out of power? Because like that, we need to find a way
to Thomas is doing an excellent job. That's the feedback.
I plan coup against Thomas. I'm a plan coup against Thomas.
Coup plotter. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, Kolata. Yeah. Ola, land it. Then we go back to Kolata. Still have the floor, but land what you are saying.
Okay,
yeah.
If you give me a chance, okay. Now,
yes, go on. Yeah, just leave one man, Joe. I will handle one man. Don't worry.
I was going to push Kulata back the other time is this. See, before the British people deindustrialized India, Indians were there before. Them and China, they were always there. But what happened is...
I didn't hear what you said. Before the British said what? I didn't hear what you said.
I think before the British deindustrialized India, they were there, especially the textile industry and some kind of industry those guys run. Now, where India find themselves today is just because the advantage they had in the early 90s that Nigeria didn't have. Even as a matter of fact, up to the mid 80s, Nigeria was still ahead of China and India in manufacturing. It sounds ridiculous, right? It sounds that ridiculous up to mid 80s. Now, what now happened is this: when these people now did some liberalization, the same thing will be asking for the Nigerian government to do things that they failed to do in the name of trying to centralize. You know that the liberalization helped India to just grow their megawatt up to over 400 megawatt hours. And Nigeria, with our population, we cannot even generate 20,000 kilowatts. We are talking of a country with over 400,000 megawatts in stock capacity. Then, in the area of telecommunication, we had everything. So, what India had in the early 90s and the liberalization fit into the agenda of globalization. So, all these Western entrepreneurs that would like to make money, they fund those places just for them to invest and hide their money again from corporate taxation too, taxes from America. So that's how India started developing. It's not as if
they
were special human beings.
No. You have to think. It's not like what you said is wrong. I mean, they liberalized in the 90s, especially mid 90s, and also telecoms, all that stuff. But you need to look at it further. When I have to go back to colonial times, I'm sorry, but what they met in India was an advanced society in its own merit. So after the British conquered them and left, you could see that India did not fully assimilate the British way of life. They rejected the religion, they rejected a lot of things. India could bounce back in spite of a terrible economic model. They could do advanced things. That's why I said that barely, not up to 20 years after they got their independence, on their own, they could build a rocket. For a people that can build a rocket on their own, less than 20 years, if they get things right, they can do amazing things. And they were doing amazing things even before those guys met them. So all this economic and all that stuff, it still speaks of you have a people that are high functioning and are able to get stuff done. That's just the bottom line. Whether it's one model or another model, they
are more patriotic.
They're very, very patriotic. Now, one thing about in India, especially because I hang out with a lot of them. If they say today, "Oh, my parent is sick," the next day they're flying to India.
Yes, and it's compete with Pakistan that break away.
Yeah. Kulata, they are very family oriented.
They're very, very family oriented. Very, very.
They are oriented. Yeah.
Let's forget about patriotism. You see one thing is that whether you are patriotic or not, if you have the environment will encourage you to thrive. That's why that you will see that anytime I talk, I don't stop talking about telecommunication and broadcasting. Ashake that you are seeing now going to, is it whatever arena, O2 arena,
O2.
That arena? You understand? It's just the consequence of that deregulation of telecommunication. You will be still listening to Alesi to all those Saniade if they didn't deregulate broadcasting in Nigeria today. You know, it was then that some people, talented people like Kenny Music, they started promoting local artists. And from there, all of a sudden, the thing exploded. Just a single policy. When you look at our telecommunication today, too, we are talking of fintech, we are talking of everything. If you don't have anything to write upon, the fintech in Nigeria today will not be advanced. You know,
yeah, but the talent was there before the fintech or revolution. The talent was there. I mean, that's what we're talking about. No, that's what we're talking about. There's some talent in Nigeria that it takes, you probably have to force it to see it. That's in terms of innovation, like technological innovation.
Hold on. So we have the talent, or we can't find them, or which one is it?
I mean, we have the talent, but we have to extra nurture the talent.
You have to enhance the talent. That's it. See, Kulata, look at it this way. Even if you have talent to manufacture aircraft today, what benefits when you want to pay your bill? Will you use that talent? See, the talent that you cannot monetize sometimes, you forget it because you have to look for basic things to pursue. But if you know your talent is going to give you some reward, then you go into it. Those people, all those talents, all those Davido and those people you see, it's not because they just like to be singing for fun. Otherwise,
no, I disagree.
Okay.
Mankind wants to better themselves. I was watching just a Inokos video today, pottery. I was looking at some Oyinbo doing pottery. You know, if you guys watch that movie called Ghost, you see how they do pot where there's something spinning and use your hand. That's how people create pots nowadays. So I'm like thinking like Nigeria, we've been using mud now. We've been using mud pots since. How come we did not think of a better way to create our pots like these guys are doing? That's supposed to make your life better, right? So how come we did not think about that?
Kulata, the information flow helps creativity and innovation.
We have information. Up till today, Ola, if I go to Ekiti today, there's internet in Ekiti, there's internet in Elisha, my own town. There's internet everywhere. There's internet everywhere. You will still not see anybody trying to figure out or trying to assimilate or trying to copy that, given the tools and technology available locally, that spinning thing that makes it easier to create a pot.
Kulata, look. If
you know it, Ola, you know it. Let's not label it. Let's move on. You know it.
Let's move on. You will come back to that.
Simba, can you check your private? Can you take the private chat, please? I have something here. I really want.
So let me quickly go to Obiora so others can speak. So Obiora guy, young
Kulata, add this to your Obiora. 2 questions in one. I'm sure those guys will not go with Tinubu and go there tracking their private deals. And number 2, are they going there on taxpayers' money, or they are going on their private? Are they going an official journey, or they are going on their? No, it matters. You know how many billions they will say they spend on those guys? Those guys will not stay in 3-star hotel.
But the money
they will stay in 10-star hotel.
Come on, don't be a Nigerian now. We will gain it. We will gain the money, even if they spend 5 million. We will gain it in the long run, please.
Kulata, up to you. Over to you.
No, offending question by before free. Offending question
first of all, I think for anybody to be nominated or selected to go with Tinubu is a privilege. So I want to think that they will willingly pay for their own trip, because it's a privilege.
Are you sure? Are you
Of
sure?
course, now, because when I think about it, they're most likely going to fly in their private jet. Is government going to buy fuel? Is government going to pay the airport? I mean, their parking fees and all those. I mean, landing, all that stuff. No, I think they're going to pay for it by themselves. And Tinubu has pretty been impressive in terms of managing a lean entourage so far. His entourage has been way leaner than Buhari's entourage. So again, let's not be like counting pennies, like when we can make the let's not penny pinch. It's not a place to penny pinch. Now, let me quickly touch on Obiora. So this Obiora guy is a guy that was working in IMF, was executive director in IMF in charge of some African countries. And then he started working in central bank 2 years ago. So he's kind of like an economic wizard. He knows his stuff. And he and Emefiele have not been getting along for close to 2 years. So the person doing the investigating CBN knows that and has been questioning him. The guy has lounged. What's lounge in English? The guy has
voiced out.
He has voiced out. He has fessed up on some of the shenanigans.
Otika,
but they think he hasn't card enough. He's not.
Which kind of English you are speaking this evening? He hasn't
I don't even know. They think he hasn't confessed. They think he's not really confessed enough to the extent that he knows. That he still knows a lot of stuff that he's not divulging. So there's a lot of information they think they can get from him. So he's not in trouble. He, from what I've heard, he didn't do anything, but they feel they can milk more information out of him than what he has confessed so far. So that's why they're detaining him. They've already detained someone else. So Emefiele is in big trouble.
They want to use him as a witness against.
I start witness. But this is the person that's going to confess. This guy is the one going to like fess up to all the shenanigans that's going on. And it just so helps the government that him and Emefiele are not in good terms. So that's the.
So he can rope Emefiele in very well.
If they give him enough carrot,
can I ask you? So that because we both know that he's clearly not. He's also corrupt himself. So maybe this like okay, we'll let you go if you tell us what you know.
Yeah, but I heard he's not culpable of any.
Wow,
crime.
really?
Yeah, that's why they want him. Like I heard it's clean. Well, Nigerian standard of clean. That's what I heard.
That's rare. That's rare for a CBN deputy. That's rare. So
yeah, maybe that's why he's not in good terms with Emefiele, because I heard he was pushing back against some of Emefiele's policies. Like he disagreed vehemently.
But he's in charge of policy. That is his portfolio, right? That's the deputy's policy.
But if I recommend, say, okay, if I say Babati, go and buy navy colored suit, and you say, okay, I've heard. Then you now go and buy yellow. Then I start looking like, why are you wearing yellow? Are you a clown? And you just ignore me. I'll be beefing you because I recommended navy color suit to you, but you decided to.
So it's more like just to recommend stuff to the chairman, not necessarily. You cannot necessarily just authorize.
He can't force. It's going to be Emefiele's call at the end of the day.
Right. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, and Emefiele was involved in a lot of shady things that I'm sure that guy wasn't down with. So I'm just shocked Emefiele did not fire him. So if the government can whine him enough, it's gonna unveil everything.
But this is
Babati, is Emefiele out of bail or is still in custody?
I think he's still in custody.
Is he in custody?
He's in custody. It's not going anywhere.
How deep down the rabbit hole do you think the Tinubu is willing to go? Because at some point, when you start mentioning some names that that are deep in the APC, how do you think he's willing to go all the way through with this, or he's just going to stop at some point?
I think politically it's a landmine for Tinubu. If he starts touching too many APC, they'll quiet it. I mean, they can't make it public. They'll quiet it down. Maybe they'll shop. Like Baba says, maybe they'll be able to shop for deals. Like not prosecute, just shop. I mean, push for deals. Like, okay, I won't prosecute you if you give me half of what you stole or something. I don't know. I'm very skeptical that will work. But it can't go too far, because then are you going to be calling all of Buhari's people. He can't now. If he wants to win next election, he cannot.
But Kolata, with how Tinubu is going now, I think it's indicating to us that indirectly it's telling Buhari you are a failure.
Of course.
I mean, we are, that one is obvious, and we all know that at this point now, it's making him look like we all know that the better it goes, the more incompetent. Because Buhari, for the first time, I thought he was kind of like okay with corruption, but this guy probably in the east of Nigeria, it was even worse than good luck in terms of like the how people stole from the government. They literally looted the government dry during the Buhari administration. It was, I think, it's the worst we've ever seen, even more than good luck. They've robbed us blind the country. So I think it was bad during the time. It was god awful.
Yeah, so that's the Obiora stuff. So other people can talk.
Well, what's your take on the Elumelu space about him coming in as a new CBN governor?
Yeah. I think that would be a big mistake. Elumelu's background. No, that's a big mistake.
My leverage for transport around these boys in
no, you cannot. I mean, no.
Why, Kolata? Why?
I totally disagree with that.
I mean,
first of all,
he has confident interest now.
He doesn't even have central. I mean, he doesn't have this kind of quantitative economic experience. He's not an economist now. He's just a banker.
So we can't let him be our central bank governor.
No.
But Kolata, can you mention three names? Can you mention 3 names? Everybody, 3 names.
I can mention one name. I can mention Bode Augusto.
Bode Augusto, yes. Yeah. Won't they say that is Yoruba something again now?
Who cares?
I will mention Mogalu.
Yeah, Mogalu is not bad too. Mogalu is not bad. Yeah.
I still don't understand why people think Elumelu. I don't know. I can't just get it that Elumelu cannot be. Elumelu is an economist. Hope you know.
Let me help you.
Because he did it in college.
Just push over there. You will solve all your problems. That's
for what?
Show what
exactly? As a CBN governor,
as a CBN
governor, I get more money in Nigeria. I will close my account immediately. You will push over there, show already bow. So,
but on a more serious note, I have no idea, but I just don't think, because you need somebody out of the box, somebody that can bring fresh ideas away from that space. Yeah, not your typical Nigerian.
Tinubu's government kind of.
Tony is an economist.
Which economist? He hasn't worked as an economist. So it's not about your degree. Please, let's stop all this degree nonsense. He has not worked as an economist.
See, there's a big difference between an entrepreneur with economics knowledge and someone that you are just saying is an economist just because he's working in an institution. See, in the businesses that this guy directed, he's still going to apply some kind of principle of economics in his businesses. Because
can he bring back Sanusi? What do you think about that?
Space is different.
No. Sanusi is too volatile for CBN role. That's what
there's conflict of interest. I mean, you can't put Elumelu. Too much conflict of interest. Is it gonna divest out of every single thing is involved in?
Of interest,
he has Transcorp, he has this, he can engineer interest rate to favor him, we can engineer forex. Let's not even talk about it. It's just irritating. No, there's so many people, not him.
See, you can pick someone that you think is neutral. The only thing is that the person, his conflict of interest may not be visible to you, and the conflict of interest will be there. But I'm just talking of his profession and by practice and by the way this guy has been acting.
His profession doesn't jive. He was a banker.
Wait, hold on. The man has a company that has shareholders that they all shares in. If he becomes a CBN governor, he's going to leverage that for his business.
He owns a bank. CBN loans money to banks.
It's easy now. Come on,
And we made a mistake before. We want to forget that Emefiele came from Zenith Bank, am I correct?
It does.
And
It is, yeah.
Jimovia actually projected him forward. So we don't want any banker. Anybody from the banking space.
What would you want?
What of Sanusi?
An
What of
economist.
Sanusi?
An
What of
economist.
Economist. Oh, yeah.
I think the only person that has never worked for any bank before in the history of our central bank, so far I know anyway, for those that I know, those are so because I
Soludo.
leave room for error. Soludo.
But
So
Ola
that's
and Kula, everybody, I want to just a devil advocate here. Why is it that almost all our central bank governor, they are from the southeast? Is that post from the southeast or southeast? Don't mind me. I'm just being.
Emefiele is south. It's not southeast.
Emefiele, it's not southeast.
Joseph Sanusi was never from southeast. Lamido Sanusi was never from southeast. So
Alaji, former Alaji, remember Ola?
Yeah,
Alaji, Johnny Swagger.
This song too is from Calabar.
So,
but Soludo is from southeast now.
It's only Soludo that has come from southeast.
After that, no southeast that you can mention.
Oh, I think Emefiele is from southeast. That's what I said.
Emefiele is from Asaba. It's from Asaba.
Oguma also is from southeast.
Eyabo Emefiele ti wá.
Igbo ni
God bless you.
You Nigerians, you guys are you need help. It should not matter where somebody is from when it comes to being a CBN governor, for God's sake. I don't know what the obsession with this with.
It's competence.
That's the point. All this is from. I don't give a damn where you're from. Can you get the job done?
Emefiele is not an Igbo.
I don't get all this.
Is Ikase is not Igbo. They will not consider themselves. Not all of them consider themselves Igbo.
It's from Agbo. They're almost like.
They're kind of like between Benin and Igbo.
Exactly. That's what I want to say.
Oh, that's fine. Don't mind me. That's my own. my own joking stuff for tonight. God bless you, Joe. Yeah.
So I'm looking at all our CBN people. Some of them are promoted from within CBN. We get that, but a lot of them, like the Joseph Oladele Sanusi, was CEO of First Bank. I don't know if it was an influential CBN governor. Soludo came from National Planning Commission. That's an economist. That's a pure thoroughbred economist.
Correct.
Yeah. Then Sanusi Lamido was CEO of First Bank. Then some Sarah Alade lady was acting. That was promotion from within. And then you have Emefiele coming from CEO of the Zenith Bank. So it's really, really the only real economist we had, and you can tell that it was a difference maker, is Soludo.
Yeah, Soludo was exception.
Let me throw a little thing here. You see, we'll be talking about investors, development, direct investors. These are just English words to deceive ourselves. The fact is this: Nigeria is not on the track for people to take the risk to bring their money in, to invest, and to change things. We have to be sincere. Now let's talk about the central government. You have
started Midwest.
Wait, don't shut me down. We are here to put our opinion. Please, let's put our opinion together. Wait. Let me learn. Wait, you hold on.
You cannot be discouraging people every time. You cannot be discouraging people every time.
Hold on. Midwest. I've said it thousands of times. If I said hold on, nobody is shutting you down. If I'm shutting you down, I will not let you in. You know this platform, we don't shut people down. Even if you want to speak Bula Balu, we let you speak. So if I said hold on, please, I'll bring you back. Midwest, we hear this is it's conversational. If somebody push you back, wait, you still have the floor. We are here to dialogue, it's not monologue. So let's go on, my brother. So nobody will shut you down. No, it's not where I am.
I just want to quickly do this one.
Yeah.
You see, the real problem we have is this. The people that can change Nigeria are the diaspora. The government have to work hard to attract its peoples back. Expecting outsiders to come and do it. People who are capitalist and profit-oriented, they don't care how they made their profit. You are expecting them to come into your country and they will tell you the good and the bad side of investment. It's totally impossible. You must know the bad side and you must put a wedge against them. If you don't do that, there is no way. And second, look at the central bank. You are expecting one person to come and solve the problem of central bank of a country as big as Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. You see, central bank are governed by laws. And to make that law, you must borrow people, economists, bankers, professors. They will debate how they want the federal government, the central bank to function, the scope, how you will change law. Because that is the key to the country. These people will now enable the government to know exactly how it should function. But if you just throw one person there, oh, I trust this man is knowledgeable, sometimes the man will be strongly with advices. You know, he doesn't know how people who to trust. But when, when the government itself has agreed on the guideline, the man will know what to do. Now, that is another point again. Why do I say direct investors? The way we say it here is very easy. All these things sound very good. But those that we are calling, we should know them. They know how to make millions in profit and they know how money can disappear. That's just the fact. So if we say we want to change Nigeria, God has blessed us with diaspora. Nigerians that are outside can change those countries. Idea is what change a country. And I will give you an example. Most of us who live in Scandinavia, when you go to their schools of language here and they want to teach you history, they will teach you history, how they suffer. There is a book they show us, they call it Hedo Swedia. That is Bye Bye Sweden. The way the Swedish people migrated to the United States. It's like few people were left for the country because of what? Hunger. But when those people started coming back, they came back with fresh idea. We have people, and I keep on saying it. If a Nigerian man find a conducive atmosphere to start coming back home and is not just a barber, you will know that barbing can create job. If that woman is just a hairdresser, you will know that hairdressing can develop economy. If that person is just a sales person, you will now know that sales is an industry. They call it retail industry. It's not sales boy, sales girl anymore. When that person has worked in a hotel, he has worked in area that attract tourism, your tourism become an industry. So it's our people. When we have those companies, it will now start attracting other people to come and expand it for us. Back up that we are saying we must set up our company. The world must know us. That this company is there. In case they are finding out something, they will say, like you that said, like somebody will tell me, oh, you have come again with a negative thought. There are important things that our government is neglecting. You can't throw the business transaction of highly populated country away from the boss of the finance and tax company, tax agent of the state, and you expect investors to bring that. Are they going to live in Nigeria? They will not stay there. Then how will they monitor the transaction that is taking place? It becomes a challenge, except those who are connected to the area that have to do with software, telecommunication, this and this. Easy for them to stay in anywhere and see what's going, because they are already tied to a very hard software that enable them to see things for themselves. But in manufacturing, area of manufacturing, they must have access to the expenditure, the sales, the everything. So Buhari administration is supposed to help us, because the man was good, but he did not implement those things. If, for example, the way he focused on infrastructure, he achieved at least 60% of it. Road, those railway, electricity. I think Tinubu would have at least a landing ground. For me, if I look at Tinubu, I don't know where Tinubu is landing. I'm so scared. Because the man, I'm not saying he's a bad person. Even if you bring any other person there, he's still going to have this challenge because they mess up so many things. But I hope it goes to Idian. And because those guys you are going to meet there, they have embassies in Nigeria. They have military attaché. They have commerce attaché, they have police attaché, everything going on, how we run our business, they are aware. And they know the profound challenges and risk that is involved. So they are not like, there's nothing you're going to tell them that they will be novice of. But however, if there is space in our natural resources, they can come. Thank you. That's what I believe.
Hey, quick question real quick for this guy. Is it work?
Things that you have been asking to push in, please, if you don't mind.
Right.
See, Midwest, you see, when we talk of foreign investors, this is the way you look at it. You look at the speed of our population and the speed that we need to solve so many issues in Nigeria. Oh, he has gone? So the point is this. Look at it this way. Nobody says the local investors cannot compete with foreign investors. But you must know that we need capital. The capital to turn the version of that country around today, we may be talking of something where over $200 billion to start with. Where are you going to get that one locally? That is when you need a foreign investor. Look at MTN, for example. MTN is in Nigeria when even Globe is competing fairly. Look at foreign airlines. Look at those people now that are doing some cloud technology in Nigeria now. That you see, you need that money. For example, Midwest now cannot go to. You can't say, okay, you want to do something in Nigeria now, and you need about $10 billion to implement it. Who is going to give you? You have to bring someone, maybe that is even well known in the field, to come to Nigeria to convince. So there's markets here. I've helped you uncover the markets. So come here and invest. I'm going to work with you. That is the way it works. So when you look at India, when you even the China we are talking today, China didn't get to this point until they opened the economy for participation from foreign people. I'm able to say that Americans out the Western world, they developed India and China. So they didn't just come and develop in isolation. Yes, we must do our own parts. Why they will do their own part? Bro, we need foreign investments like 100 years ago, as fast as possible.
Ayane Koko, look at one thing. Even those investors. Wait, let me up with this one. Even those investors, sometimes those money.
Hello.
Are you hearing me?
Ayane Koko, what's going on?
Oh, I want to talk to Ola. That your name too sweet for my mouth. You know, these investors, sometimes when they mention their money, this money belongs to different source sometimes. Bank, and one way or the other. It's not just completely their money, but they have built something that is like an asset that enable them to have access to this fund anytime they want it. Now, imagine someone brought some millions of euros to Nigeria, and you start putting this money into economy where the government itself cannot protect the exchange rate. And you know, sometimes these people can even go far to spy on something things about our even reserve without knowing to you. They have connection, they are very rich. Even that World Bank, they have people there. They work hand in hand. And there are things they can see there that can scare them. For example, when they bring this money, they want to convert it, to take it out into that raw cash to somewhere else. It becomes a challenge for them. They may profit in our currency, but when they start converting, they are running at loss. So there are things they put into consideration. It's not that if we need to have hope that they will come, but let our government focus on, you know, taking responsibility to fix on certain things. One, electricity. If they have been spending money to a road, it is Tinubu should just ask people. But imagine the amount of money Obasa just spent there, Jonathan spent. This same man that is just leaving. Okay, look at it for infrastructure. All the state governors, they borrowed money, and it is our reserve, either directly or indirectly, that those things are still falling upon, because he gave them open hand to have access to money, so that states can at least have some good roads, some infrastructures that can really attract these people. And they just consume this money for nothing. Now we have a fresh president. I think he has idea, he has good people around him, he's willing. But the profound challenges is so big that I don't think what Tinubu need to do is to question these people. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Even though if people don't go to jail, my brother, you took this one, we need 60%. This one, we need 70%.
If he doesn't do that, I don't think he will have money to build those infrastructure. And no investors that will just come into your country. All those, like what this guy was saying, IT, this one, this online, those ones, it's possible. But if we want to go into manufacturing and production, large scale, that will be companies will come, and you see him talking about maybe 2,000 people, 50,000 people. They need road. They will transport their goods. They need people that will work for them. They need this infrastructure. They need railway support. If occasionally they need airline. So let us be sincere, my brother. Before Tinubu came to power, a few months to enter, Nigeria was having airway already. They pump a lot of money there. Immediately when he came to power, the airway disappeared, Nigeria airway. You have to ask these people. I think we should encourage him to do the needful, because all these promises that is coming to turn Nigeria around, if we just said this thing to our people and peradventure he did all his best and these things is not there, what is happening around us may just happen in our country. That's just the issue. Ask them. We should put pressure on
my brother. Let me say this, please. Did you reckon something that has been spoiled for 8 years should be fixed in 3 months? Can that be possible?
I don't expect even for 8 years again, Seth, to visit another 8 years.
Okay,
yeah.
My brother.
I'm happy you understand that. Yeah, Ola. Yeah.
My brother, let me shock you. You see, I will still encourage you to on this foreign investment thing. Let me shock you. Do you know that in the United Kingdom, as big as the United Kingdom it is, 4 of the 6 power, those people in charge of electricity, do you know that the 4 of the 6 are foreign investors? It's just like when you are talking of MTN in Nigeria today. You understand? At Great Britain, they are supposed to be our colonial masters, but those people that are providing them electricity, 4 out of 6 of them are foreigners. You will find all these foreigners everywhere. Do you know that foreigners, even there was a time in the history that foreigners, they were building bridges in foreign countries as part of investment. So, my brother, we don't have that money locally. That's the point. How much are we making? So now, those companies that are coming, you need the credibility, the creditworthiness. For example, now, you have a known experts in the area of power sector, and say, okay, you want to invest in Nigeria. Even sometimes without collateral, the business itself, the startup, many startups, they don't have collateral. But people can look at your history and your creditworthiness and give you that loan to go and invest. Now, if someone in Nigeria, if an investor in Nigeria today, you have a dream to bring a project of, let's say, $5 billion. Look at Dangote, for example. How many people did they give license to build a refinery in Nigeria? It's not as if they didn't try to get foreign investors, but who was listening to them? Nobody. So that's the importance. But the same people, if Aramco, is this Aramco, or what is the name of these Saudi people? If they are coming to Nigeria tomorrow, and they say, okay, we need $20 billion to put refinery in Nigeria, you will see banks be falling upon one another to give them because of the credibility. That's the fantastic thing that foreign investors can bring to you. If you had done something locally today, I bet you MTN will not come to Nigeria. And today, maybe most of us will still be struggling. Most Nigerians will still be struggling to talk to Nitel. We will always need foreign investors. Yes. Because when you get foreign investor, it simply means you are sending positive signals to people to come and invest in my own country and you harvest from it. But when you close your door and say you want to do it on your loan, you can only do within your capacity. You can't
see. Ajani Koko, get my point. I agree with you. I'm just talking about what can attract them.
Wow.
What I said, sorry, Ajani Koko, I'm talking to Olala. What can really attract them? The government have to focus on it. Like telling them, oh, come and bring your money and there is opportunity. Look, those telecom, you know why the guys who own those companies are not afraid. When you recharge your card with all the software they design, they know already their profit. Even if there are loopholes for people to take little, it will never affect their companies.
But you see people who are coming to, maybe they will export raw material from somewhere, or after their product, they have to, at least they have to, or they have to import some material somewhere. It can be half product to finish their product in your country. Those ones are very vulnerable because they are not going to stay there. It's just like a company, a German company now in UK. The owners are not there. A United Kingdom company in Sweden, they are not there. There are structures on ground that give them trust. Human being can never be trusted. It's not because the Swedish are good, like, or the United Kingdom people are good, but there are structures on ground that assist the business owners to see what is going on in their business. And Nigeria government, as a country, they are not investing in all these structures. That is one. And secondly, there are other, that's infrastructural development as well that make business to triumph, like physical infrastructures that we can just see. They also neglected it. And when you look at the officials, that's head of parastatals, people you want to employ, that discipline, that fear of penalty for wrongdoing is not there. It's like the society is like a place where people feel they can go away with anything. And at the end, people who you are calling, they know much about our country. I think now, as a president of the country, he should go there, but he should do homework more than just expecting outsiders to come and take charge of everything. This is what I believe.
Can I come in now, Thomas?
You can, yeah.
Can I come in now, Thomas, please? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and it's nice to be here once again. I think Midwest.
No, you can't. You can't come in. You have to pay $10 before coming in. We are paying to talk now.
Unfortunately, we don't use dollar here.
Thomas, can you let Colata in? He says he wants to change his headphone.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. Like American English, my bad. Yeah.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I think Midwest, you are looking at it in a very simplistic manner. Every country need foreign investment, whether in every discipline of human endeavor. Nigeria is a big market. Have both human resources and a lot of natural resources. Even with our infrastructures cannot be the same compared to Japan, China, and the rest. But a good investor will look into the future. When MTN and Econet, when they came to Nigeria in year 2000, I guess 2001, Nigeria does not have this infrastructure that we have today. But look at their market capitalization today. Look at, in terms of subscriber base, look at the money they are making, and look at what telecommunication has changed the whole space of Nigeria in totality. If not because of them, you won't be able to talk to Nigerian freely with WhatsApp or WeChat or whatever you want to say. So I think any investor will look at your president and also look at the cabinet and the people around them. Now, what the president is doing, if you can recall, Obasanjo did the same thing in his first tenure as the president of Nigeria. When he goes to all of this country, he will take along all those business icons like Dangote, all of them. He will take them along. And once you take them along, these people have already made their name. So people know them all over the world, not only in Nigeria, because they also have investment in every part of the country and in other parts of the world. So when it takes them along this way, it's a very good omen for Nigeria. I'll give you a very good example. Do you know Bode, that new communication minister? Just because he was appointed minister, there is already $500 million facility for him that he can punch into. So he's going to use the money. That money is coming from investors. It's not from Nigerian government. So when you put the right legal professional people,
but I hope they will not turn this to their private something. You know what I mean?
It's not easy to turn it to your private because they have a name to protect. They are building a name for themselves over the years. Do you think $500 million is a big deal to this guy? This guy, most of these guys in this, they have already have their capital base of their business is over $1 billion US. So you just want to spoil your name because of this.
No,
It's not done that way. Even if you look at Dangote and Elumelo, they have put their money in every facet, every discipline in Nigeria. When you look at every industries, they have put their money there. So that is why I always say that no matter what kind of criticism you are giving these guys, if we have 10 or 20 Dangote that's into different industries and services, food, confectionaries, gas and oil and the rest, if all of them are doing like this, that means we continue to create employment. So in a nutshell, I totally agree with Ola that foreign investment is good for Nigeria, and the so-called China and the rest you also talk about. Luckily for me, I was in China when that country is really growing up, and I know what I see. I was in a state that when I was in a state that they have only 4 subway stations, and within a space of 6 years, they were able to have 22 subway lines, not stations. 22 subway lines.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 22 subway lines, maybe even more now. And I was also there when I can take a train from
Mr. Remy.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you a question.
Yeah.
Those who built those railway, were they foreigners or Chinese themselves?
So
the workers, the architect, the designer.
Listen,
Wait. Just answer this question now.
I will answer your question.
Yeah, just answer that one. Were they Chinese? Were they German?
I will answer your question. I will answer your question. First, those ones that built the train, they were workers of Chinese workers. But what about the designer? Listen. What about the designer? Don't you know there's a lot of input, especially from Italy and from the Dutch? There's a lot of input from Europe when you look at China. China is just like, we have the people. So if they lack professional competence in this party, they look for foreigners to come and help them out. They paid a lot of people, engineers, software engineers, mechanical engineers, everybody. If you are a top professional, they will bring you to China to come and help them. Even in the field of education, they spend a lot of money to bring a lot of people from all over the world, especially from Canada, America, and the UK, to come and train and teach their students. So when you want to develop as a country, you are looking at it that we must do it alone by ourselves. That's the mistake we usually make. You cannot be an island of everything by yourself. Some of these things we are lacking in competency. So we need these people, although maybe we have to put a very good regulation on ground so that they don't gain on it. But from bringing them, we can learn a lot. So in a nutshell, our foreign investment is good for every country, especially at this particular time. Nigeria needs that dollar, and we need investors to come to our country.
Yeah, we need it. I agree with you. Yeah. I don't say we don't need that.
All of those things you are talking about, that you are looking at it in a more simplistic manner. What about the workers? What about that? What about no?
To look at the area I'm looking at, maybe you didn't understand me. The investors know the potential and opportunity in that country. You don't even need to invite them. At the same time, they are aware of the profound challenges.
What you are talking about?
No, get what I'm saying. Look at our country now. Let me also put this one. Nigeria, the situation our president made that country. What is saving him is that he made a country with high capacity of human resources, high capacity of natural resources. If it were a country that relied only management, let me just land this one. He made a country with high level of both human and natural resources. That is the only hope we have as a country. The way they have been mismanaging this country, you have to look into it. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Angel is not coming. We are all Nigerians. We can't continue like this. You, Mr. Man, you were in charge of this. What happened? Because to attract these people you are mentioning is the challenge. It's not that they don't know that there is opportunity. The few opportunity they can risk, like telecom, you said, there's not too much risk in telecom. These are pure software business that when somebody recharge, you know what is going on. You can stay in everywhere once you program everything. But besides those kind of investment, it's going to be challenging. This is what I'm saying.
Let me respond to you this way. If I am a leader, I don't need to continue to lament every day. If I am a leader, I want to move ahead. Why I can also do my check if some people are guilty, I can. There's so many ways I can collect some money they have stolen. I'm sure that I will not collect. I cannot get everything. So this thing you are continuing to lament. Look at the Nigerian people. Look at the country. Everybody know the state of Nigeria today, and everybody want an improvement. So if you are a leader, if you want to fixate on just people are lamenting, what can I? No, you have to move ahead, plan ahead, continue to work hard, and solve the problem. Not continue to lament and looking at the back. If I can get money from those who stole it, then I will get it. If I can block some loophole, then I will block them. So that is how a nation is built. A nation is not built and continue to look behind me. Now we're in this serious mess. What can we do to continue to stop our problem?
But I think you almost said the same thing, just like you are misunderstanding.
No.
What we need to do to move forward as a leader. What really put us in this mess is corruption. And what we need to do as a leader is to start putting measures that look, there is a consequences for wrongdoing. Let people see it that way. It's not like Tinubu can be in everywhere. It cannot handle finance. It cannot go and handle industry. It cannot go and handle economy. It cannot handle the defense. It is still fellow Nigeria like me and you that is going to put in this position. And when one is failing, it will affect the entire system because we are doing things with impunity. It is not part of us. It needs to be stopped. Yeah.
Midwest, look around you. Everywhere in the world, there is corruption. The magnitude or level are different from country to country. Fine. We know that in Nigeria is quite high. It can reduce it, but total eradication of corruption, because when you talk about corruption, it's not just only stealing money. You can use your power or your position to influence some decision. It's also part of corruption. Like if I am a Yoruba man and Thomas wants to get a position, I know that Thomas is from my hometown. I can influence it that, okay, although I know the Babati is better, but I would go ahead and choose Thomas. It's also part of corruption. So you are just at it from the money angle alone. What I'm trying to tell you is this. As a leader, you are here. He only has 8 years to rule you. He must lay down a very good, have a very solid plan. For example, Buhari has whatever you said about Buhari, he has done some marvelous job. He was able to build on some of our infrastructures. He was able to equip our military, which is quite good. Maybe in some other aspect, it was not very fast. So Tinubu must also consolidate on those ones that he has done. I want a transition
from my brother Remy. All our past presidents, I think Obasanjo is still the best. After Obasanjo, it was getting worse. Are you not seeing the fear? Let me land it, please. Are you not seeing the fear in people that Buhari was worse? What's going to tell us that Tinubu is not going to be worse than Buhari?
That's a very good question from you. Like I always said, Obasanjo was probably the luckiest Nigeria. But unfortunately, because of his ego, if he has not given up somebody that is not interested in presidency, I'm talking about Yaradua. So that means Jonathan wouldn't have been there. And probably that means Buhari too wouldn't have been your president too. I don't know whether
God will bless you for that. That's so this comment you just made now.
So at the end, not that Obasanjo was also a Superman. I quite knew very well that when I was in a university in the east of China, and I met some professors who were being sent to Nigeria to help us in agriculture because Obasanjo was in China that period. And when those professors came to Nigeria, they ended up being in Obasanjo farm, Yaradua farm. They didn't help Nigeria as a cause. So when you talk about him, it's not that he's also totally have Nigerian interest in totality like that, but he tried his best. So that is unfortunately for Nigeria, Jonathan era was bad, was really, really bad.
Oh my God.
Well, Buhari now, because of his nepotism, and unfortunately for him, they did not generate revenue because of so many factors. There is COVID-19, there is a lot of crisis, there is Boko
inflation everywhere.
It came at the wrong time. And it's also like it's he also have his
okay, sorry, Remy came at the wrong time, Buhari.
Maybe I'm trying to look at it that his health challenge is also
It's Tinubu that come the wrong time. This time is somehow. I'm just telling you.
No. I even like the way Tinubu came in now. Because
Tinubu came at the wrong time.
Yes, because let me just tell you the truth. Among all our leaders, sorry, Mr. Remy, all those people you have just mentioned, no one actually prepared their mind to become president of this country apart from
God bless you. God bless you.
I did not support him. You see my own. It's not because I support one person. I will not say
is accidental president.
The rest are just accidental. Those who nominated us Obasanjo for us, they were having different agenda. Those Obasanjo was looking for his who will be the next was having his own agenda. The only person that has ever prepared his mind, I want to rule this country for good, is Tinubu. And I told you, for me, yes, among all of them, he has made up his mind for beginning. I want to be president.
Contested more than 4 or 5 times. You cannot tell
those guys. He never prepared. He just want to see opportunity. How will I become president?
Midwest, Buhari is it as I agree with you. Buhari did not know what it takes to be a president. He just sees this as okay. I have the followers and I have the opportunity. That's all.
I also think that military mind is still there, but unfortunately, this is democracy. You cannot.
What is it? Or that guy Buhari that you see, does he have any substance in his brain?
Simba, let me ask you the question. When you saw 4 years of incompetence, why did you vote for him again?
I did not even vote. I did not even vote for him at any time.
Look at your position. Are you going to vote Atiku in place of Buhari?
The problem that we have, we don't even have better choice. We don't have so.
Atiku is even worse. Okay, so you cannot pick Atiku ahead of Buhari. Ask an average Hausa man; they will tell you Atiku is a hoax. So as I was saying, so that culminated in bad governance for like 16 years or something like that. If you look at it from Jonathan era to from Yaradua to what do you call it, to Buhari. I even like that Tinubu came in now because I see Tinubu a man that likes challenges. He likes to solve problems. He really likes to find a way to solve problems. I hope he can solve some of Nigerian problems. I'm not saying totality, especially if you can work out on our economy, and that would be very good if you can improve. And also, I also have to just my own personal opinion. Nigerians, we should also stop castigating our country in bad light every time. Every time is bad. You cannot say Nigeria is the same way 20 years ago compared to today. There is pocket of development. Maybe not even, but things have changed totally in Nigeria also. It has changed and people are holding.
That Jonathan space, don't you think it's just people just want Jonathan out? That's why Buhari become the president.
No.
People are just tired of Jonathan.
No. Jonathan, unfortunately, because he did not prepare for the presidency, he does not know what to do. His era was also a lot of corruption. How can you talk about Diezani stealing a lot of money like that? How can you talk about our president getting drunk early in the morning?
Remy, if you say Obasanjo is the luckiest among our president, what will you say about Jonathan?
No, Jonathan is
even more luckier. Let me tell you, Jonathan is more luckier than.
Where's the evidence of Jonathan getting drunk? Where's the evidence?
Jonathan was just. Jonathan was.
Kilode rational mind. Say bother the Jonathan. Kilode to be
Jonathan was.
Jonathan was a drunkard now. Personal mind. He was a drunkard now. Can't rule that.
How do you know what's the evidence? What's the evidence?
The reason why I said that Obasanjo is the luckiest Nigeria is.
The rational mind. Look, so
the reason because Obasanjo was seen in Nigeria as the Lord, like that semi-god. If not because Nigeria is not like Cameroon or Gabon.
You know why? You know, Remy.
It would have
you know why? You know why?
Simba,
Okay.
let him land. Let him land. Yeah, we come
so
after him.
Obasanjo was seen in Nigeria as a semi-god, at least to generate of those elites. I'm talking about elites now. I'm not talking about the common man. Elite person, they see Obasanjo as a semi-lord, and his word is a bond. Okay, and they believe in him a lot. So we are expecting that by the time that he was about going out, he has a lot of better candidates. Even if he has given up people like El Rufai from the north, even El Rufai is crazy in the head, it will have been much more better than this. But
don't you think he wanted to control Yaradua? That's why they put Yaradua there.
He want to rule by proxy. And so he want to rule by proxy.
Because the third time agenda failed.
He is a smart guy. He has checked that Yaradua is a reluctant president and he's quite sickly. And that means he will continue to ask for him.
Remy, you don't know. You don't just ask for why did Obasanjo choose Yaradua. Then someone can tell you.
Okay.
Yaradua, among all the governors. Jẹ́ ká pamọ́ lẹ́nu kó tó máa spread the propaganda wọn. Jẹ́ ká pamọ́ lẹ́nu kó tó spread torí etí tó bá gbà lọ kò lè gbà bọ̀ ń gbà mí. Kó tó spread ẹ̀ lọ àwọn 35 propagandists.
It will not fall. It will not fall.
Ká pamọ́ lẹ́nu.
Gbàgbọ́lé gbogbo ń pọ̀pọ̀ lẹ́nu ọkọ̀ náà tó pa. Rẹ̀mí tó lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ báyìí tó sì lè sọ̀rọ̀.
A ti Okay, let me interject. Look, Remy, the reason why Obasanjo chose Yaradua, 2 reasons. Number 1, he was not a corrupt governor among all the governors across the federation. Not corrupt at all. Very simple, easygoing, no arrogant. That is number 1. Number 2, among all the governors, he was the only one that balanced the budget, yearly budget, for 8 years. As at the time he was leaving, the state was buoyant and they had like 5 billion in their reserve or in their account, or let me, by the time it was handing over to go for presidency. Every other governor, they were owing debt heavily. So Obasanjo studied him. See, this guy is not, and Obasanjo was, how do I describe him? His war against corruption was very, very clear. So if think somebody that can continue that war against corruption must be in the lead, must be the president. So, and Yaradua fit into that category of people that, to him, can do that, can continue the war against corruption in the country. So that's the reason why.
But can I say something?
Baba Janle Kuku, I will ask you one question. Baba Janle Kuku, the question is very
Midwest. You want to mute? You want to mute Midwest?
Okay, can I continue? Baba Janle Kuku, do you know the corruption under Yaradua by the time he passed away? Do you know how much his wife cut away? Do you know how much his people that surround him cut away? So
Remy, please give me 1 second. Rasunamine, are you available?
I'm here.
Yes, please. Can you just take over for 30 minutes, please?
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
So there is a monumental corruption under Yaradua too. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. Obasanjo know what he's doing. He knows that this man is a reluctant person. He does not want to become your president. So he can he can control him, or he can continue to ask advice or suggestion from Obasanjo. Then he now balance it with another quiet, unassuming person, the person of Jonathan. So he has two people he can remotely control easily. You yourself, you know the truth. You know that Obasanjo is a very, is a control freak. He likes to control people. And if you don't listen to him, he will fight with you. He doesn't forgive and he doesn't forget.
Remy, can I also talk about what the Bajale could just talk about?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Babajale Koko, I want to also, because what you say is what is not as if you know, it's just your own belief. Because actually, what Obasanjo did was actually he used that Junior Yaradua to compensate his friend, the one that was his chief of staff when he was the president, the senior Yaradua. That is the one reason. But he knew quite right that this guy was sick and was not healthy to actually occupy that position. And to even make it worse, he did not even choose a capable vice president for him. So he's just don't exonerate Obasanjo from this. He was one that caused the disaster.
I've read his book. I've read Under My Watch.
Whatever is not the one saying it. So how can you write something?
My subjective view, I want people.
Then the reason why, Remy, the reason why I said
I gave you two factual reasons. None of you can counter that. But rather, in contact with you thought about debate. Láàrin ara yìí ní ẹ̀yìnkùlé àti ibi tí mo ti káàkiri ìyẹn lẹ. Ogoro tẹ̀sí ẹ̀ mú pàrágà òun lẹ bàbá gbé káàkiri.
Wọ́n lówó pàrágà ni wọ́n lè lówó pàrágà àgbàdo náà máa ń jẹ.
Àgbàdo náà máa ń jẹ àgbàdo tútù. Àgbàdo tútù.
Àgbàdo wọ́n á jẹ àgbàdo lórí pàrágà. Wọ́n máa sọ oríṣiríṣi káàkiri. Wọ́n á gbọ́ àtọ́rí wọ́n máa wẹ̀ tó bò pé.
Okay, Remy, the reason why I said good luck was the luckiest. Let me tell you, no, it came in shortly because I don't only ruled for just maybe how many.
Simba, I agree with you that good luck was the luckiest. I agree. Very lucky.
He met a good economy and the oil price was very favorable.
Yes.
Exactly. He misplaced. In fact, that guy is just that time. If we make use of what we have, the governors they were just wasting resources. Everybody was just wasting resources, and the money was just yes.
I see. You know that we have 61 billion, $61 billion external reserve at that time. 61 solid, and we are selling at $120.
Can I ask you a question?
$20 per barrel oil. Oh my God.
Coca, can I ask you a question? You are of you that are of the opinion that he squandered money, which I've not said he did not, but not at the level, at the scale that people are accusing him. Of course, there were a few months of oil boom during his
few months. That's not my. Why are you saying? Why are you doing this? Few months. What do you mean by few months?
Was it up to 2 years? Hold on now. Was it up to 2 years?
Like that.
Was it up to 2 years?
Rational, stop that now.
I'm asking you a question. Was it up to 2 years?
For years, between from 2008 to like 2013.
Yeah. As far as I can remember, it wasn't up to like.
About 2012, that was when we have the highest revenue.
Well, let's leave that.
2012.
But we heard.
Check it.
Hold on. But we heard Okojo Iweala that when he was telling them to save up that money, what did the governor say?
No, don't exonerate him now. So want to now play the game with the blame on the governors?
Hold on. This is not dictatorship. He is a president of a nation. He cannot tell the governors. If the governors prevail over him, he just have to share the money.
Okay, forget about the what. No, okay, let's look at it like this.
You cannot blame him for that. And if you
rational mind, just hold on.
Rational mind, you don't know. Sorry, Simba. Rational mind, you don't know about this thing very well. First, we have 61 billion whooping external reserve.
Okay.
And we are selling a barrel of oil over $100. And we are making money left and right.
But how did the money go? That's what I'm asking you.
Now, listen.
I'm not going to listen. How did the money go? How did the money go?
Okay, that is
forget. No, Remy. You should forget about the one the governors are shared. What about the one accrued to the federal government himself? How did he spend it?
Give me one. So what did he do?
Every month.
What did he do with it? Tell us one project that Jonathan executed during his regime.
He left about 12. Is it about $24 billion? Where this guy came in?
61 billion. And the rest straight away like that. Where were they?
No, he left when he handed over to Buhari. I think he left about $24 billion in the external reserve.
And
Buhari
built it. He built it up.
He built it up to what?
When he left about if at the time it was around 42 or so.
No, that was a wrong figure. Wrong figure. The better real figure.
Even that figure, that one that they are still contesting, we don't have the real fact about it.
Oh, God.
The one that they say, no, don't say you see, it's just a news. The one that they are still quoting. What are you saying?
No, JP Morgan has confirmed to us that we don't have more than.
It's not a confirmation.
No. They confirm because they confirm that Nigeria owed them.
If you still check, just hold on. If you still check today,
hold on. Even that 3 billion is too much. Maybe only be half a million lower government without Jimbe.
No, we ain't better.
I'm telling you, Africa no yin Simba. Africa no yin. Come about this case.
Buhari did a terrible job.
Àwa tá wà l'Amẹ́ríkà la ṣe ń gbé ìlú yẹn tá à ń send owó sílé kò ń ṣe àwọn tó ń gbé ní Saudi Arabia.
Èló lẹ ní tẹ̀ sẹ́ndì.
Simba mo fẹ́ ṣe telephone number Baba Jale pẹ̀lú àwọn Nàìjíríà kọ́ máa pè wọ́n torí wọ́n ti wà nílé
kò ń ṣe àwọn tó wà ní Denmark ẹ pé wọn àti ẹ̀ mọ owó tó ń ná. Owó wo lọ fẹ́ sẹ́yìn?
Àmọ́ kọ́rẹ́sì wọn.
Àtẹ̀síwọ́n ti Saudi Arabia.
London Louis no kílẹ̀
Euro
People are using Danish krone there, is it? And in Denmark.
I'm not in Denmark.
It's a fine land now.
Àmọ́ owó tó ń ná ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n lẹ́nu gangan tá a bá wá síbí wọ́n máa lẹ́nu. Wọn contribute nothing to Nigerian economy.
Nígbà send owó lé but èló lẹ ń send láti ìlú yẹn ìlú tẹ́ pé owó yóò tẹ Ọlọ́run ya gbádùn.
Hello, Mr. Ajale Koko. I want Komoto. Now good night.
Okay, bye.
We hope for fresh investor. I'm expecting them.
Midwest. Because of you, I just hold on. Let me. No, I can share.
You say what?
Hold on. So Midwest. It was because of you I came on. Because when I could not stand the whole conversation between you and me back and forth and all of that, I quite understand your point of view. But you see, the Agbadorians, they have their own views. And those their views is geared towards anything that will criticize Tinubu. You don't want to hear it. They will twist it in any way. Now, the thing is this. What I get from what you said was that you need to put your house in order.
Yeah.
Those people we've seen, those countries that we've seen where they've achieved this feat of transformation like China, India, even Singapore. We've seen that even Germany too. Or like those Swedish, those Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
A lot of them is their diasporans that came back, that built it. Now, the point is this, that we have some monumental issues facing us in Nigeria. Now, let me give an example. Here in America, there are certain investment banks, a certain level of a position where the position that you will take up with some investment banks here. They will run very good credit background on you. I don't know if you guys have watched one of his film. There's one film like that. That guy has a very bad credit. He could not get a job. So the point I'm trying to say is this: that anybody who wants to invest will run background check on you. I mean, we'll do background check on your country just to see if you people you have. What, like you gave an example, a very good example. Alex, I am too. I was saying it was alluding to something like that. You bring in your money. Look at what happened in the aviation sector, like the Qatar and this Emirates and all of them. All of them, BA, all of them. They sold their tickets to Nigerians in Naira. Now it's time for now to repatriate their money back to their countries. They could not access FX. So what kind of when other investors hear this kind of thing that if I bring my money, if I bring my $1 billion into that country, I make profits. Now I want to now change that money back up, because some of them they borrow this money from banks in their country. So they have to pay this. Let me land.
No. I'm saying we don't even honor contracts. We don't honor contracts. We just break contracts with
that too. So there's a lot of issues. So you cannot just bring in investors. You see, all these their foreign trips that they always do every time, say they are going to. We don't even really see we don't really reflect on our economy. Because even the ones that already are investing there already, how are you even taking care of them? Making sure that their investment.
But Rational, I'm sorry if I may ask you. You mentioned some. Okay, you mentioned some airlines, fine. But what about the others? How have they been doing it that they kept on operating in Nigeria, like Qatar Airways, Ethiopia, and all those things?
All of them. They've been having issues. Like when Emefiele was there, a lot of
them you know what? There's something that we don't also know. The way, if you look at the cost of the airfare in Nigeria, is one of the highest in Africa. And what they used to do is that because of the double exchange market that we have, they will use the black market rates to charge Nigerians the conversion. Then by the time they go to the central bank for them to get dollars, they will not want it to be exchanged in the official rates. That is one of the problems they're having with central bank. And they are using that one to actually extort Nigerians. Because if Ethiopia Airlines is one of the biggest airlines that operate in Nigeria. Qatar Airways, they are also operating. Egypt Airlines, they are also operating. And they are not having issues. So why is Emirates and the likes having issues? That is the question you're supposed to ask yourself.
Yeah, so for me, what I'm trying to say, are you there? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
You see, we can debate this any way you want to debate it. But the thing I'm trying to say is this: Tinubu needs to put the house in order first. The house needs to be in order before you can start asking investors to come. I don't know what areas these investors that is trying to go look in India for, that he wants them to come and invest. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to go look for investors, but you will need to first of all put your house in order. Put your house in order doesn't matter. Apart from the other thing we almost of us debate here, we're talking about your judicial system. You have one that works for some people that have the money or they have the connection, and one that does not work for people who are just ordinary people. And may God help them if they get good. So these are some of the things. And then when they hear stories like, oh, this airline or these people, they bring in that, even in the what's it called, in equities, the equity markets like stock exchange and all of that. You know that we have a lot of investors from abroad too that come and invest in our stock exchange, that buy stocks in Nigeria. Most of this money they borrowed it from their banks, and then they bring it into Nigeria. They make money now. They're not taking profits. They have to convert this money now into dollars so that they can move it back and pay their banks that loan them this money. Now they cannot access FX, and even like when they have to go and buy when we had those double two different type of exchange rates, they have to go and approach the bank. and they're buying it lesser than what they even bargained for, what they were supposed to get for. So they are losing. So you see, some of the things that he needs to put in place, he just needs to, we need strong institutions right now.
It's not rational. You think it's the institution that we need, because if we are talking about FX, that means we need diversification to generate more revenue.
That too. That's what I'm saying. No, we cannot be saying everything right now. I just want to streamline this topic to one thing, is that it needs to put the house in order. We need strong institutions that are at least give the international community that optics that we are working. Anybody that caught in any infraction, you prosecute them, you jail them. When they see that it's a no-nonsense country, they'll be less. I mean, they'll be less fearful, apprehensive of bringing in their money because they feel that, oh yeah, everything works in that country. If you corrupt, if you ask me for 5 naira to make my $1 million, or if you ask me for bribe, they could catch you, they could lock you up. They'll be more like, yeah, I want to bring in my money in that kind of places because I'm sure my investment will be protected. But when it's a free-for-all kind of country whereby everybody does what it does,
but rational, let me say this.
Go on.
Because what before even years back, when we have a new government and they start maybe probing the previous government, people used to say, you are witch hunting. I said, okay, let us be doing it that way. If you know that the next government that is going to come is going to probe you, that one can also put in order. But in the situation whereby we are the one that even be championing such causes, that's okay. Why are you prosecuting them just because you're in our opposition or whatever? Whoever hears should be dealt with, whether you are an opposition or not. So if we are doing it that way, I think is a one step forward. But by the time we are not looking at it that, okay, like these Emefiele things, there are some people that are saying just because maybe they did not support him, but we all know that this guy actually did a lot of wrong things. But we Nigerians also we will not see it in that way. We see it from maybe from political angle, from ethnic angle, and then we not allow the government to even function that way. Can't we just relax and let the rule of law take its course? But in a situation whereby we always see it from another angle, we will not see it from that this guy has already committed some offense and they should be allowed to be dealt with. Hello.
Yeah,
I
can hear you. Yeah, so let's just move on the topic to some other things. I think about the Elumelu, I think I predicted that before on this platform. When Tinubu went to see him, and was it that what was the one that was he went to see him after he won that election? I think 2 days after he was declared the president by INEC. He went to see him, and I was saying here that that is CBN governor.
But he has debunked it too. In fact, I wanted to send it to. I just saw it now. It's a break. He has debunked it.
Who debunked it?
This central bank.
Well, we shall see. Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, like I said, it's still speculation. I'm just saying that I've said it before, even before we were saying. So anyway, so anybody wants to take that topic? I know some of you must have said a lot on that. Everybody's just quiet here. What's going on? Coca Ibuloa. Coca Tilo. Are you Coca? Don't go back to China.
There is another thing I want to share. We talked about the anchors borrower just some few days ago. Tinubu has asked the security agency to start arresting those that default in paying back their loan. So that is another good thing. And I don't see Elumelu being the central bank governor. No, it's not going to be him. He has a lot of interest. Conflict of interest would be too many. Sorry, so he can't.
Yeah, I agree with you too, because Tinubu better know what he's doing. Whoever is advising him, he should better know what he's doing on this appointment that he's doing. Because this appointment that all his cabinet are just people who.
No, but recently also appointed just yesterday. There's Naseni.
Naseni, yeah, I think I've heard about.
He appointed one technical is just 32 years old.
And the issue is not technocrat. The issue is that these people that are they people who, of course, these are people that maybe contribute to it.
There's one thing you should expect from him soon. And if that thing they can carry it out, that would be very good. Harmonization of our tax system. So they are working on it so that at the end of the day, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, they will change their name to IRS, just like America. So
You know,
they will collect all taxes, even your custom duty and everything. They will start to collect it.
Alphabet alone loading. Yeah.
Alphabet Nigeria. I want to do the alphabet of it.
Alphabet alone loading. Yeah.
It's alphabet. You collect. I want arrest. I want collected directly. So I want.
You just wait. You just wait and see.
At this national mind.
No, it's that it give rational mind now. That's where we rationalize Nigeria. It's a Nigerian thing. You know, when we started talking about these investors that have, I mean, the people that are following to the G20, somebody put it in the comment section that when we are talking about all these fintech guys, he said no, everything is just about tax. That is not for the benefit of the people. So that's the way we do things in Nigeria. We always rationalize in a negative way. So this is allowed. It's part of the criticism. And
why would you just describe what we just said as being that rationalize it in any way? I mean, we've seen what this guy did in Lagos. His company is the one collecting the tax for Lagos. Why can he not? Why can he not the same idea that you people?
So do you know how Alphabet function? They are not the one collecting the money, no.
Dude. You can tell me all this Yogo Chirenchi that they are not the one collecting money, but they are consulting for Lagos and they get money from
exactly.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
What does it take him to put together a civil service? Last year Lagos State and Ghana Revenue? Is it last year they call them? What does it take him back then to allow Lagos State to build his own tax collecting agency of its own? They are
still the one collecting the money.
These are functional. No, you don't contract anything out. It is the state government.
What Alphabet is doing. Let me tell you what Alphabet is doing. Is supplying the technology. They are just like a supervisory role. That's what they are providing for them.
Come on. And also consulting services.
No, come on. There's no need for Alphabet.
How many staff did Alphabet have to collect the revenue? How many staff do they have?
I don't know how many staff they have. Dude.
They are not the one directly collecting the money. That's what you are saying.
They don't directly, but the question is this: how much is their own percentage from what the money they are taking from?
Do you know the percentage?
I don't know. But obviously, hold on.
Lagos is moving.
At least they collect on this and less than 10%. That is the law. That is the law.
How do you know that?
That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, the rational mind. Let's say they are collecting 10%. Fine. No. Wait. How much were they collecting before? How much were they collecting now?
Dude, don't ask me this question. I'm not here to come and debate all this thing with you. My point is this.
You know why? Let me know why I'm asking you, rational mind. Just hold on. I know of other states where they also follow the same thing. Let's say Kwara State, before they started their own this thing also, they were generating like maybe 150, 200 million per month. But when they now adopted the what they do in Lagos, they were making like 3 billion every month. So what is what they do is that it's like a monitoring. They provide technical service, professional service, and then supervisory services. And then they will give like a proposal to the government that we can generate this. And if we generate this is the percentage we are going to. If you don't know how civil service work in Nigeria, let me tell you, if you want to use civil servant to do anything in Nigeria,
what are you talking about?
You cannot achieve anything. You cannot achieve anything with civil service.
That's a BS.
They will slow you down to
no. That's a BS. It's a BS. If you have the will to want to work, transform things without even bringing any private sector, I believe I agree with you that there are certain things that the private. Like, for example, here in America, I would like to use America because that's another standard we can use, and any part of the world, where even Canada too. There are consultants that consult for federal agency and state agencies.
Please invite every other people in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm asking them. Nobody wants to talk. Everybody just keep quiet. I'm asking them.
Yeah.
Because I change the topic.
What's your question, rational mind?
No, the question was that about Elumelu now, and that was why we
Mhm.
now went into from Elumelu.
Well, I don't think even if they choose Elumelu as the central bank governor, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be bad for the country because, according to Ola, it's an economist and as undergraduate and as a graduate student as well. So
But
before he went into banking,
how about
so
his interest? Those interests, you know, he owns a bank.
And in fact, that's not why you are correct. He will have there will be a conflict of interest. He's a businessman.
Yeah, so
yeah, that is the problem that I have there too. The conflict of interest. I think somebody that should be brought should be an economist who is not connected to either banking or anything. I've not held any big position. I've not worked rather with a bank. So that is the person that can really.
Do you know that this guy is actually into most of the major economic indices in Nigeria? He's into electricity generation, he's into oil and gas, he's into banking.
Yeah,
and
right.
If you look at these three major
that's the heart of our economy. So we should not. Yeah, you should not. You should not occupy. There's too much.
Go on, please. Go on.
There will be too much conflict of interest. So, I think it's not. It's qualified, but this time we need somebody that can really do the job well without any interference and without any conflict of interest. So, his own case, there's going to be plenty of conflict of interest. So, for that reason, I think it's out. So, they don't go to look for somebody.
But if you look at most of the people that is going with to G20 now, even the life of Aliko Dangote or Tedola, they're having issues. And they know the problem between him and Otedola on the issue of the transport. So
three of them are going together with him with Tinubu.
Yes, now Otedola, Dangote, all of them, they are going together.
Oh, okay. But are you guys aware about
Bill?
Are you people aware of the news about some Nigerian banks they're in distress, they might default.
You
see what you just said, my brother.
Yeah,
I have been worried. If you see now, you could put this one, I beg. You see some strange name of bank will come from Nigeria. I keep on wondering, where are these ones from? Are they making up?
Which bank? Which bank? Can we know their names? Are they the normal conventional bank or the new banks that are opening?
They said they borrowed over 12 trillion naira that they are owing Central Bank from loans that they gave that they took from Central Bank that they not.
I said it. This is a MEFL.
The more. I mean, and according to economists said, according to I think the Sun or the Guardian of yesterday or the day before is the one where I read it, because I used to get a bulletin from my stockbroking firm. So anyway, yeah. So they were telling me that already they said because for the fact that they borrowed that huge amount of money, normally they're not supposed to borrow that kind of money from the Central Bank. So for the fact that they kept borrowing from Central Bank and they've not been able to pay that money back, it shows that they are very unhealthy. So if banks are owing like Nigerian Central Bank like that huge humongous amount of money, that's a sign of banks in distress. So anytime from now, we could be hearing, according to the write-up, the song that is.
I think this time, I think they have to, if it is possible to do bailout, I think it would be good for.
Why are you going to bail out? Where's the money that Central Bank has to bail out?
We don't know.
You have to print more money. You have to print more money.
Well, if they let those banks go down, it's going to affect the economy one way.
No, I think what they used to do before is to allow the healthy one to acquire the distressed one.
Yeah, maybe that is what is going to happen. So they can do magic.
That was what happened to them on that time that Access Bank.
Yeah. So
but, if they can, there was a law during Obasanjo's time There is an amount of money they must save with the central bank.
Oh yes.
So it's like a Mifele wave those
That's
things for
capitalization.
you.
We're talking about capitalization. You're talking about
If he has waived those things and those money are not available with central bank, brother, this is a serious issue. I'll be telling people because
He didn't play his role as the governor of the central bank, because central bank to be the bank of the bank and supposed to be supervising whatever they are doing. He should not have allowed them to have. If they borrow money from central bank, why did they allow them to borrow more than what they can actually?
They did not borrow. They did not borrow. They did not loan federal government more than federal government supposed to collect. Is it not?
No, but commercial bank was a law.
But commercial bank is different from
law is law. The same thing.
Obasanjo made, like somebody was saying, he was not guilty. There was a law. Obasanjo, they tried.
Look, this one borrowing to the federal government from central bank. There's a law backing it that they must not borrow more than 5% of the revenue of the government in the preceding year.
Okay. And but somebody was saying he's not guilty of anything. I don't know
this guy violated everything. He just borrowed more than 10,000%.
Not only that, the foreign reserve. Do you know the most challenging aspect of it? One analyst was saying our foreign reserve, the one we call foreign reserve, more than 60% is just on paper. The money is gone already because I don't know what he used it for. You know, when Nigeria was the way he analyzed, I can't get it.
No, the money there is borrowed. It's a borrowed money.
It's like the money is our real money is gone.
May demand for their money anytime. So
yes, and what the man was saying is that if those people demand for their money and we release that money, Nigeria is in trouble. So if you look at that sector, the man finished this economy, to frankly speaking.
He didn't manage the monetary policy well. He didn't manage it well.
Sorry. I don't know if you guys know that. I mean, do any of you know about flour mills? Flour mills in Apapa there. You know.
Is it not owned by Dangote, or who own it?
No, I don't think it's owned by Dangote. No. Flour mills is a different company of its own.
Okay.
Now, according to news reports, flour mills is in distress right now.
A lot of companies in Nigeria are in distress.
They cannot access FX to import what they need. Central bank will not give them access to. This is what we're talking about. This is an example of what we're talking about. When even your local investors cannot access FX, how do you expect?
But how do we? Rational mind. How do we provide the FX? That is what we're supposed to be speaking about now.
So Shinibo needs to sit down and put his house in order first before he can start going asking for. I'm not saying you should not go and ask foreign investors to come. But the question is, at the end of the day, how many foreign investors? When you are going, somebody was asking now. What
you know that there are various ways of generating that foreign exchange.
How? What are the various ways?
Okay, one of them is to something where there's so much background noise somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, good night, guys. Bye.
Okay.
You can diversify your economy by generating more revenue, foreign exchange internally, by exporting more things. Maybe increase like our production level in the oil or our solid minerals. That is one. The other way is to also encourage foreign direct investment, because those ones will also bring effects to your country. So I think that is why they also focus on that one. So we cannot neglect one for the other. So it has to also look inward, also, as you said, increase what we export, our export against our importation, so that we can generate more foreign, dollar. Then people bringing in more dollars also, by encouraging people to bring more dollars into our economy, is also part of the way we can actually pushing that free fall in Naira that we're experiencing. So we cannot jettison one for the other. That's what we are talking about.
I think Simba is right. Yes, I think you're totally right. So, but Tinubu, I think, is trying his best, taking those guys, those multi-billionaire, all of them in Nigeria, following him to G20. I think it can do good for our economy in terms of partnering with foreign investors. If foreign investor does not want to come, those people can stand as a guarantor for them that, look, let us partner. This is my worth in Nigeria. This is how we can do it, particularly this time around that every country is having problem with dollar. They can do this trade in Naira and whichever country, if it were to be India or any other country that have that ideology of BRICS, they can agree on, payment in their local currency and not, making payment
I don't even know. Do you know what happened to this thing that the Buhari wanted to do with China at that time? I don't know how that one collapsed.
Let me ask you that question. Did you listen to this Femi Falana and it's at the is it NLC, Nigeria Labour Congress kind of conference that they did recently? If you go on Symphony, you'll see it there. I mean, the guy really said a lot of things, and you start asking. So one of those things he said was this question you just asked now, that he said personally he has written the CBN, and he said maybe he's here to get a response, or maybe the CBN responded to him and said, yes, we're still doing the currency swap. Yeah, you're talking about the currency swap, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So they said, because according to Femi, he said personally he wrote CBN asking them what is the outcome of that your currencies, well, what is the status now of this that's a currency swap. So anyway, but where I'm going, the broader thing I'm going to, he said so many things today, but what he was saying was that I think I overheard you guys having that conversation was when you said something about dollarization, and he talked about it too, that maybe we should just dollarize Nigeria, just dollarize it, so that way we know that we're eating dollar, we spend dollar in Nigeria, rather than having to go this route of having to do this exchange from Naira to. So maybe that's another way of going around rather than just joining BRICS, because the BRICS.
That we should be using dollar.
That's the end of Nigeria.
How would that be the end of Nigeria?
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be the end.
Who has practiced that one before? What kind of economy has it been practiced anywhere?
That's the end of your economy. Your economy will be consumed by dollar.
Panama is just like a US affiliate. You can't use Panama as an example.
So how? Tell us.
And a lot of your people will go into poverty the more.
How so?
How so is that you cannot manage your monetary.
Babanjale, let me even give him a good example. Ghana, some few years back, they did something similar to that, though they didn't even call their own. They made their CDs dollar to dollar, 1-to-1. Go and look at CDs today. It's not something that you can't just change money. Where will you get money to be paying the people? With this little dollar that you are earning, do you think that you will be able to sustain the economy? Because if you dollarize the economy, then the price of things will be in dollars. Then how much dollar can you pay your staff, your workers, your people?
No, that is the end now. That's the end of your economy surrender.
Sometimes I'm very sorry. Sometimes that Falana, when he talks, sometimes I just wonder he talk too much in areas where he doesn't know much. I'm very sorry to say.
No. I think it was just raising concern that if you don't, then we'll go surrender and then let everything pack up completely.
Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about. Yeah,
then you want to pack up. If you don't have any, then surrender it and let everything pack up. If that is the direction that you people are driving at,
Is that what you are for?
ó ń sọ fún wọn ní pé tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀ tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe ẹ kúkú fẹ́ ba gbogbo ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kúkú bàjẹ́ ẹ kúkú surrender to dollar ń gbà yẹn. So but we cannot go, that cannot happen. If that will happen, that is it, just forget about it. A lot of people will go more into poverty because no.
Baba, look, let me you know, there's a country called Jordan. Jordanian dirham is higher than, is even more valued, is about 1.15 $1. It's one Jordanian dirham is about $1.15. Go and look at how the Jordanians are suffering. If you see the cost of living in Jordan, and they don't even have resources, and I don't know why they fix their money, and it will not even encourage any investment in their country. A country that does not have, come and see the way they are suffering. I have a lot of them that were working together. They complain every time. Even if they send money home, that money cannot even, if we send money to Nigeria now, little money to them, people will thank you and you will be able to do a lot of things. The reverse is the case in their own. In fact, they better spend the money where they are earning it than rather sending it to their country. So for somebody to now be making suggestion that we should dollarize our economy, why even that is an expensive joke? If it's a joke.
Yeah, but then this is where we're going to. It's not even using what's of what use.
But it's not. That is not the solution. You should not be talking like that.
Look at it. Even CFA.
But one way or the other is dollarize indirectly.
Indirectly. So that's what it's trying to tell you. Why don't you just start using dollar?
Everything is measured. You know. Yes.
You want to go and buy anything, you have to change dollar. You have to like.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
And again, if you do it, maybe we'll be paying Nigeria like $10 per hour, or maybe $5 per hour, working to $5 per hour.
Where will you get the money to pay $10 per hour? Where will you get that money?
Well, who knows? I mean, Nigeria.
Look, it's not who knows. Let me tell you, one, currency is not a good measure of the economy of a country. I hope you agree with me.
Well, I agree with you.
Two,
yes,
two, if you are not generating enough revenue, and you say you want to dollarize how much is Nigeria making? I don't think we make up to like $5 billion in a year. Because you are talking, you understand? So if how much? If you want to share that one, want to now be giving people 10, it's not practicable. So even with naira, we are still having a cushion effect. Let me tell you, because most of the things that we are still making locally, agricultural products and all those things, food that people are eating, is still measured in naira, and that's what people can still afford it to some extent. Put it in dollar, then people will now be looking at the same price with the US, where they have more income. How much income are we giving to our people?
Why are people saying they should dollarize Nigeria economy? That's an interesting topic. You see,
no, I think it's Falana that is vomiting that rubbish.
Falana very well.
No. You are getting. Falana is not suggesting so. Falana is just raising concern. Yeah, being sarcastic about it. That what is wrong? Why don't you even surrender your economy to to dollar? If you cannot manage your economy well by yourself, you can't do anything on your own, but everything has to be based on dollar. What is this nonsense? So
I think he's emphasizing of Nigerian trading with the rest of the continent, using our naira instead of dollar being the exchange rate. So
yes.
That's what he's emphasizing on.
Either way, he's still talking about our productivities. Why do we look for dollars? For example, we have Nigerians that spend, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think over 20 billion, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but let me use that figure. Over 20 billion in importing education alone. And we have human resources. We have those people we can develop that can provide services in Nigeria. You see, when people are condemning all these private universities in Nigeria now, let's just laugh at ourselves. These are the kind of things we are talking about. Instead of wherever it is possible, although I know that most studying overseas is just to Japa, right? But assuming that we have enough institutions in Nigeria that we will not send our people overseas, or maybe if our people are running overseas, some people are coming back to Nigeria and they are bringing dollars, while we are taking dollars out, then everything will cancel out. We import everything, education, machinery, everything we import. So that is why we are spending dollars. So we have to reverse that. So without reversing that, whatever grammar we blow on dollar from now to tomorrow is just a waste of time. So it's turning about our productivity in the wrong side of the economy.
Yeah, talking
So
about
that's
productivity. Sorry, you just remind me of another news that is in the news. I don't know if one man or you guys discussed it. Alan Oyema. He said about 17 of his or 17 or 11 of his aircraft are grounded in a foreign country now. He could not bring them in. Why? Because he could not access dollar to be able to pay off.
No, he said $40 million of his money is being stuck in with
Yeah, but
central
then
bank.
what I'm saying is that this is loss of business to him. No, I mean, what are we talking? You see, this is what we're talking about.
No rational mind. Hold on.
Let me land the point. As I said, was that he's trying to assess that amount of money that you mentioned so that he can pay off those people that work, the engineers that work on those aircraft in abroad. The aircraft are parked in these hangars over there abroad. I'm here to say some certain things he said, but they will not give him the money. So when investors hear that kind of a thing, what kind of investor wants to come and invest in our aviation when they know that if I invest in Alex or Allen Oyema's airline so that he can grow his fleets of aircraft, the same shenanigans is going to happen at the end of the day. Because when you park about 11 or 17 aircraft outside, they just park at some hangars. They will be billing you. You'll be paying demurrage. You'll be paying whatever fees. And then on top of that, where's he? He's losing business.
Rational mind.
Remy, 1 sec, please. Yeah, rational mind. But why? I'm sorry for this. I'm not really versed in what you are saying. But what I'm saying is, why can't he seek for the forex before embarking on the journey? I don't know if I'm even making sense.
Well, you make sense, but then I don't know how that works. But the point I know is that that should not be a problem because you're employing.
But are we saying deliberately that the forest is there and it was not being given?
It could be there, could not be there.
First thing I want to know is that
let me Remy does
not have 17 aircraft. They don't have up to that.
I don't know, but that's what he said.
They don't have up to that.
Let me land the point. Now, this is the way the point is going. He said he paid, is it 100 million naira to Federal Aviation Authority or whoever is managing that Federal Airport Authority. He paid them, or Ministry of Aviation, he paid them 100 million naira. He bidded for a space and they gave him that, he bidded for it. And they're yet to allocate that space. He wants an hangar whereby rather than take all his aircraft and go and repairing them abroad, he will have, we used to have those things back in the 80s. Hangar around that, there are hangars in the airport there. But if you go that area now, you see most of those hangars, they are relics of themselves. So he said he bidded for that place and he paid them, but they are yet to allocate that place for him. So he could be working on his aircraft. He will bring all the engineers down locally to Nigeria. That's employment.
So do you know one of the reasons? Sorry, National Mind.
Go on.
Because there's a lot of private jets owned by a lot of elite or rich Nigerian people that are already grounded. Just 2 days ago, Keyamo instructed the NCAA that they should contact all those people to come and remove their aircraft. So all of these places they have allocated to him, but there's a lot of people, their plane were just there, it's not flying, and I don't know whether they're even paying money.
So why did you get money from me in the first place when you don't have the space? You see the corruption I'm talking about?
No, that is not corruption. They cannot relax. They cannot just give him free of charge like that.
Did he say he did ask for free?
I'm not sure whether it's this.
Don't argue points.
No. Listen, I'm not arguing for him.
Okay,
I'm not sure whether exactly is this parking or this anger for him. I'm not sure.
He said he paid 100 million naira. Was it 100 million or 100 billion? I don't know how much he said he paid. 100 million naira for bidding, and they're yet to give him that anger. That why should
he paid? Has he paid the money?
Let me look for that article. Go on legit NG.
Because,
Hold
okay,
on now.
what I'm trying to say is that,
Go to legit.com NG. Look for Allen Oyema, what he said there.
you get it from legit. Sorry. That legit.
Sorry now.
Somehow
They were reporting what he said. Do you know he has been in the news lately? Do you know that he has been talking against Tinubu lately? No, let me not say talking against Tinubu, but he has been criticizing the government lately about all the crap that is going on.
It's not lately. He has been doing it before now. It's not lately. He has been doing it for.
I think
the
issue with him is that
No, it's not against Tinubu. It's even before Tinubu came in. So I'm not saying it's against Tinubu.
You also want to use stylishly to also monopolize.
Because he will not talk when federal government bailed him out. When he was having problem and they bailed them out.
You see one thing. You see one thing now. Everybody that is blaming Dangote now, you see why it is dangerous to blame the like of Dangote that localize the product.
We should not blame Dangote for what?
Now.
Okay, go on.
Okay. The thing is this: the reason you should not blame Dangote today is still one of those people that localize production in the country, whether you like it or not. It's still one of those people, even though I learned that it was figured, it was exposed in the forex scandals too. I don't know how far that is true. So I'm not saying this thing as a fact, but let me just as a hearsay. So the thing is, so that's it. You see that the anger you are mentioning, you just mentioned now. When we can do all those things in Nigeria today, in Nigeria, people buy shoes from Italy, and people will queue at the central bank or at our banks. They want to get some kind of a government exchange, government trade to go and school overseas, and those are the little things we are supposed to. The consequence of our of all those things, all those are things for foreign goods, is what we are facing now. And it's so ridiculous when I hear people discussing the other time that they are wishing you see a kind of a mentality to that the military should come and take over again. How soon we forgot that the military, those people that brought us to the state we are today. So to me, I think like someone said the other time that this is a wrong time for Tinubu to come, but I will change it that this is the right time for Tinubu to come. So, and because I say right time in the sense that he has to show that his ability, he has that chance to prove to people that okay, henceforth you don't need the likes of Buhari in your life again. You don't need the life of anybody that will mess up the economy. You even need someone better than myself. So, to me, when asking Nigeria, we were asking federal government to keep defending the dollars. You just look at it and just laugh at it because how? Because it has been exposed now that we've been borrowing to defend Naira for a very long time. So should we continue that way? Then if we continue that way,
but do you quite agree that the dollar? I don't know if you listen to again. I want to talk about this guy Femi Falana. We talk about it in passing. Do you believe that some of these are this structure?
Rational mind, can I pick your indulgence? That Baba, I don't know. Sometimes Baba want to understand.
Baba want to over-impress.
He talks too much. He's becoming more like a politician rather than a woman.
Take it easy because Baba is saying something that does not favor you. That Baba is one of the best we have so far in that country. He's saying the truth now, and we're saying he's talking too much.
I don't even know what this is.
So are we going to prefer someone that will keep quiet?
What is the truth? What is the truth that is saying?
Now, in fact, I wanted to say something. I even forgot what I wanted to say. You just go move on. Yes.
So see,
Baba rational mind not ti dàgbà. Wọ́n máa ń tètè
there is nothing wrong in what Femi Falana said. The thing that is wrong with us is that we don't want to listen to the truth. So when people are saying, "Oh, now the dollar is going this," the question: ask yourself, when you complain about dollars, why are you complaining about dollars? Because in some situation where you complain about dollars, you are likely one of those people that are destroying the economy of Nigeria. In reality, if you are in Nigeria, you should be talking of naira more than dollars. Now, if you are into manufacturing, you want to import your equipment, I understand if you discuss dollars. But if someone that is a teacher, you're a normal person that you just do your things in Nigeria, you are talking about dollar, pound sterling, then there's a problem with you. You are one of the problems. Because this is the right time, especially those of our National Assembly people, because by now, if we want to be sincere with ourselves, and we have someone that can impose it on them, this is time for them to be using innocent cards.
Ola, I think I remember what I want to say. You see, the thing is this: if you look at how much we remit yearly, the diasporans, we remit even over $25 billion annually. The Nigerians total in diaspora. Now, coupled with some other little money here and there, and our oil revenue and all of that. Now, I don't think we should be lacking dollars. Now, what is going on now is that I don't know. Like I was alluding to what Falana was saying, is that some people, which I'm not saying entirely, I believe what Buhari government said back then too, but I realize it's one of those reasons too. Was that they said was that some people they are mopping up this money in the system rather than have your money. All these politicians, let me refer to Falana. He says some of you people, because he was referring to some of them who were seated there in the audience. Some of them are lawmakers, senators. See, some of you people are the problem. Some of you, he was giving an example of the last election, the PDP and what's it called, APC primaries. That the candidates they paid the delegates, they paid them in dollars because if you carry you carry 500 million naira that come to the primaries, it will be very bulky. People will know that you are trying to bribe people. But when you just put some bundle of $100 bills together, like 100 of them, you already pay like $10,000 or even pay like $25,000 already, as opposed to bringing a bag or sack of maybe 50 million naira in a sack. So it's easy for them. It's convenient for those lawmakers, those thieves, those are our thieves, our politicians, because they mop up all this money, and some of this money are in their strong room, in their basement, in their houses, and people are needing this money for investment. And these people will never bring out this money to invest. Maybe create like jobs for people. I mean, start a business whereby you can create job. Like, I mean, here in America, they're always looking for people that are innovative. In fact, there are some companies here, they just want to hear you say, oh, you have this idea. They will help you polish it and they'll help you look for investors. There are people that will be begging you, well, I have money, take my money, go and invest, go and do your business. But our politicians just have this money, they just buried it in their basement or in their guardroom or whatever, or in the soccer way. They won't use this money. This money is in dollar, maybe even other currencies. Why would that mean more money? Because if you look at the money we are remitting to that country, it's enough for everybody who needs it, even maybe especially the manufacturers, to get this money to buy whatever they need to buy, their machineries or whatever. But all these politicians, they are just mopping this money from the system, mopping this dollar.
It's not about the politician alone. That arbitrage, when you say you are sending money, you are giving official rate, let's say 420, and that is where the problem is. When the parallel rate is like a 600, so you've created some kind of arbitrage that will make people focus on the corruption within that. So that gap is an avenue for corruption. So now look at it this way: if you are earning, let's say, what will be the equivalent of $10,000 a year, for example, if you are earning it in Nigeria, if there's no way you are going to apply for official rates for you to go and fulfill your foreign interest, then if you need to buy your currency in the black market or in the parallel market instead of getting government money, then it simply means that you will quickly lose your taste for education in Cotonou, for education in Ghana, because Nigeria has got to that state that people are even looking for money to go and study in Ghana. People are looking for money to go and study in Cameroon. So people are looking for money to just go and do unnecessary medical tourism overseas. Those are the things killing that economy. Yeah, I know that politicians truly they do money whatever they like, but if you close that avenue too. People will not be because when when spending dollars become too expensive for you, you will just when it makes your naira useless. What I mean by naira useless is this: instead of you going and get it for 420, you are getting it at 900. And you will look at the money with you very well, and you think about it. You start doing some kind of your economics. This is how you are going to spend your money. So that is the kind of evil that is being taken away from this floating of naira that people are just fighting against. Because when people fight against those things, sometimes you wonder if you really know what you are fighting against.
Ola,
so to me,
Ola, I want to ask you a question. Sorry to interject. Do you think the federal government should just limit only the commercial bank to buy and sell dollar and totally eliminating the bureau de change?
No, they see. Don't eliminate the bureau de change. Just make sure that you don't subsidize dollar for anybody. So you have 10 million before that, you are thinking of going and studying in America just for the sake of doing it. I know that some use it to Japan do, but for the sake of doing it, when it becomes expensive for you, when you cannot afford it, when you cannot afford it, then you will do something local. You will have a substitute locally.
Because
I know this kind of thing people don't want to hear. People will say, don't mind that guy because he's in Canada now. He doesn't want another person to go. Those are the kind of sentiment that people will be raising.
Ola,
Yes,
bureau de change should be eliminated in Nigeria.
Yes, that's exactly what they did in China. Nobody can exchange money, only commercial banks.
If we don't eliminate,
it doesn't mean that the banks can even be more corrupt than bureau de change.
Let us have a
The federal government of China, they control it. That, for example, everybody knows that if the dollar exchange is 950 and then you want to sell, you cannot sell just like what Nigerian government did last week or 2 weeks ago.
Do you know that, Ola? Do you know that? Do you know that since Nigerian adopted this system of bureau de change since Babangida time, that was when we started having this ridiculous, devaluation of our currency. We begin to have this arbitrage between the official and this.
Bureau de change is not the problem. But whosoever brought that criminal idea of subsidizing dollars,
they injected operation. Hold on, Ola. They injected corruption into the operation of it. A bureau de change is where most of the people that are licensed to do this bureau de change are the one that you see selling this dollar to at the black market. So they are both connected. So if we want to kill, if we want to really help that economy to have enough dollar, to manage that economy, we need to eliminate. Let me land. We need to eliminate the bureau de change, number one, and we need to pass law that the black market is illegal. Anybody caught running black market will be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment.
20 years, sir.
Or 20 years. You see, if we don't eliminate, and any money coming from abroad, any diaspora money coming into the economy, will go through the bank and they will never give you dollar. You will get naira exchange. That is it.
Sorry, I just want to add it. In addition of Ajaleko, I think just 2 weeks ago, or maybe last week, the federal government now instructed all those like remiters and the rest. Now it's like if the exchange rate is 950 for today, and if they want to change it, just like plus 2.5% or minus 2.5% to buy or to sell. So they are controlling it in that angle too. So that is why you do not see the spiral effect of the naira to the dollar that it used to be like 1 month ago. So
it's still there now. I mean, this thing is naira.
Ola and Baba Janle Koko.
Dollar market, I mean, black
where
market is still still 900 plus. White bank is 700 plus. So it's still wide margin between them.
No, nobody is patronizing black market.
What did you say?
No, you made the black market is still 950 and then
yes, 920, 930. Yes. Even naira is
they need to totally stop that.
If they don't eliminate it, you can't have control of your economy.
See,
oh yeah,
I'm saying, see, the problem of dollars in Nigeria is not because of borrowed exchange. It's just because of the subsidy that create fraud. It's just like the subsidy in petroleum, in petroleum. Because people will get something cheap and they will go for that. So the thing is this: never allow dollars in Nigeria to fall below the market level. So the bankers you are talking about, Ajane Koko, are we not talking of bankers that will pack the money inside ATM and go and lend it out to 10%, 12% every month? You go to ATM and sometimes you won't get money from your ATM. See, the bankers you are talking about, when you give them that power, they can now become worse than those borrowed exchange you are talking about. Borrowed exchange, they are supposed to be like a bank too. We are not talking of the hawkers on the street. Borrowed exchange, they are supposed to be an institution that provide alternatives to forex. So to me, it's not they are not the problem. But it is someone wake up that something that's supposed to sell for $10 is 100 naira. You say, okay, you want to make it 80. You've created opportunity for rogues to operate. So,
Ola, if I can ask you this, I know you, when did this Burundi at the change Aboki start? It's total nonsense. It shouldn't be allowed at all, my brother. So
don't you have borrowed exchange in Australia?
Yeah, but they are not in the roadside, and government is the one almost organizing it, the dollar.
Some of those
they are
people
going to change Australian dollar to US dollar, and the market and the world market.
General Thomas Simba is talking to you. You want you to let him in. See, those people standing on the roadside sometimes too, they are representing some borrowed exchange. They are just like their sales guys. When you send your sales people outside to go and market product for you, so some of those people hanging around, they are like sales guys to those borrowed exchange too. So to me,
nobody is controlling them. That's what I'm saying. In Australia, they have office. They work with what's going on in the world. They don't inflate dollar. They don't. Let me land. If I'm coming to Nigeria now, before I always change Australian dollar to US dollar. Now I don't do that. I send money to Nigeria. But you go to office, they exchange it at the rate they will announce in the television. Nobody's going to inflate it. Nobody's inflating it.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Ola, before you say something? You see, even like I want to agree with
Rational mind, you still have the still. Please continue, please.
I would help out much, but I would reach out. Spanish wine, Italian wine, and French wine.
But Ola, you remember in the late and early 90s when all those commercial banks sprang up in Nigeria, all those Commerce Bank and all during Babangida regime.
New generation banks.
You know, yes, it was Forex. It was basically Forex that they were doing that time. It was basically so. What I'm just alluding to what you are saying, that by the time you give bank that power, they'll be worse than this, the Burundi chain that we are talking about.
Simba, let me say something. You see, there are many ways you can skin a cat, like they said. You see, the thing is this: what Emefiele did something, which I will hope anybody that becomes the president eventually, or if Tinubu is still there, when he gets there,
rational man, anyone that is the president, who is your president? Come on now.
Well, it could
Come
be
on
him,
now.
anybody. It could be him, it could be anybody. But for now, if he did any, so we shall. So let me land my point.
Gbogbo tá à ń sọ ń sì bá pé kò pé 15 days fún ti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ àmọ́ gbọ́n tó
ṣebí obedient ni ẹ jẹ́ ó sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
The thing is,
Obi incline.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gbọ́ mi kíkẹ́ God lọ́n polúkọ wájú Tinubu wọn. So anyway, yeah. So Emefiele did something recently that e-Naira. You see, it's all about having strong institutions that can monitor things and that are not corrupt. I mean, even though they are corrupt, but less, very minimal corruption. You can trace people that are getting money in the system, how the money is coming. Or for example, they said the licenses bureau de change. They were giving licenses. I think CBN gave them licenses to operate. So why don't you have a regulator that monitors them? If Alhaji Ahmad and Sons bureau de change is giving out this X amount of money, you can track it. Who is it giving?
Exactly. I totally agree with you, personal man, on that. If you have a strong institution, all this money can be monitored.
Track them
and you can exactly.
Tax
you are
them,
right.
Tax the money that they so you can do all of this. It's just about putting
exactly.
And they will still function. They will still doing their business, even though they have their roadside.
Exactly. Even here in Saudi Arabia, we have Burundi change. And what I discover is that if you go there, let me tell you, if you go there that you want to even exchange money, the requirements that you will present, they have a lot of dollars, so $3. But if you like, when I went there, I said I want to exchange to get some dollars. They requested for my ID, my paycheck, my employer's letter, and the money that I took there in cash. They asked for the bank draft, the bank statement, to be sure that yes, and they asked for how much do I earn in a month. So they track all the money. But in Nigeria, it's a free fall. Anybody can just go anywhere. You can even ask for, you see people who do go and buy dollars just for them to spray in a party.
Simba, it's not that straightforward like that. See, some people that want to access dollar at official rate in Nigeria and resell, don't be shocked that they will create legit transaction. That they will even they can even create it to the point that they will even move that money out of Nigeria and move it out of the system before the money can get back to Nigeria again to achieve the purpose. See, the gap between the subsidized dollar and the alternative and parallel market is just too wide. So the business there is not the business that it's not the business that you and I will even do. It's the business for the powerful and those that have money to do.
The gap is just like 0.0 something between the bank rate and the Bureau change. So it's not that significant.
Look at this way. If some people raise
what's your point? What's your point, Ola?
Okay, you raise letter of Simba in Nigeria raised there's a transaction that involves letter of credit between you and the Simba. You are in Nigeria, Simba is in the United States of America. They can create transaction. There's a transaction that is not genuine. And the transaction at the end of the day, we go moribund and they will do perfect documentation. It will take some kind of investigation for you to know that this transaction is fake. Because already, those things that I say, you can't monitor this thing 100%. Otherwise, you will be wasting resources. The best bet is to eliminate the source of that corruption.
It can be done, Ola. Don't say it cannot be done.
I
just give an example of that e-Naira. You can use e-Naira to track it. If you tell them,
who told you that e-Naira will solve the problem? How did you arrive at the point that
not just e-Naira alone. You can do a combination of so many things. It means if you are paying, you must pay them transfer the money to their bank account. You cannot get it cash. You cannot get it cash. You can put that in place so that they can monitor what British is paying what into which person's account, and government can have their own cut from there. They can tax whatever they want to tax from there.
Okay,
You
rational mind. I have a
you
company
have
that
to,
want to supply you. No, I'll give you an example. I have a company that want to supply you machinery worth $1 million. Yeah, it is true. You transfer the money from Nigeria to me here. Okay, I now get it here now, and I do not supply your machine. Instead of supplying the machine, I transfer the money through individual people to get back to Nigeria and receive that money. How do you track that? How do you track that? How many of those transactions are you going to be tracking? So the question is this.
So are you saying?
Are you saying that? I mean, what is Ola saying?
I don't understand what you're saying.
See, in the banking system, people create fake transactions. Wait till rational mind.
Canada, you people are America here. Do you know how many transactions going on? And you know how much how the FRS, I mean the IRS and the US Treasury and all of them. You know how they monitor all these things. If anything triggers anything in the system, they will know.
Baba, the system here works on the welfare on people that people are doing very fine, and the way the system works is to reduce the number of people that we think of crime. So you believe that things are perfect? No. If things are perfect, Hush Puppy would not have done
Magic
to this thing. So things are not perfect in the system as you think so. The question is this: rational mind.
Can you mute? Yeah. Military command, you are commanding. Commanding officer. Commanding officer.
Rational mind may be supplying a goods that maybe in the total value itself may not be more than $50,000, and someone can create transaction of $2 million around that, and you will still supply those fake transactions. You will still perform those fake transactions, but at the end of the day, the dollar that you are getting at the subsidized rate is your target, and the thing will still get back to Nigeria. So the thing is, you think you think monitoring is easy that way. That's why that when you are talking of control, the first thing you want to do is
it can be done. It can be done. I don't know why you're going off this this route. Just go on. Just like it can be done. I just know.
No, when you say
you just need strong institutions. You need to put in place the infrastructure, the technological infrastructure to monitor all of these things. Mind you, everything is digital. Everything is digital. You can see the footprint that everybody's money is moving into the system. You have some guys and some undisclosed.
But it's because we don't have enough. That's why we're having this issue. If we have enough foreign exchange, we'll not be talking about all this now.
No. We are not producing. We are not productive.
We need to start putting things in place to put law and order in place, so by people can be monitored. What is law and order?
We don't have enough. We don't have enough rational mind. We don't have enough. That's the truth. We don't have enough. That's the truth.
Could I come in a little bit on this?
All right, come in.
Thank you very much. Hello again. I was here earlier. So, what we're looking at monetary policy, right? And how it's going to affect our economy. And of course, we all know the difference between the monetary policy and the fiscal policy. So, in all countries so far that I'm aware of, the monetary policy is usually administered by some, let's say in Nigeria as the central bank, in the United States, the Fed, what they call the Fed. But it's basically to stimulate an economy or to check its growth by incentivizing individuals and businesses to borrow and spend money to support the economy. Just controlling how much money you have out there. In America here, they have three approaches for the open market operations and their reserve requirements and discount rates. That's basically all it is. It's not just based on having a lot of dollars reserves, that's being argued by some here. It still goes to having employment, the maximum employment you could have. That central bank, that is its role, that's its job, right? So nobody's mentioned that. The actual goal of having this monetary policy is to have maximum employment, stable prices, moderate to long-term interest rates. That's what the problem is. You know, you know how many of our people are unemployed for so long, especially people in their productive years. So it's like somebody closing their eyes and saying, "I can't see, I can't see." I remember there's a Three Stooges, one of my favorite Three Stooges segments that had that spoof right there. I can't see, I can't see, and they say, "Well, you have your eyes closed. Just open your eyes," and then you could see that these things. All these countries have grappled with it, solved it. It's in textbooks. When you go into college, you know, in your 101 series lectures, it's right there. It's in the textbook. We have to have employment in that country. We have to have people have jobs. Those who want to work should be able to work. All those things are what's going to affect that monetary policy in the sense we're looking at it. You know, and they could regulate the interest rate, but people have to be honest and sincere. In the U.S. case, they have what they call their dual mandate. It's actually three things, but it's referred as a dual mandate. All these things are right there. Coming and arrest.
Bansat, can we say all this dollar flood in Nigeria, it still boils down to patriotism? Because if you wish your country good, you will not buy dollar at the bank and go and sell it at the black market.
Of course, because all that policy, nobody else has that kind of policy that's doing very well. That's tribalism. You have people, lazy people that don't want to go to school. They want to be able to do shortcuts to cheat another side of the divide. Right? No, listen. This is actually a very serious thing. It's a known phenomenon. If you do the right thing, if you regulate.
Can you discuss this issue without bringing? We've been talking since, because
Right.
I cannot really figure out much from what you have just said now.
No,
we are talking about.
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land. Let him land.
One thing I want you to know, Simba, obviously, whenever I talk, even though maybe
it's okay, just go on, please.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that when I'm really talking, every time I've spoken here, even though there are mentions of tribe and all that stuff, the key point that I'm making has nothing to do with that. Unfortunately, that's the kind of country we have. Not just us. Most African countries have that problem. Most developing countries have that problem. Until a true patriot, every country that's produced a true patriot gets in there and does the work. All right? There are no shortcuts to what we're talking about. You're going to have windows for people to go buy money, and they cut away all the dollars, and then they're selling it in a second tier. They're competing, but it doesn't help us. It doesn't help anybody. How many people do you think sell dollars in the East, for example, or the West? So if you're looking at a national policy, and if it's important that we have an economy, then you have to get that monetary policy right. And what is concerned with.
Pansat, hold on. So
yeah.
if we understand what you're saying, are you saying that we should scrap bureau de change? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
So you're on the same page with Ajalego and some other people here.
Some other people there, but what it is that I'm not treating it peripherally. Okay, I'm saying it as a main thing. First, I've described what a monetary policy is primarily concerned with: the management of interest rates.
But hold on. Sorry, I interject because there are some points I just want you to also put into consideration when you are making the submission.
Yeah.
CBN licensed this bureau de change, and you know how much some of these guys they pay. You know JJ Okocha. JJ Okocha had a problem with some other guy because they were trying to get a license for bureau de change. They wanted to start somewhere inside the airport there, and it cost them a lot of money just to get the license. Because some people now, what they do now is some people they'll just come under one umbrella of one allergy. Many other multiple the allergy will obtain that license from CBN, and some other little guys will come under him. You know what I mean? So, but then if you are asking them to pay this huge amount of money and suddenly you are scrapping them, you need to understand that that's because we are talking about allowing foreign investors to come into Nigeria, and you make one policy today, you're scrapping it the next day. How does that even?
That's exactly one of the points that I made. I might have made it fast. Stability, it's part of that job. Public statements interpreting the monetary policy, the goals of it, the principles that guide it, the strategy for achieving them, those have to be made public. Right? Do you understand? So low and stable inflation, let's say 2% per year, if you could achieve something like that. It's important. You do have to, you can't be making policy every day, but first you have to get serious. And then once you unify everything and make those policies known to investors, to the public, especially to businesses, those, you may think that's a small point, but it's a very important point, because one of those goals, like I said, don't forget the other things I said earlier when I first started talking. You have to have maximum employment. It's related to this, right? And of course, the other side of the fiscal policy, which is the legislators and the executive, they have to do their share on that end as well, because like I said, those things are very important. What it's concerned with is the management of interest rates, total supply of money, the ones that's in circulation. So the bank is usually independent for that reason. They don't have to play politics. They don't have to favor anything. But if you're saying, since I don't know if it's the 60s or early 70s when they're doing this window bureau exchange and all that stuff, you know what that is there for. This is old trade that people have been doing in their culture for a very long time. It's just like saying you want to rear cattle, or you want to drive them on Abuja streets or Lagos streets and say, we've been doing this for a very long time. So any politician that comes from that side would not mess with that, because that is a culture that is that they're holding on to. But if you're not talking about monetary policy, national policy, trying to stabilize the economy, it will not consider those things. It has to be totally independent, and you have to educate the public, and you got to go at that money supply, total money supply in the system, and be able to do the right thing. First of all, you can just copy others who do it. I said before, it's 101 economics. It's 101 in any.
But then you see, this textbook economics does not work in Nigeria. It defies everything. I mean, not even the textbook political science works in Nigeria. It defies everything. So if other countries, people go to college or to universities to learn that this is governance system, this is how it works. But Nigeria is always the reverse. Even in economy, the social life is always the reverse.
Yeah,
So
because that's the way
you start asking questions. What is wrong? What is inherently wrong?
That's why, rational mind. Those are very key points that you're making. Obviously, this is not precise, but monetary policy is more of a blunt tool. Okay, you have fiscal policy and monetary policy, and they're intertwined somehow. But it's a blunt tool in terms of expanding and constructing the economy, the supply, and the influence of inflation, growth, and all kinds of things in the real economy. So if the Fed is, if in the case of central bank, sometimes they have to be aggressive, just like said Americans did during the Great Depression. Many countries have gone through tough times, and it's documented in history. What did they do to get out of that? You had Great Depression. I don't think we've witnessed anything like that. So you go and look at what
we're currently going through in Nigeria is equal to that Great Depression, because Nigeria is in a very sorry state right now. It's in a very, 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 very difficult situation right now. I don't know if you have people back home.
You'd be surprised how easy to get out of the situation we're in, because, like I said, it's like somebody closing their eyes and shouting, "I can't see." Now, if somebody is going to recommend a solution for you to be able to see, they just say, "Open your eyes." That's it.
So, anyone want to interrogate Pansat, you can go on. Simba, if you want to interrogate, please go on. And Adewale, anybody that wants to interrogate you, if you want to chime in and say something.
Actually, you try by guiding Pansat for us to understand what the point he was trying to
It's true. You know, rational mind is nothing. They study it. We have a lot of educated Nigerians, a lot of economists, great minds.
So why is it not working now? Why is it not reflecting? If you listen to Bismarck Rwani, it comes on.
Can I comment?
Okay, please comment.
If you guys don't mind, I joined simply because of the subject matter, and I have a lot of reservation towards that issue. I don't know what has been discussed before, but what I've seen is that I'm kind of like taking side with you, World Peace. A country that failed, I think Nigeria kind of deliberately chose not to defend our currency in order not to develop our economy. Even the dollar, America established an agency for the purpose of safeguarding that currency and to safeguard the economy. Department of Secret Service was established primarily to monitor fake currency and ensure that there's no influx of foreign money in order to destabilize the economy of America. Over the years, they now started branching out and expanding their scope. But what we see in Nigeria is a deliberate attempt by the government. Every successful government has failed to protect the currency that we have. At no time in Nigeria should any Nigerian be seen spending dollars. There was a time in Lagos. I don't know if they still do it now. I believe it's still against the law, but they never enforce it. To the point that some companies were paying their employees in dollars.
I said they are paying naira again. $100. That's what they use.
There are some places, if you are going to pay rent, you will pay in dollars. In schools, yes.
Please, sorry. You continue. Simba, you wanted to say something. What were you trying to say? Simba. Okay, go on. Adewale, please go on.
This network is kind of like I appreciate what you just did there. You know, it shows balance, equity. I like that. That's the spirit right there. But you know, and we flagrantly disobey the law of the land, and we choose to obey the one we want to obey. And at no point should we even have anything called bureau de change. It's a fraud because the people behind it, they are the most powerful in the country. They were given license by just for I know you know me when the license was easy to obtain. Now you are making reference to JJ Okocha. I mean, who wouldn't know JJ Okocha? But of course, you have to be close to the government, isn't it?
Of course, yeah.
You were saying something earlier about these guys that they can be regulated. They can. You guys remember 2003 to 2005 when Soludo implemented the recapitalization of banks. People said, I was in the bank, I was skeptical then. That no, this thing is not going to work because these people will find a way around this, and you know they will propose it and they will sweep it under the carpet. But the government of the day and the central bank governor at that time insisted, despite his closeness and proximity to these bankers, insisted that the bank must recapitalize. But what we had then were mushroom banks, and they put the fire belt in their belly and they started, traveling the globe just to make sure that they got the money. Some of that are unable to raise it match with other banks. Today we have stronger banks that can, go toe to toe with any other banks, even in the Western world. Now, in every part of the world that we've traveled to, there are some, agency or some individual that's been licensed, and their book is open to the authority, and that is why if you are going to exchange your dollar, even at the airport, they call what is the name of they call these people in Europe? They call them one name. I forgot this name. They have a blue. They even gave me card. Oh my wallet is not here. They will request for your passport. They will request for your information. And Ola was saying something earlier that it's going to be tough. I don't know how it's going to be tough. One time in Nigeria, nobody practiced internet banking. But today is the fact. There's no way you can even practice banking without having interconnectivity with every other branches and interbanks as well. So I see no reason why the Bureau de change cannot be licensed in such a way that the federal government, so this, the CBN, will be able to monitor them and monitor their activities to a point in the banking end that any amount of money or any transactions that is above certain amount of money, to that to individual or to corporate entity, it will be flagged. And part of the report being submitted to the CBN then is what the report being flagged by these, transactions. Automatically, they can't override it at a point that they've done in such a way that if CBN went to, do their
Adewale,
auditing of those.
Adewale, sorry, you continue. I just want to bring in what Pans had said earlier that Simba was trying to tell him to shut him down, kind of. You see, don't you think there's like Pans was saying about this kind of people who don't go to school, they bring in this their way of doing things from their side, whereby don't you think they've kind of they've otherwise I'm looking for that word, that English word. Don't you think they've kind of create a kind of a system whereby let's just let it go, it doesn't matter, we're talking about a textbook way of doing things. It's different from how it's done in reality in Nigeria. So don't you think that's the problem too? Because these people who are predominantly in that sector, in that bureau de change, they are these people from the north, and they will kick against it because a lot of them, like he said, like Pastor was saying, like most of us know, they are not schooled, they are not read. They don't know even how to do, and I doubt many of them even know how to use technology besides their phone. So all these things, is it not what we should think about too? And if we have to resolve this matter, if we have to find a solution to this matter, because I tell you, they will kick against it. Because if you tell them that you have to enter the name of the person you are paying, how much you're paying into the system, and automatically it will reflect in CBN database that is who's buying this dollar from you, this X amount of money you give to him in exchange for that dollar. I mean, I see a lot of people kicking against it, but these are the people that really controls that sector. What do you think about that?
What you said is right. Of course, they will revoke and they will reject it because of ignorance. But you see, that won't stop their business. That won't stop the transactions. It's just about the government want to make sure that they have control on how this money is being moved around. At least have a reliable data on that. But when you have the real change operators that are hoarding money, deliberately holding money and creating artificial scarcity and speculating at the rate of these dollars in the black market, how would they be able to? Banks will be able to compete with that. So it is about ignorance, but the government can do a lot of sensitization, let them understand the implication of their actions. And I tell you this: when there's no will, that's when the government fail. If the government insisted, yes, they will revolt. They will protest. But if the government insists and criminalize the act, if you do not open your book, as long as you are licensed, and all those people parading on the roadside, make it, criminal in nature, so that at the end of the day, you will have a regulated sector. Okay, to me, I don't think it's not doable. It is doable. It's just about if government have the way, but you have to sensitize people. This thing will not affect your business, but we want to make sure that we are, we are in charge. We want to know the data and all that. But at the end of the day, when you now create artificial scarcity, you are holding the dollars. If you walk around the street now, you see dollar in everybody's pocket, one way or the other. To me, their revoke or their rejection who matters as long as government put their foot down and said this is what we want. And I don't think any sensible Nigerian will want to go against that. It's all about government making sure that they did it in the banking. Can you imagine the banking MDs and the chairmen and the state and the stakeholders in the banking there, as powerful as they were running a tax cutter because the government of that time decided, That is what we are going to do. Except we are deceiving ourselves. What peace? If this government, this current government, choose not to do anything about this, they will just be bulla balloon everywhere. Whether you operate in one single window, vesting rate or not, you are just going to be deceiving yourself. These guys,
Yeah, let me
I'm
support
not
you.
saying I'm not apportioning the blame to them only. Oh. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they are the only cause of
Let me help you. Let me
dollar
add
rate
to
instability and all that.
let me
Adewale,
add to what you say.
Adewale, hold on,
Hmm.
Pansa. Adewale, I think Pansa wants to chime in a little bit, so I think you'll continue. You hold the floor back. Let Pansa just comment. Pansa.
Yeah, I say you should apportion that whole blame to them because, like you said about 5 minutes ago,
Why apportion the whole blame to them?
because it's important to know that all the problems we have in the country, that certain individuals, the rich, the powerful, or whatever, not only do they have advantage and they're benefiting from the system and they do, enjoying everything, but they actually go the extra wicked step of creating shortages. For example, if it's in power, they will sabotage our grids, for example, so that we could buy plants. What they call plants in Nigeria? Yeah, plants, right? Generators, right? They will do things like that. They will create this artificial. I think they will use the word artificial in that case.
Scarcity,
Scarcity,
artificial scarcity.
right? So that we'll be gnashing our teeth buying those dollars, and they're doing it on purpose from one sector to the other to another vertical. Okay, but you saw when Sanusi Lamido came in, he went after our banks because in his then, if you read his articles in the 90s, they feel, for example, if you have commercial banks and they're operating in the Western form, they feel that we're cheating them because they have what they call Sharia banking. So he came in and he went after these banks using monetary policy. So it's a battle. One side you don't want to talk about it because you're going to appear to be a bigot. But if you're talking economics, it's a blunt tool. Monetary policy seeks to spark economic activity. That's it. While fiscal policy seeks to address total spending, total composition of spending. But where they intertwine is that you could use fiscal policy to remove those barriers that we have. Taxing those people, having them documented and figure out exactly what activity are they doing that is jeopardizing the country. We just can't sit there and keep going through this circle. All the problems we have are artificial. We could generate electricity, but you're going to have to go after the saboteurs, people who are sabotaging, having distribution networks, for example, and it's just that simple. If we could get somebody from the north to do it, it'd be better. Somebody like Buhari could have been able to solve a lot of these problems because he'd be immune from the criticism of religious activity and stuff like that, regional activity. If he's a true patriot, after what he did, he's a coupist. He came back as an old man and he's dressed up in tuxedo and everything. And a lot of people, even I didn't support him, but at least you say, okay, this guy, give him a chance. If he came in there as a patriot and removed some of the things that are holding us back, nobody would have done anything. Nobody can do anything to him. So we're gonna need patriots from the north, especially, to come in, just like Sanusi Lamido did in his case. Even though he was going the opposite way, he went after commercial banks trying to spur Islamic banking in our country.
But Pansa,
Based on religious
why do
tenet.
you think Pansa,
Yeah.
why do you think it's so difficult to actually deal with people that are sabotaging our economy?
That's exactly a very, very important question here, and it would be good if you could go around with that. Let everybody give you their input on this, because vertical after vertical, sector after sector, the problem right there is actually sabotage. There are people benefiting. Obviously, the obvious answer would be that they're gonna make more money when they sell. Let's say I'm a powerful politician. I have a business that imports generators, for example. So if I make sure the grid doesn't work, then you're gonna buy my generators. You know, do you see what I mean? Or if I'm a rich man, I have a lot of cattle, then I'm gonna benefit by not buying feed, by having poor people drive those cattle into people's farmlands, eat up those crops. That way, I don't have to feed those things by spending money, right? So we have that problem. You know, we have the electrical grid problem. We have the refinery problem. If Dangote, for example, imagine, do you know how much Nigerian government gave to Dangote to open a refinery? Billions of dollars. You know how much $1 billion is? It's a lot of money. You could do a lot. Now, produce the refinery. He's not producing the refinery. Give us back our money. Nobody is asking him to return that money. It's a lot of money. So if let's say I'm head of state, I come into that country today, right? I will shake him down. He's one corporate that I'll shake down. I will recover all that money, all of it. I'll take all his assets for one thing, because a lot of our money is sunk there. We don't have any money. You invested $8 billion into a refinery. You lie about when it's going to be operational, but nobody could actually question, hey, where's the refinery? He's got a.
But it's a private company. It's not
No, it's
government
not.
owned.
We invested. How many billions of dollars of Nigerian money was
Yeah,
invested?
but you are not the only investor in the company.
I know, but it goes without saying that you cannot take government money, right? First of all, there shouldn't be anything like that. But they just say somebody made a mistake. They invested the money in it. But shouldn't he give a day certain for that refinery to be operational, right? And do you know what he retards, what he does to a lot of fledgling people who want to just refine petroleum? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you listen to, again, I like to use this guy, Femi Falana. He said something in one of this public forum that he attended. He said it's quoted a section of the Constitution that says that the government shall not invest the government money in private individuals something. He quoted that section of the Constitution.
Right.
It says that. So, but why would, because on this platform, I've had many people, people, when they want to talk, they will talk, say, the government has no business in business. Yeah, of course. But so why would government have business in private Dangote's business?
Right.
This guy gets dollars subsidized to him, and also they invested our own taxpayers' money, and some of this money that they invested in, their money that they borrowed, and they are still servicing. Do you know how much it cost us to be servicing that loan of that money they invested into that private enterprise of that guy? And this thing is not even functional at this time.
Right, but it goes to the question that was asked before. Why would
what sort of government Buhari and who oversaw that needs to be brought back and made to face the consequence for that action, to set a standard that nobody, president. You see, we trust they never do that. They will never do that. They will never say.
You questioned why would that sabotage we're talking about is implicit here as well. We have over 6 nice size refineries.
But sorry, Pansad.
In order to hold on.
Pansad, Adewale has a flaw, so you have to wrap it up.
So let me wrap it up. I'm saying that we got 6 refineries that are sabotaged, so that this one will be built, right? So sector after sector, the same corporates, they sabotage. We're like conquered people. It's not funny. I don't take delight in talking about it, but I have to tell you the truth. You cannot go and have all these state functioning refineries, have them sabotaged so they don't function, so that you can then build a massive one that's fraudulent, that's not working, right? Or you go to wharves and ports and you sabotage every other port so that there'll be one functioning in Lagos State. It's the same corporates, same people. So it only thing is gonna take, in essence, it'd be like flushing the toilet. If you come in there seriously I don't care if the National Assembly, they have a hearing and they say, look, there seems to be a pattern here, and we're gonna deal with anybody who's doing this. Each one of the, because we're not stupid, we're Nigerians. There's nothing new under the sun. We've done everything before this type of activity gained ground after the 70s and 80s, right? It's like we have no airports, we have no airline, we have no refineries. So somebody's actually telling us that we're stupid.
So, Pansa,
we can't even talk about it.
Yeah,
you can't talk about it.
Yeah, Pansa. So let's give it back to Adewale. Adewale, please. Sorry.
I was even trying to. I was trying to talk about the Falana's submission when he said that is this against the law? Government investing in individual company. But there's some projects that are, let's say, defense project, and government have a stake indirectly because of the nature of the project, and they decided to.
Are you referring to the US Constitution, or you're referring to the Nigerian Constitution? Which one are you referring to?
I want to believe that that is what is obtainable. Sometimes I don't take the Falana. Sometimes some of these lawyers, they don't know it all. As I'm not a lawyer, but we're told that the law can be interpreted in so many ways. So that's why I'm kind of like, there's some defense project like government will also have a stake in it because of the nature of
Saudi Aramco
is a
private company, is a government through private owned company, and Saudi Arabia government, they have a stake in it. So if somebody is not telling us that the government cannot invest in private business, I don't understand what it means by that.
Saudi Aramco is a state-owned businesses against that private people can invest in. It's not the other way around. It's not a private business that a state invests money in. It's a state-owned business.
Exactly. Yeah.
About 5 or 6 years
That's
ago.
a point.
Yeah, and they try to launch it into, or individuals could actually, in essence, sell shares of the company.
Your sound terrible. I mean your.
Yes, I'm moving. That is why.
Are you in the desert? Are you in the Saudi desert?
Yes, very very breezy outside there.
So can you? I don't know because you sound your sound loud and it's irritating to the ear. So maybe you will chime in later. So Adewale, continue, please.
Oh, okay. So, like I said, I think that's on project. But anyway, regarding the dollar rate, what's of it? I think we can do better. I don't think it is impossible, but government should be deliberate in ensuring that they strengthen, because the more government is paying lip service to this, the more our currency is going to continue to get weaker and weaker. Because right now we have nothing to defend our currency naira on except the petrodollar that the dollar, petrol. I'm sorry, I'm not even saying the crude that we are selling, and it's also depend on the international rate, and so to me, we should be deliberate in our attempts. Government should, especially this administration, should find a way to ensure that data is being utilized. Because when you have an economy that is not data driven, or we don't have identity of the citizen, we don't, there will be a lot of loopholes, and government should deliberate about this, because we can't continue to operate and turn blind eye. It's very rare in the southwest, even in Abuja, to see an Igbo man or Yoruba man going around in the streets saying, "Come and change your dollar, come and change your." I know we do here in America, most of the Yorubas and Igbo does that, but it's just like a small stuff that is being exchanged and all that. But in Nigeria, most of the people that you see doing going into that kind of business are, our brothers, and from northern part of the country. So, like you said earlier, a lot of people will be disgruntled if government decided to, you know, chart a new course. But it is a must. It is compulsory that they must do it, or else we will continue to pour water in the empty basket. And the more we continue, the more. I mean, come to think of it, when what is it called? Telegram and uh, what is it called? These people, Monifian. What do you call them?
Telegram and what?
English Telegram and one other company there. I forgot money transfer. I forgot the name.
Is it Western Union and
Western Union.
and MoneyGram?
At the point, yeah, at the point, the government has, because they were licensed to operate, in the in Nigeria, and not just in Nigeria, but in other parts of the West African countries. Because at the end of the day, they are cutting away money from our country. Government has to step in, you know, to ensure that there's regulation in that sector. So why can't we apply that measure to real the change? That's my own. But government must be deliberate, or else things will be got spoiled. To you know, uh, it should
Oh,
be deliberate.
thank you, Adewale. We have to shut down in 10 hours. So,
You're always
anybody
shutting
want
down.
to
Every
speak?
time I come online, you're always shutting down. Afeni Ferry.
That's what I'm saying. That's the try in 10 hours.
Yeah, 10 hours. We need to shut down.
We don't try now. We know we're supposed not to fight past 10 hours.
Yeah, we will not try. Rational mind.
Yeah.
So there's a guy in America that is his name is Willie Shorten.
Okay.
So he was asked. He was eventually captured, and he was asked, why do you rob banks, right? So you know what his response was?
What was it?
He says, because that's where the money is, right? So all the central banks, even the one here, they're corrupt. It's no longer what it's supposed to be. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's almost like there's a lot of conspiracy theories about it. That's why, I mean, Nigeria, obviously, with a sex pool of corruption down there, it's a basket case. But even here in the United States, the Federal Reserve is like a private thing now. It's not even like it's a government entity. The Congress, they're always railing against it all the time. But their mandate in the United States is for price stability and price stability and what is it? And interest rates and things like that. It's called a dual mandate. Since this place is shutting down a little bit, you could just Google it later on, and it would tell you what their role. The dual mandate. The objective is for full maximum employment and price stability. That's it. But they've grown into all kinds of stuff, controlling monies. When they come in, they do all kinds of things here. So I would imagine that Nigeria would even be worse in what they're doing with their stuff. But that's my input in it. Some patriots need to come from the north and try to remove the sabotage that will have every vertical, every sector in the country.
Sat, why must it be from the north? It can come from anywhere. No? Why do
You
you
can come from
mention
anywhere.
north?
What I'm somebody like Tinubu right now. Let's just use this example right now. There's some things his hands are tied. He cannot do that. Jonathan couldn't do it. Even if P2B gets in there are certain things he cannot do in order for there to be peace in the country. You can't go there and limit all this bureau to change without a problem. You can't go there and make people to go to school, incentivize it, use a carrot and and the sticks approach
Stick and carrot approach.
You know, it's both.
All right, me, I'm
So
going. I want
there
to
are
go and
certain
sleep.
things that have to come from that section to try to
Yeah,
bring
I'm shutting down now too. After Passad, yeah, Passad, we have to shut down now. Thank you
Before you
so
shut
much.
down,
good job. So
before
Yeah.
you
good night
shut
to
down,
everybody. Good night. Good job.
before you
Thank you,
shut down,
Passad. Yeah.
before you shut down, what is wrong with Tinubu, man?
What happened?
Man, that guy seems to be smoking some weed these days that doesn't know who is appointing. He appointed your brother, World Peace, in Ondo State, only for him to reverse it. Why is he doing this abracadabra politics?
You mean
Eh?
who did he appoint? What piece? Or who was that?
Your brother in the jail, was it Ondo? What is his name? Akinson or something like that. So NDDC boss. And
So why
then
can't they
the guy,
reverse it?
Akin
Yeah,
Yemire.
he can fire and
no, not
hire now.
Akin. No. But it's becoming too rampant. You know, you appointed. See, I listened to Wiki's. I watched Wiki's interview. Wiki said all PDP governors nominated candidates to his cabinet. But this PDP guy in Ondo State, Tinubu left the APC party and nominated him from PDP simply because he contested for governorship. Now,
It's,
a video
it's, it's building it's building national unity now.
But wait, if he deem it fit enough to nominate him, why not allow him to allow that nomination to stay like the way he did with Bosun
Do
Tijani?
you know?
A
Do you
video
know the reason
a
why? Do
video
you know the
surfaced
reason?
online. Okay, what is the reason?
No, you
You
have to
don't
know
know.
the
I
reason
don't
before.
know.
Uh-huh.
You have to know
There
the
was a
So
reason.
you can't
video.
just
There was a
conclude.
video. There was a video that surfaced online where he berated Tinubu and said all sort of things. Shortly after the election. So I don't know if that is the reason why he decided to withdraw his nomination. But
I don't know. Auto Tori.
but why
But
waste
no,
his
yeah, that
time on?
cannot be a reason. Adewale, do you want to tell me that he didn't sit down before he was nominated?
I wonder.
That couldn't have been the reason. Let's
Okay,
wait.
so but
Let's
why
wait before
nominating
you
him in the
kill the
first
guy
place?
now. Just wait. Before you kill him, just wait. The reason will emerge later.
The people
Don't be in a hurry.
protested. Now they said that the APC in Ondo State protested.
Why
And
they
you want him to
protesting?
be against the party?
Huh?
You want him to be against his party, man?
No, APC people in Ondo State, they protested.
They protested against the nomination of that guy.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Do you want Tinubu to now go against the wish of the
But
party,
you
man?
should have thought about that first before making that nomination.
He may not know. He may not know.
The guy was not even part of those presidential candidate that visited Tinubu. Was it not yesterday or day before yesterday? Under the umbrella of what do you call it? They have a name for themselves. But why waste him?
Adewale, don't let us speculate. The reason why they dropped him, there's no secret in Nigeria. It will soon surface.
Okay.
It will soon surface. So I hope it could be a cogent or very important reason, because you can't just humiliate him just like that. He chose him for a reason, and he dropped him for a reason.
Okay. But
Yeah.
it's becoming too many now.
No, so if you have a listening government, now you are tired of having a listening government, huh?
What kind of
President that is disrespectful.
Disrespectful. Baba should have thought about it first before making the others nomination.
I hope it's not
controlled by some Abbas.
The guy, what he said online was even terrible. He sounded like obedient online. It was even worse.
Let me go and sleep.
Okay, if he's sounding like an obedient, why did he not accepted a position from an opposition party? Tí wàá fi mọ̀ pé gbogbo wọn náà irọ́ náà ń pa nìyẹn.
A ṣàjẹun.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, BT. Thank you, Pansat. Thank you, Simba. Thank you. Thank you. I will call you Simba. Yeah. Adewale, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It has been another section. Yeah. One man will say, another day, another dollar. So we made it again today. Yeah. Thank you so much for staying with us, spending your quality time with us. We don't take it for granted. Thank you, guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless. Thank you.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.